Mr. Birch. Dr. Selcraig. Ms. Drummond is excused but may call in. Ms. Johnston. Here. Mr. Flynn.
Present.
Mr. Gutierrez.
Present.
Ms. Gray-Jackson is also excused but may call in. Mr. Clayman.
Here.
Mr. Starr.
Here.
Ms. Osiander. Here. Mr. Coffey.
Here.
Mr. Chairman, we have a quorum.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Dr. Selcraig, will you please lead us in the pledge?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right. So the first item on our agenda is Resolution AR 2010-40, a resolution of the Anchorage Assembly adopting recommendations to be forwarded to the Anchorage Metropolitan Area Transportation Solutions Policy Committee to change the status of the Kinnicom Crossing project in the Anchorage Bowl 2025 Long-Range Transportation Plan by moving it from the list of short-term projects to the list of long-term projects and updating and planning consultation requirements. Public hearing on this matter is now open. If you wish to come speak to us about this matter, please come on down and give us your 3 minutes. Don't be shy. Welcome, Mr. Wilbur.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, members of the Assembly. Mayor, my name is Lance Wilbur. I'm the Regional Director of the Alaska Department of Transportation, and I appreciate the opportunity to be here this evening. I'm here to express the support of the Kinnicom Crossing on behalf of the Governor's Office, the Department, and the State Administration, and that project remain in the Long-Range Transportation Plan and that it remain as a short-term project. It's a very important project for the administration. I hope that you've all had a chance and have received a letter that was sent to you from the Deputy Commissioner on, I think it was February 2nd. So if you didn't get a copy of that, we'll make sure that you did receive that. Many of you have been involved in this project, know the importance of the project, and as you look in the Long-Range Transportation Plan, you'll recognize that the importance of this project and the purpose of this project is connectivity, the benefit for moving people and goods, freight into the future. It's a long-term project. It's going to benefit the region. Has statewide significance. And this process, we've been through it. I want to commend the staff and the public process that the folks have gone through to work this. A lot of comments were made, a lot of staff effort was done, work from the technical committee and members of the Assembly who have provided comments, and I think the staff's done a great job to bring that process to this point. Through this process, though, I think there's maybe been some confusion about the position of the state of Alaska, both at a policy and a technical level. All along, the state of Alaska has supported this project at a technical and a policy level. And I think that when you get to a point in any project of this significance, that when it gets to a point at a policy level, legislative level, administrative level, is where priorities are set. And it is a priority in which the policy committee, an assembly, a mayor, and the state will set those priorities, and I think that is of the issue here, and the policy committee will be considering the merits of the project and the priority of that project. So I just want to make sure that, again, the state at a technical level has always believed this project can be built, and so, but now we're talking about when it should be built, and it should be built in the short term. And the governor has expressed his desire to have this project done, and in the latest annual report from Kinnicom Bridge and Toll Authority, there is a letter in there from the governor expressing why he thinks this project is important. So if you haven't had a chance to look at that, I would encourage you to do that as well. Like any project, the record of decision is necessary so that we can do a little bit more work on the financial details of the project. Every single project that we do, large and small, when you get through an environmental document, you get to a design element that helps refine the cost and the route of the project itself. So again, it's a regional project. It's not just a project for Anchorage. It's a benefit of all Alaskans. It's going to be a benefit the region, both in the Anchorage area and the Mat-Su. So I would just encourage the Assembly, when you're looking at the resolution and the information that was presented there, look at it from a regional perspective and the importance of it. I think the resolution that you have before you, if I can continue?
Please wrap up.
Just wrap up.
Yeah.
The resolution that you have before you has a lot of good points, many of the same points that you had seen in the past. And I think on the back side, and you look at the 5 issues that are there, I would just, when you look at that resolution, lines 17 and 18 are the ones that are going to cause us concern, and we'd ask that those be stricken. And then there's one, number 5, that talks about the Assembly's role, the local government's role in the public-private partnership. think the state has some concerns about whether or not that should be there or not. So, again, I appreciate the opportunity to speak in support of the project. So if you have any questions or concerns, I'm here to address them.
Thank you very much. There are a couple of questions. Ms. Osiander.
I apologize. I may have more than a couple of questions. I'm really glad you're here, Mr. Wilbur. You're kind of in a unique position on this because of your background. And here's my situation. I asked 4 questions to the administration, and I got a response from folks from Cabata. I got a response from some people who don't like the project, and I got a response from traffic. And to my mind, all 3 differ. So here's my first question. There's been the statement made that the permitting process will be slowed, or the difficulties will be remarkably increased if the project is moved to long term. And I've got yes, no, no out of the 3 responses. Do you think the permitting costs and efforts will be slowed down or stopped if it's moved to long term?
Well, through the chair, Ms. Osiander, the permitting process itself, I would yield to the folks at Kinnicon Bridge and Toll Authority. But, you know, if you do move the project into the long term, it will jeopardize the ability to get that record of decision, and that may in itself affect the permitting deliverability. So, and I don't know what the response was you received from the other folks.
Well, the Cabata people say that it's a very substantial issue and that permitting will be much more difficult. My interpretation of that was because there were some additional factors or considerations added by P&Z, and so there'd have to be additional permitting done to address those concerns. But I don't know if that's true or not. So okay, that was the first one. The second one was I'm trying to understand the implication of the record of decision. And I thought that once we had the record of decision, that could potentially put us in a position where we'd have to repay some federal funding if things don't proceed as envisioned. I got a conflicting answer on this one, too. I was told by some people who don't support this project that it will be more likely that the record of decision will come more quickly and trigger potential repayment if it stays short term. That's correct. Can you comment on that?
Through the chair, Ms. Osiander, I believe that when the staff was working on the review, they did receive some information from the Federal Highway Administration about whether or not repayment would be required as a result of getting a record of decision. If I'm not mistaken, the staff can correct me if I'm wrong, from the municipality, that it would not jeopardize it. It would not be jeopardizing the repayment from the Federal Highway Administration. But I would yield to the response that we actually received from Federal Highways.
Yeah, I'm going to be asking these questions to other people, too, I think, as they come up. And
Okay.
the last question I have is in the fiscal constraint portion.
Mm-hmm.
I remember from being on AMANS a lot of discussion about what was in our plan and that it had to be fiscally constrained. And my initial understanding was that it might not meet that test if Cabata stayed short-term. However, staff tells me that's not true because the costs are not necessarily included in our short-term list. Do you remember?
Through the chair, I don't remember, but I can address the financial constraint. As this amendment recommends, as the previous one did, basically the checking accounts for the Kinnicon Bridge and Toll Authority and the checking account for the funding source to build everything else in the long-range transportation plan are separate. Separate funding sources, separately constrained. So any financial constraints or changes in the long-range network does not affect the bridge. Any changes in the funding scheme of the bridge's public-private partnership or their funding mechanism does not affect any recommendations in the long-range transportation plan. That is still the case. That's still the recommendation before the Assembly, and that's the recommendation that we've seen in the staff.
Okay. If I can recap very simplistically.
Okay.
Basically, the fiscal constraint scenario is of no concern whatever we do, short-term or long-term, because it's irrelevant to the question.
In relevance to the plan, that's correct.
Okay. Second, on the permitting, you generally believe that, as the Cabata folks do, that the permitting will be more difficult and more time-consuming and more cumbersome if it's moved to long-term.
Yes.
And then on the record of decision, I think I understood you to say you thought that that wouldn't necessarily have impact short-term or long-term.
On the record of decision, again, I would yield to the folks at the Cabada because they've been dealing with federal highways and the folks with National Marine
All right,
Fisheries.
so I'll pursue that with them.
Thank you.
Sir.
Thank you, Mr. Wilbur. Oh, sorry, Ms. Johnston.
Actually,
Mr. Chair,
Oh, welcome, Ms. Drummond.
thank you. I am present as well as Ms. Ray Jackson. Let you log us in here.
Very good. We'll do that. And if you need to ask a question, please speak up at the appropriate time.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Very good.
Go ahead.
actually, Ms. Osiander asked a lot of my questions. I guess my only other question is, does it have any effect on the STIP as far as being in short-term or long-term?
Through the chair, currently the State Transportation Improvement Program, the STIP, shows the Knik Arm crossing in the short term as consistent with the existing long-range transportation plan. So any changes to the project from the short term to the long term would likely require a change in the Transportation Improvement Program at AMATS and an amendment to the STIP.
And do you see that having any, or has the department had any correspondence with the federal government? I know we have a number of large projects out within the state of Alaska, and are we comfortable with our STIP, our statewide STIP, and with this in it? I mean, have you had any feedback from the federal government?
The Federal Highway Administration does review our State Transportation Improvement Program. They're comfortable with the way it's been developed with the Knik Arm in the short term, as it's currently reflected.
Thank you.
There appear to be no further questions, Mr.
No,
Wilbur. Oh, sorry.
I'm sorry, I thought it was in.
That would have been too easy.
Yep.
Okay, Mr. Coffey, you're next.
Thank you. Mr. Wilbur, nice to see you. Congratulations on your new job. You said on page 2 of the AR,
Yes.
lines 31 through 35, you had some issue with that as written. I wish you could I understand you want 16 through 18 deleted. What about 31 through 35?
Through the chair, if I could do the easy one first. Not 16 through 18, just 17 and 18, which refers to moving it to the long term.
Oh, I
The
got
first
you. And
that's-
that it be moved?
Just strikes
Thank
the
you.
line 17 and 18. On the second page of AR 2010-40, it addresses a new condition that I believe was raised by the Planning and Zoning Commission, which in effect would, it says a new condition G is added to the long-range plan that would provide the that DOT, Cabada, Federal Highway Administration provide the municipality a meaningful role in the development and review of the negotiated public-private partnership. I just think that in a public-private partnership between a state agency and a private lender, whatever role the municipality would play in that really ought to be an agreement between the lender and the state, and the city's role in that. I don't see what that role would be. It's an agreement between the lender and the state.
All right, so your point is that Section 2, subsection 5 on lines 31 through 35 should be removed.
That's correct.
Thank you. That's all I had, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Coffey. Dr. Selcraig.
Does the long-range transportation plan and the work we did in terms of the cost of assessing the cost of the whole program that we had to go through, did that include both the cost of the highway to highway and the bridge?
Through the chair, it did.
Doesn't the environmental impact statement associated with the bridge assume the highway to highway is completed prior to the bridge construction?
It does. I don't remember if it says prior to, but it does state that the highway to highway is very important to the success of the Knik Arm crossing.
I actually think it says it's complete, or it's assumed that it's complete. We can follow up on that, and I'll be interested in that. And then I guess, the issue of whether or not Anchorage should be party to in any way the negotiations between a private-public partnership. Cabada has indicated that 8,400 trips a day will happen in the first year of the bridge, and it'll initiate a $8.8 million in terms of revenue. But when you look at the amount of revenue that it costs to cover the actual cost of the bridge, it's substantially higher. So if Cabot, or if the structure wasn't able to generate the revenue, what would be the impact to the state system and to us as a municipality in terms of the cost to support the bridge? I mean, what's the fail-safe?
Through the chair, Dr. Selcraig, I mean, the proposal in which the bridge could get funded and the trips that are there and the financial plan that's been completed has been audited. The numbers that have been reviewed, they've been reviewed by the department, they've been reviewed by Federal Highway Administration, and they believe that the assumptions and the funding is sound. So the details about the payback and when that payback would occur, I would, again, similar to the issues about permitting, I would ask the project sponsors to address those.
Mr. Wilbur, I'm appreciative that you started out tonight pointing out that the governor supports this. And I guess it can't go without notice for me that in your last role, you weren't in the same position as you are tonight, which is advocating for the bridge. And I know that that's complicated for you, but I guess ultimately it's troublesome in light of the fact that it makes me, it's challenging to realize that we have multiple interpretations of the same information. And I appreciate how difficult this might be, but I do want to note that you saw this, I think, a bit differently a couple months ago, and I'm sure you'll do your best to move through this in a competent way.
Through the chair, could I respond to that? I think it's an interesting question, and I think many members of the Assembly, and I'm here representing the state of Alaska.
That's right.
And, months ago I was working at the municipality of Anchorage, and the policy there was different. So I just want you and everyone else to recognize that.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Selcraig. Mr. Klayman.
This may be at a level of policy in the governor's office that you haven't had to address, but I had a couple of people ask me, they were talking about the bridge, and they said, well, we're talking about gas lines, and Senator Stevens is urging us to put a whole bunch of money, state money towards a gas line, and I'm just wondering, where is the state in terms of state funding towards this on their priority list? Because I just see it as a very, very expensive project, and I'm trying to get a sense, if you know, where this falls on their list of priorities for purposes of state dollars.
Through the
things like gas line and energy issues that seem to be very big in their community.
Through the chair, Mr. Klayman, in relation to the priority of the project, is obviously a priority. It's in the short term, and it's in next year's funding scheme for the STIP. As it relates to its priority to other projects for the gas line, I do not know.
All right, thank you.
Mr. Klayman, Ms. Osiander again.
I'm sorry, one more. On this number 5 on section 2 in the proposal before us, the short conversation I've had with staff on this particular item is that they thought it was meaningful for the municipality to have some involvement in design, potentially the width or the connections. If this were deleted, would the municipality forfeit some voice in design, to your mind?
Through the chair, no. I think this one speaks to the, as I read it, talks about the financing through the public-private partnership. Any particular project, any public facility goes through public facility site plan review, and that review process would continue, whether it was this bridge or any highway to highway or anything.
Thank you, sir.
And Dr. Selcraig again.
I have two more questions. And one is that I've been a little bit confused about the way money is allocated. And it's my understanding that federal money can't be used for lobbying. And so Cabot has basically, I assume, used state money to go and lobby in D.C. for money. But I'm wondering, is federal money used to, is it appropriate to use federal money to lobby for, for Cabot to use federal money to travel to Juneau to lobby for this project? Is that an appropriate expenditure?
Through the chair, no.
Okay, so I guess I would ask you as a representative for the state to actually get an explanation for how Cabot has managed to pay for trips to Washington, D.C. and trips to Juneau to lobby specifically for this project. I'd be very curious about that. Also, You've referenced that there's a financial strategy that the state's comfortable with, and what I'm wondering is that it's my understanding that there is no evidence available that a private investor will be available to participate in a public-private partnership unless there's some sort of state participation in terms of a guarantee. How's the governor addressing that, and what are the risks associated with that to our public taxpayer?
Dr. Selkirk, through the chair, similar to the last question that you asked regarding the financing and the details, again, I would ask the folks at Kabata. They have been in conversations with the financing on how the project could be done, when it could be done, and its relationship to the need to get the record of decision completed.
But isn't it important, from the public interest perspective, isn't it important that there be an understanding of the structure of that agreement? And I would assume that if they're going to need some sort of public guarantee or state guarantee, it would be a topic that we would all want to be aware of and evaluate the risks around. And I'm wondering if that's gone, and you don't know that. Is that right? You haven't looked into that?
That's
or who
correct.
has? Okay, thank you. Who will be speaking tonight?
I think if Mr. Foster comes up here and gets a chance to testify, maybe you could address that question
But
to
isn't
him.
that an issue for the state to be concerned about?
It is.
Okay, thank you.
This time, Mr. Wilbur, you're off the hook. Thank you very much for coming
Thank
down
you, Mr.
tonight.
Chairman. Thank you.
Next up.
Assembly, Mayor, I guess he's not here. My name is Thomas Rodman Wilson. I've testified, this is my second time before the Assembly and many years of living here. In the beginning, Kabata was charged with examining alternatives to this Knik Arm, really what's going to be a trestle. For over 30 years now, I've been criticizing the proposed project. Long ago, my father, Dr. Rodman Wilson, said that when you're attacking someone's wonderful idea, it's very appropriate to provide at least some equivalent alternative. When Anchorage Times publisher Bob Atwood proposed a Golden Gate-type suspension bridge across Knik Arm to put Anchorage on the map, I suggested a rock-filled causeway be examined for Turnagain Arm. The causeway would result in greater benefits than the bridge, and it would save over 75 miles on the drives to the Kenai Peninsula communities and allow for a sea-level grade railroad to the western Kenai. It would also create a large freshwater recreational lake adjacent to Anchorage. The Knik Arm crossing saves distances for commuters in the Mat-Su Valley on the order of hundreds of yards. It's important to note that they built bridges such as the Golden Gate, the Oakland Bay Bridge, and the Brooklyn Bridge because there were cities over there, like Brooklyn or Oakland, where it saved hundreds of miles, as in the case of the Golden Gate, and there were existing commercial ferries that were making money hauling people. Promoters of the bridge cite over 8,000 acres of land over there, but ignore the fact that should Fort Richardson, an incredibly valuable Cold War base, be closed, some 17,000 acres of land in the Anchorage tax base would be open for development, and the agreement for the disposal of that land was negotiated by the Mayor Knowles administration between the municipality, the state, the Eklutna Natives, and the U.S. Army. They get free use of the Highland Road landfill because of that deal, the Army, that is. The Turnagain Arm crossing may be no more feasible or justifiable than the Knik Arm trestle now. But considering the further loss to the Anchorage tax base and the loss of those people lost to a borough that all but opposes the very concept of planning and zoning, then what we can expect over there is the development of a modern version of Spenard, a bulldozed wasteland of strip malls, strip clubs, trailer parks, and road signs shot full of holes, people drinking their neighbors' sewage effluent in their adjacent wells. The municipality of Anchorage should not cut off its nose to spite its face by subsidizing the Daniel Boone-type mentality of unregulated growth. At least we're getting an ice-breaking ferry out of this deal that could connect Anchorage to Kenai and help in the construction of the Lake Choctawchama Hydro and Mount Spur geothermal energy projects. Please just build a ferry dock near the small boat ramp and leave the bridge or causeway to a future generation. Thank you very much for your time. Any questions?
Thank you, Mr. Wilson. Ms. Osiander has a question for you.
You apparently see no possibility of a South Central economy. You you apparently see no possibility of a South Central regional economy. You emphasize several times the importance of a boundary of the municipality.
Within the boundaries of the municipality?
No, sir. I personally believe that eventually will be a South Central regional economy, and things that benefit Wasilla, say, will benefit us. It appeared from your testimony, I was trying to understand you, that you don't hold to that, and you believe the boundaries of the municipality should be held so that projects only benefit the people within the boundaries of the municipality. Did I mishear you?
Not quite, no. They're real beautiful things that happen to cities that have physical boundaries, like Anchorage with the Knik and Turning an Arm in the mountains, San Francisco, New York's Manhattan Island. The confine to the space, well, if nothing else, increases land value. And I am a property owner in Anchorage. I have a house. But no, the regional economy is not going to be significantly impacted by building a port or a road over there without an existing established community, is my point. And some of the side projects like the railway spur coming down really can't connect to the port without an incredibly expensive tunnel under the moraine.
Thank you, sir. There appear to be no further questions.
Thank you.
Welcome.
Evening. My name is Robert E. Atkinson, and I've been living and paying taxes in Anchorage for 19 years. Whenever I make a financial decision that can affect my family, I narrow it down to two things. Is there a demonstrated or predicted need for whatever I'm planning to buy or invest in? And the other thing I come up with is, can I pay for it without messing up the rest of our finances? When I've used these two simple rules and can answer them honestly, I've never been burned or lost money in an investment. When on those few occasions I've strayed from these two simple rules, I've lost my shirt. I reviewed the most recent AMAT Citizen Advisory Committee report on the Knik Arm Crossing, and I'm assuming that these people on the committee are reasonably intelligent. I hope you all took time to read the 8-page comments that they came up with. They had 36 reasons for deleting the Knik Arm Crossing from the long-range plan. Using my two simple rules, is there a demonstrated need? Can we pay for it without messing up the rest of our finances? I find that we really need to move this from the long-range plan, or from the short-range plan to the long-range plan. I'd prefer that we delete it from the long-range plan, but that's not what's up before us tonight. I have one last comment, and it concerns the possible impact to our city's tax revenue and the Knik Arm Bridge. And it's this notion that if you build it, they will come to the city by the thousands and pay the expensive toll, and everything will come out just dandy in about 60 years. I say if you build it, they will go and take along with them a portion of our tax base. Why would I want to build or redevelop something here in the city where I can get cheaper land and better tax breaks on the other side of the bridge? You can bet that Mat-Su will be doing its level best to attract business out of Anchorage and into their tax base. It's time to move this bridge too far from the short-term plan to the how are you really going to pay for it plan. Any questions?
There appear to be none, Mr. Atkinson. Thank you very much for your time.
Thanks.
Welcome, Dr. Kenworthy.
My name is Jamie Kenworthy, and was such an underwhelming response to the last time I did the first spreadsheet on the bridge that I've decided to update it in response to no public demand. What's changed since then is that the rate on the federal TIFIA bond applications has gone from about 4.3 to 4.59, about 30 basis points, a little bit more than a quarter of a point. And in discussing the recent Port of Miami project, which is a similar public-private partnership with TIFIA bonds with Amex, Cabada used a blended rate of 6% for the whole project. So I've updated the numbers I gave you last time with a 6% bond, and nothing else has changed. It's still this independent contractor's estimate on the bridge that the state did, still the numbers drawn out of the Wilbur-Smith study, and still amortizing the $650 million over 37 and a half years. So what we see here with these numbers is, and I also attached a sheet that Cabada gave Planning and Zoning that I hadn't seen before a couple months ago, that showed that they had $8.8 million of, quote, free cash flow to pay off any bonds. Well, if you have debt service of $44 million in the first year, which is what you're going to pay every year for 37.5 years, and you have $8.8 million, how is that going to work? And that $8.8 million is based on 8,000 trips a day. Well, the U.S. DOT, in looking at the TIFIA bond application, used 6,000 trips a day. And since then, ICER has lowered the population forecast for the Mat-Su, which both those numbers were based on. So let me just read to you the deficits that the bridge would have for the first 5 years. 38 million, 32 million, 27 million, 22 million, 20 million. So for the first 9 years of the bridge, the cumulative deficits equal more than total Amet's funding to Anchorage for everything. So we still do not have a single number from Cabata for debt service. I've provided one. We still do not have a simple spreadsheet that explains how the bridge will be paid for. So my spreadsheet is still competing with nothing. These are huge shortfalls. And it may be true, as Mr. Wilbur said, that there would be a potential agreement between private sector partners, wherever they are, and the state. But the question that the Assembly needs to worry about is, where will those deficits be financed from? Because how is it going to affect the 22 million a year Amet gets if the deficits from the bridge are more than that? Where is that going to come from? So I don't know what else you can do, but you've had huge consternation about a number of issues before the Assembly about who knew what when on the cost of whatever. And I think it's time that the Assembly ask some basic questions about what the debt service will be and how it's going to be paid for.
Thank you, Mr. Kenworthy.
Thank you.
Dr. Selkirk has a question for you.
Mr. Kenworthy, would you just explain for the Assembly what your background is and what, I mean, just for the record, just
I have
where...
a PhD in a non-financial field. I used to fund seed capital programs in Michigan and Alaska, but that's not the point. The point is that anybody in the Assembly can multiply 6% and amortize that over 37.5 years and amortize $650 million and get $44 million a year, 43.6. That's math. This is basic math. The numbers are so bad on this project that you all should do them yourself and not trust me, not trust Cabata. You should have the math done. The math has not been done, and it's not complicated.
So what would the rate pay? What would the cost of a trip across the bridge be?
Well, the numbers on the cost of the bridge would be, well, first of all, for the spreadsheet I used the same numbers Cabata used, which is $5 for a passenger car, $13 for a commercial vehicle, rising 2.5% a year. So we've all used the same toll numbers in projecting revenue. But based on 6,000 trips a day, I think the tolls, I think I put them down here somewhere, it would be starting like $9 for a passenger vehicle.
But in order to make the $44 million, it's more like $50?
It would be a toll that would really impact. Mm-hmm. And all the projections, of course, in the traffic studies have said you have to be west of Wasilla to make the bridge a shorter trip. But you know as well as I do that if you can drive 2 miles more to avoid a $9 toll, you're going to do it.
Thank you.
So the numbers are inflated.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kenworthy. There are no further questions. Greetings, Mr. Fish. Welcome back.
Hi, Mark Fish. I'm from Airport Heights. I wasn't really planning on talking to this, but after hearing some of the testimony, I'd like to bring up a few things that you folks might not be aware of. There's a study out of the George Mason University done last year. It's called Freedom in the 50 States. It has Alaska rated 49th in economic freedom. One of the reasons is because 97% of our land is not owned by us, and the 3% that is, we tax the hell out of. If you're looking at this, there is a vibrant city on the other side. It's called Fairbanks. It's 45 minutes shorter. Times that by truckloads of gas or diesel fuel. Not only for goods coming from our port, going to places north, but resources coming back that are going to be feeding the South Central economy. You know, I find it funny that we can deal with numbers that deal with 37 years out on tolls and whatnot. Well, when we come to critical habitat designation for belugas, they have to go 300 years out to find a 1% chance. So, you know, what I'm asking, I guess, is have your vision a little longer and a little more open than some of these statistics would bear out in the short term. Alaska's growing. You know, Burma Road over there is being widened right now, and it's for that port. The development on the other side is happening whether you guys act or not. You know, you just have to choose what side you're on. There's only really two sides in the universe. You know, there's the race to individuality and the race to collectivity. So are we going to expand or are we going to contract? I know there's many among us that think that we ought to contract and crawl back in the cave that we came from, but I, for one, I want future generations to grow up in the same Alaska that I did. And they're not going to do that, given the population increases, unless we develop our resources and get access to them. And I think that bridge is an important part of that access. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Fish. Appreciate you coming down. Come on down, sir.
Yeah.
For those of you who'd like to speak, feel free to come down and take seats in front so we can get through this as quickly as possible.
I'm William Bassett. I live here in Anchorage for 45 years. I've been to several other meetings here. And my whole opinion is, looking back through what I've seen traveling around the United States and other countries, a lot of communities have faced projects just like this Connect Bridge. Those that moved ahead prospered. Others, like Anchorage, if we don't do the bridge, will die a slow death. What if in 10 years the Mat-Su Valley builds a convention center, full instrument approach to the airport, improves their docks and improves their roads? Why does anybody need to come to Anchorage? There's land to expand up there, areas to go to. In the past, you've told me, well, if we build the bridge, it'll hurt our tax base. Folks, you blew it 20-some years ago without planning ahead. The tax base has already moved up to the valley. They moved up there for land, for elbow room. I don't even believe this should be an assembly topic. This should be a state project. You can go all around the country and you find very few bridges that even have tolls on them. Yeah, the Lincoln Tunnel, the Golden Gate Bridge, the Brooklyn Bridge, those were paid off 75 years ago, but it's a good money source for the city. If you don't approve this, you put it on long term, it may die. If you put it on short term, something will happen. We haven't built a new road or a new highway in this state in 40 years. Yet the Assembly here will, in the near future, is going to be discussing $120 million they want to put in for bike trails. Bikes contribute nothing to this city except darn near scare the daylights out of me when you try to go around them in the winter. My whole thing is build the bridge. It should be a state project.
Thank you, Mr. Bassett. There appear to be no questions.
Questions?
There appear to be none, sir. Thank you. Welcome, Mr. McGrath.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman, members of the Assembly, Mr. Mayor. My name is Tom McGrath. We seem to have lost our will to expand. The last major project, like Mr. Bassett said, in Alaska to be built was the pipeline, and public project was the road up to Fairbanks. I think we should build a bridge now. It should be on our legislative agendas. The bridge, coupled with the railroad spur from Wasilla down to Point McKenzie, will create many jobs and will also provide a way for people that will soon be working at the new state prison to have a way to work. Can you imagine a 3-hour round-trip drive time to and from the new prison versus a 15 to 20-minute via Kabata? The state has the money for the rail spur, the bridge, the causeway, the Kenai, the new crime lab, and we should build the road to Nome at the same time. We have money in the bank. Why save it? Nationally, only 3% of our land's been built on. In Alaska, less than 1%. Alaska has 5,000 586,412 square miles, which is 365 million acres with 33,904 miles of shoreline. There's 70,000 acres on the other side of the inlet to be developed. The fear that some of you have that the urban sprawl amounts, the fear some of you have of urban sprawl amounts to 0.00019% of the available land in Alaska. John B.L. Soule said in a quote generally attributed to Horace Greeley, "Go west, young man." I would hate to have it said that this assembly stopped the last road that was ever going to go west out of Anchorage. Smart growth, the mantra of the 90s, is being debunked at about the same rate as global warming. It is an attempt at social engineering that is failing. It creates crowding, higher taxes, and forces out businesses. Just look at Oregon if you want a good example of that. The restrictions that this body has placed on building the bridge are those of people that are incapable of seeing the big picture of growth and development of our great land. Some have been quoted as being worried about the tax revenue if we build the bridge, but if the Midtown plan was completed in a reasonable way, much development in Midtown, which has been on hold for years, would start. There is pent-up demand and ready development dollars in Anchorage that are continually being withheld because of government delay and indecision. Like the national recession being largely the fault of the National Congress, much local business malaise can be traced to local and state government legislative bodies. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. McGrath. Ms. Johnson has a question for you.
Over here.
There we go. Sorry about that.
Did I hear you say that you would finance right now it's scheduled to be financed with private-public partnership and basically be financed by private funds. But did I understand that you suggested that maybe we should fund it by state funds or public funds?
Certainly, I do think that road infrastructure and public safety are the purview of government, and there's money in the bank right now that if we don't spend it on this, the state legislature will sooner or later figure out how to waste it.
Are you talking about a permanent fund or just
No,
regular?
not permanent fund. We have about $10 billion in the
the Constitutional Reserve.
Budget Reserve, yeah.
Right, and I think this budget this year, what is there? Well, anyways, I think but that being said, I saw a list the other day that for our mega projects, not counting the road to Nome, I think we've got about $5.5 billion in mega projects that are, in fact, I think they might be part of our STIP. I'm not sure. Are you familiar with that? You know, you have. There's
a lot of projects being talked about, but this year, I know the governor has suggested capital projects of, I think it's around $400 million. So.
But these are long-term. I mean, this is part of, this is the Juneau Road, this is the Ketchikan Bridge, this is Kabata, this is, I'm trying to think what are some of the other, but it's, I saw a $5.5 billion price tag on that. And I'm not saying it's right or wrong. I just wanted to see where you felt we should get the funds if we don't do it on a private partnership.
I think that the funds should come out of the budget reserve. The state budget reserve.
Okay, thank you.
Dr. Selcraig.
So you would think that it's appropriate to spend $44 million for 37 years on this bridge?
Yes.
And you would think it's appropriate because basically if you look at the money that's allocated now, that would mean that we wouldn't be building anything else in town.
I think we would be building other things.
How would we be doing that? I mean, are we talking a reality or are we talking we can do everything and we can have anything we want? Are you talking in a real context of what actually comes to us and the fact that we have to share state money with other places in the state?
I don't think any of us can sit here today and figure out what exactly is going to happen in the future. But I think that there could be a tremendous amount of development in the state of Alaska if the government got out of the way. And if the government would get out of the way, there would be plenty of money to build the bridge and everything else that we have on our wish list. It's the government's the problem, not the business people, not not the people, government's the problem.
So yet it's government that's going to provide the money for this bridge ultimately. I mean,
no, it isn't the government's money. It's my money and everybody else's money.
It's
Government
public money.
doesn't have
public money. So basically what we're talking about is committing public money for 37 years, $44 million for 37 years. In a world that you just said, it's hard to imagine. So I guess it's, again, I'm just wondering, what I don't have anything else
It's a
to say.
philosophical question, and we disagree.
Okay. Thank you very much, Mr. Warath.
Okay.
Welcome.
Hello. My name is Carly Weir, and I'm here on behalf of the Alaska Center for the Environment, or ACE. Thanks to the Anchorage Assembly for holding this hearing, and we appreciate the opportunity to comment in person. I understand you have a lot of things to cover tonight and a lot of people to speak, so I will be brief. And I'm here simply to reiterate ACE's position on the bridge and offer our reasons for your consideration. While we support removing the bridge from the long-range transportation plan, we encourage you tonight to recommend moving it from the short-term plan to the long-term plan for two main reasons. One, we're concerned about how expensive it is, and two, we're interested in the kind of transportation infrastructure we invest in as a city and question whether the bridge would really meet our long-term needs. So on behalf of ACE's 6,000 members, many of whom are your constituents, I'll briefly delve into these points. First, on the expense side, we have concerns with how Cabata plans to pay for the bridge. Will $5 tolls each way really pay off, especially since, according to recent ICER data, projected growth in the Mat-Su Valley isn't what we once thought it will be? Will private partnerships really pan out in light of the worldwide credit downturn? And how much state and city money are we really interested in investing in this project? One thing we do know, during the fiscal year ending in June 2009, $13,000 in state money was spent every day on the bridge. Federal money was once earmarked specifically for the bridge, but it isn't any longer, which means we could be investing right now in other more relevant projects. Second, expanding our transportation choices. There are almost 11,000 Alaskans commuting between Anchorage and the Mat-Su Valley on a daily basis. We have great options to reduce commuter travel time without a costly bridge, including travel via commuter rail, commuter ferries, easing parking restrictions for carpoolers and van poolers, more telecommuting, better public transit infrastructure in general. We support these options not only because they would be far less expensive than the bridge, but also would help reduce carbon emissions over the long term. So in short, we believe that the best case scenario is to remove the bridge from the long-range transportation plan. But again, we're here tonight to suggest that you recommend moving it from the short-term to the long-term plan. So thank you for the opportunity to speak.
Thank you for your comments. There appear to be no questions. Folks, we appreciate you keeping your applause to yourselves. Thank you. Go ahead, madam.
Hi, my name is Jessica Clare. Thank you for holding the hearing tonight. I appreciate the opportunity to comment. I'm an Anchorage resident and have been for the past 6 years. However, I grew up in Wasilla and am very familiar with the daily commute between the Valley and Anchorage, having done it myself a couple of summers during college. Both my parents make the daily commute, have for over 20 years. So I can understand the frustration of wanting a better way or an easier system. But I don't think the Knik-Arm Bridge is the solution, and I'm here tonight because I support moving the Knik-Arm Bridge to the long-range transportation plan, as well as overall removing it entirely eventually. For many commuters from Wasilla and areas east of it in the Mat-Su, it will take longer and be a farther drive to travel to Anchorage via the bridge instead of the Glen. On top of that, you'll have to pay a toll. So for the majority of Mat-Su residents, the bridge will do little or nothing. In addition, the bridge and its access roads could cost $1.5 billion or more, according to the Federal Highway Administration. Given the worldwide credit downturn, it is unlikely that private investors will wholly or partly fund this toll bridge, and with dwindling federal dollars, it could be left up to the state or Anchorage. As you just heard, a lot of money has already been spent daily on researching the bridge. There are better ways to spend these transportation funds and to reduce commuter travel time, including fixing existing roads and infrastructure and improving public transportation. So I'm here tonight because I want to urge you to recommend moving the bridge to the long-range transportation plan so that our transportation dollars can be used on more needed projects and improvements.
Thank you very much. Ms. Osiander has a question for you.
You caught my interest with your remarks about the commute. Since you've done that for a while, I'm sure you've noticed that more and more people have moved out to the valley that work in town. You said your parents did. Thinking 50 years in the future, where do you assume that more and more people are just going to want to stay in Anchorage in apartments, or do you think that they're going to want to go out where they can have a little bit of land for their houses? And if that's the case, how's that going to happen?
Well, once again, I don't know the exact numbers on the increasing population of the Mat-Su Valley. I think there will always be some people that move out to the valley for more land. However, the population isn't currently, it's currently centered around Palmer and Wasilla and not headed towards Big Lake. And I think that with rising fuel costs, creating a bridge is probably not going to solve our problems. I think that investing in public transit between the valley and Anchorage is going to serve commuters over the long term.
Thanks.
Thank you very much. Welcome, sir.
Hello. My name is Matt Johnson, president of the North Star Community Council, lifelong resident. Thank you for this opportunity. Our group passed a resolution in this regard, if I may just read it to you. We, the members of the North Star Community Council, hereby resolve that we are against inclusion of the Kinnickarm Crossing project in the short-term list of the Anchorage long-term transportation plan until the project is redesigned so that it does not damage the residents and property within the North Star Community Council. We, the members of the North Star Community Council, believe the Kinnickarm Crossing as currently designed will lead to a huge increase in the amount of vehicular traffic, including trucks on A and C streets. This traffic would create a massive increase in the level of street noise and lower the property values within our community council area. We, the members of the North Star Community Council, strongly oppose the restriping of A or C streets in order to gain capacity on these streets. The narrowing of lanes on either of those streets will make them much more dangerous and difficult to use by the residents of Anchorage. We are also interested in making sure that there are adequate and safe pedestrian amenities along the length of these two streets. Any restriping will most probably reduce or eliminate needed pedestrian amenities. We, the members of the North Star Community Council, understand that the Kinnickarm Crossing as currently designed will also damage Government Hill, Downtown, and South Addition neighborhoods. We also believe that there are other transportation projects in Anchorage more worthy of funding for design and development in the upcoming decades than the Kinnickarm Crossing. And we, the members of the North Star Community Council, ask the Anchorage Metropolitan Area Transportation Solutions and the Anchorage Assembly to delete the Kinnickarm Crossing from the short-range transportation plan until it can be redesigned. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. There appear to be no questions.
Thank you.
And once again, anybody who wishes to speak on this is welcome to come and sit in front so we can get you as quickly as possible. Go ahead, ma'am.
Hi, thank you, Chair Flynn and Assembly members. I wanted to quickly follow Matt because I also serve on North Star Community Council. So since he read you that resolution, I'm just going to follow up with a few points from my personal opinion to follow up that resolution that we passed back in January. So that resolution ended with the idea that our community council and I truly believe that there are other transportation projects in Anchorage that are more worthy of funding than the Kinnickarm Crossing. And so I'm actually going to read off a few projects that I personally think deserve that money. The investments that I think we can afford to do in Anchorage that are important are maintenance of existing roads and sidewalks, road capacity extensions, and what I mean by that is when we accommodate non-motorized transportation on our existing roads, we increase and further the capacity of our existing infrastructure. And we also need a major investment in transit. So some of my priorities that are in the long-range transportation plan already are improvements to capacity on Jewel Lake Road, safety improvements on Fireweed and Spenard, congestion improvements, which could be achieved by extending Northwood down to Diamond Boulevard and extending International to Seward Highway. So there's some examples of really, that would be money really well spent in the short term as opposed to Kinnickarm Crossing should very much be a long-term idea. I also wanted to remind you that in that chapter of the long-range plan, in Chapter 12, where at that point it said Kindergarten Crossing should be long-term. It said one of the conditions was that no local funds would be used for the construction or maintenance of any element of that project. And you probably know that project, it actually doesn't even include, it's just sort of bridge ending to bridge beginning. It doesn't talk about the AC couplet or what leads up to that bridge, but the conditions of it even getting in the long-range plan is that no local funds are used. Another quick point, I just got an alert that our U.S. Department of Transportation Secretary, LaHood, he made some strong statements recently about equity in non-motorized transportation. So what that means locally is that federal dollars, they're going to go towards existing road infrastructure, they're going to accommodate bike and ped, and they're going to expand transit. So I just want to remind you where our federal dollars are going to be funneled, not brand new bridges, fixing existing infrastructure. And then finally, add some humor. I respect all of my Assembly members' age and wisdom, but I have no interest in the debt that my generation would be saddled with this project. And also another joke, I saw online on your agenda that the Beluga Critical Habitat designation was another reason why this project is not feasible, and I'd say stick to financing. That's why the project's not feasible. Thank you.
Ma'am, I'm sorry, we didn't catch your name. Would you?
Kim Wetzel.
Thank you very much, Ms.
Thank you.
Good evening, Ms. Wells.
Good evening. My name is Bobby Wells, and I'm here to give you the speech every time this Kabata thing comes up. The first thing I'd like to remind you is this Kinnickarm Crossing is a state of Alaska transportation project. It has regional and national significance. It's a toll facility, substantially financed by user fees, and has committed and reasonable available revenue sources that are not in competition with funding for other state and AMATS projects. And I'm sure you're going to remind me that 51% of the roads within the municipality are owned by the state. Birchwood Community Council, Chuviak Community Council, both put this as their #1 priority on the CIP list. It's a state project. The money, past, present, or future, will not automatically be reallocated to other projects. I'm sure that you would really like to get in with the state and tell them how to run their state, send all the money to Anchorage. It's not going to happen. We know that. We fight for it all the time. We got to fight for every dollar we get from them. The other one is, everybody says, well, they're not going to the Mat-Su anymore. Well, read your statistics. Yes, they are. May have slowed down from 3.6, what is it, from 3.2, I think, to 2.6. But the exodus out of this town is still going to the Mat-Su Valley. Since 1993, they have built out there more single-family homes than all of Anchorage has built. They get us every year on this. The Dittman poll was taken, documented. This project has community support. It has 70% support out in the Mat-Su Valley. It's going to develop over there. I would like to see the bridge in place. It's going to boost the local employment at a critical juncture in our economic future. I see somebody else is now using the prison for the commute argument. That's the way I would go too. In 1933 was our first toll road. That was the Richardson Highway. The second one was that infernal Whittier Tunnel. I believe if we move ahead with this project now, I don't want it in the long term. I want it now, that the Alaska Railroad, who has access to a separate pool of money, that they will help with the rail-ready segment. This bridge is going to be overbuilt so that eventually that can go on there, whether we put it on now or whether we put it on later. It's a state project. And that, commercial transportation, industrial uses are huge, the Regional Transportation Authority, and I see my light.
Dr. Selkirk has a question for you, so you'll have another shot at the apple there.
I just wanted to know, did you know that the Dittman poll that you're referring to asked a question, and in the question it said basically, would you support the bridge, assuming that it was largely paid for by private investors and not by the state? So that's, I think, a pretty important thing. Did you know that?
Yes, and I think investors are going to pay for it, not the state.
Thank you.
There appear to be no further questions, Ms. Wells. I would note, I believe, you can check with the Cavada folks. I believe rail is no longer part of this project.
I understand that, but I have high hopes.
Understood. Thank you very much, Mrs. Wells. Good to see you again. Yes, sir. Come on down. Somebody. You'll all get a chance.
Yes, my name is Mike Rogers, and I thank the Chair for the opportunity to address the Assembly on this issue tonight. I'd like to take a moment on this issue of the state project, and with reference to the initial speaker from the State Department of Transportation Public Facilities regarding the deletion of Section 2, subparagraph 5, I guess that'd be lines 31 through 35. I think that perhaps you could do something that would perhaps help. No, don't delete an entire paragraph. Just change one word. Perhaps the state of Alaska's authority would be satisfied if instead of right there in the middle, would the state of Alaska be happy if instead of the municipality of Anchorage having a meaningful role in the development and review of the negotiated public-private partnership, couldn't you just amend that to say that the municipality of Anchorage should have a meaningless role in the development and review? That seems to be the idea at work here. An unelected Department of Transportation Public Facilities, an unelected board at Cavada, and an unelected set of bureaucrats at the Federal Highway Administration think you and your constituents should be, at best, meaningless. As for me, I think not. No, I think it should go into the long-range, long-term projects list. Let's have lots of time to see if somebody can figure out how to run a spreadsheet with numbers that actually make sense. You can wish in one hand and, well, never mind about the other hand. Somebody needs to come up with some numbers. After all, if it was that profitable, it would have been built last year. And it's not. And any term that comes up for substantially built by federal or check that private money with some limited participation still sounds like corporate welfare to me. And where did these unlimited sets of dollars come from? Not entirely sure about that. And finally, with reference to the amendment I see offered by Dr. Selkirk, this entire issue of the highway-to-highway project, I'm trying to remember, wasn't it the last 3 days in January when I was looking at the Anchorage Daily News, there was a big advertisement from the H2H program about how, well, we figured out where we're going to have it. It's going to be one of these. No, there's other alternative routes that scared everybody in town. Don't have to worry about them. Next day in the paper, whoops, sorry, we didn't mean to say that. Our bad. Somebody needs to figure out what's going on. It's not going to happen in the short range. Long range is just fine. Take your time, move it to where it can be deliberately considered by the meaningful people on this side of Knik Arm. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. There appear to be no questions. Next up, Mr. Braun. Anybody? I can close the public hearing if you want me to. Come on down, folks.
I didn't come to speak. I just came to be here and...
Your name, sir?
Sorry.
That's okay.
Grover Johnson.
Welcome, Mr. Johnson.
But hearing some of the testimony, I wanted to say something. I'm a civil engineer. Got my degree here a little over 20 years ago. A little over 20 years ago, my transportation teacher was riding the bus and saying, we need to have public transportation. And in those 20 years, I've been reading engineering magazines and hearing on the news. We aren't doing that. We aren't having public transportation, and it's because people don't really want to do it. It sounds good, but it's not going to happen. We need to focus on what reality is. Reality is we all want to drive. I want to get to the Sears Mall when I want to get there, not when the bus gets there. I want to get over to Pinnock Arm when I want to get there. So this is reality. So it sounds nice to say that public transportation is the way to go. It's not going to happen. And saying that the federal government is going to start putting money into that, the federal government is taking all our money and putting it into other things that take about 6% of our incomes. They're not going to have money for trains or tunnels or anything like that. And as far as the issue here about putting us to the long-term thing, let's keep it on the short term. Let's figure out if it's going to work or not. Don't put it on some long-term thing and say, well, we'll think about it later. Get the real numbers. Are they 44 million for 37 years, or is there something else that's going on? Let's think about it and get it sorted out instead of putting it off to somewhere else so it can die off, because that's not being honest. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. There appear to be no questions. Thank you.
My name is Ron Jordan. I'm chair of one of the community councils here, but I think that the bridge needs to stay in the short term. The Glen Highway currently has about 55,000 vehicles a day traveling through it. The projection is 85,000 here by 2025. The value of having a bridge relates to the community. Every time the Glen Highway is blocked due to an accident, last year the city of Anchorage had about 7,800 accidents in the city, with about 3 to 5% of them on the Glen Highway, which blocked traffic. Every time you block the traffic, you lose about $300,000 an hour. These are people trying to get to work, go to a doctor's appointment, go shopping, so forth, so on. The city loses revenue by parking fees and other fees. My council area loses business and employees that can't get to work. The bridge has been a dream. I'm from Homer and Anchor Point. I want a bridge from the south coming north. But the thing is that the communities that lose their employees, the communities, the doctors that don't see their patients because they can't make the appointment time. The Glen Highway averages, they said, according to ADOT, about 2 hours of lost time every time the Glen Highway is blocked. There are 2 major choke points on the Glen Highway. Because of the media, if you know that your highway, your one route to Anchorage is blocked, you can have an alternate route, whether it costs $3 across the bridge or $15 across the bridge. If you're working and you can't get to work, that's an important factor, being able to get to work. If you're trying to commute home, that's an important factor that you get home. You can miss church or whatever. So I would like for this to stay in a short-range program. I'd like to see it started tomorrow. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Jordan. Ms. Ostiander has a question for you.
Sir, you say in comments that I'm hearing all the time from folks in my district. What community council are you with?
I chair Talker Campbell Community Council.
Yeah, thank you, sir.
Thank you very much, Mr. Jordan.
Okay, thank you.
And Ms., just with a quick show of hands, how many people who have not testified wish to talk to us on this issue? Please raise your hands. Okay, thank you very much. Next up.
Hello, my name is Richard Gaddis, and I'm a resident of Wasilla. I'm also have farmland out of Point McKenzie, where we grow Timothy hay for the horse market and livestock market. I'm also a captain for Federal Express. I've been flying air cargo through Anchorage since 1975 around the world. I've had a chance to see different areas grow over that point in time in Asia and around the rest of the world. And I think Anchorage and the South Central Alaska has got a tremendous potential, as seen with what's happened with Federal Express here in Anchorage. Before I went to work for Federal Express, I worked for Flying Tigers, who was a cargo carrier here. And I've seen Anchorage grow since 1975. I've seen the good times and the bad times. I moved up in '85, just before the crash, and I lost a lot of money in my house up on the hillside in Anchorage. But I'm a firm believer that this is a statewide and primarily a South Central Alaska bridge that will foster our economy not only within the state and the lower 48 but in the entire world. I think the Port McKenzie has a tremendous potential for importing and exporting out to Asia. And I think we could be doing with some ships very similar to what we do with aircraft. I think we should keep this bridge in the short term. I think it's part and parcel to the South Central's future development and jobs for our kids. I think the transportation north, as the studies show, you could cut off 45 minutes for transportation to Fairbanks, and that would save time, fuel, and carbon for people that are interested in the environment. I think that a lot of industrial development could be done out of Anchorage over at Port McKenzie and maybe get out some things that are less desirable like tank farms and businesses that generate more pollution and maybe perhaps noise, that type of thing. And primarily, I think this project would spur jobs, and more jobs. And I think for the future of our state, either we're going to grow or we're going to die. And Anchorage can be very much like San Francisco, which I spent a lot of time in San Francisco and Oakland area. They built the Golden Gate Bridge back during the Depression, and that spurred a lot of development over north of the San Francisco city.
Mr. Gaddis, I have to ask you to wrap up, please.
Okay, I'm pretty much finished. Is there any questions? I mean, I've got a perspective on commuting and trying to run a business in my farm, driving around, and the amount of time it takes and the expense, so on.
Well, Dr. Selkirk does have a question for you. So
I was just wondering, did you know there was approximately 1 million people on the other side of the Golden Gate Bridge when it was built?
Yes, that's very possible, but I also know that probably back in the early 1800s there were very few people in California. And if I had the attitude that you have, there would probably still be most of the people on the East Coast.
thank you very much, Mr. Gaddis. I see no further questions. Welcome, Mr. Foster.
Assembly, Mayor. My name is Michael Foster, and I'm chair of Kabata. And I guess I'd just probably like to follow up on some questions that some of the Assembly have asked. And first I'd like to address Dr. Selkirk. In a statement was made to Mr. Wilbur about shouldn't the state be the one in charge, and I think you're referring to the state versus Kabata. And I have two letters. You have the one from Deputy Commissioner Richards, and at the last Assembly meeting you have a letter from me. I'd like to point out that both those letters, the letterhead is State of Alaska, Kabata is State of Alaska, so we do represent the state. Ms. Osiander talked about the ROD. What happens to the ROD if you move it into the long term? Well, the reality is if you move it into the long term, it's very likely that we will not get a ROD. And a supplemental EIS will be required or a new EIS will be required, and the funds that have been expended will have to be expended again. A question was brought up about payback. The state is not concerned about payback concerns after a ROD is issued. All we have to do is complete one phase of any project, and the payback conditions go away. So even if there are improvements to the port access or AC access that would satisfy, or on the west side of the inlet, that would satisfy the state's requirements for payback. I also would like to point out, and I know there are some people from the Mat-Su Borough here tonight, that their assembly tonight has also taken up a resolution in support of the bridge. And I don't believe it is, they're introducing it. I believe they'll be voting on it at the next assembly meeting. Fiscal constraint. There was some question about fiscal constraint. Kabata is not part of that fiscal constraint. If you do look at the fiscal constraint, and after talking to Deputy Commissioner Richards this morning, he wanted to point out that fiscal constraint, and if you look at your the way you've made up for your shortfall there is through Alaska Transportation Fund. There is not a creation of that transportation fund yet. So as I see it, you're not fiscally constrained as it is. There's a question about the STIP and the TIP. if this amendment passes, the TIP will have to be amended. The STIP will have to be amended. The state of Alaska is not in support of changing the STIP or amending the STIP. There's been a question about governor's support. Since Kabata was created, all 3 governors have supported this project. There has not been a change. If you look at my letterhead, Kabata's letterhead, state of Alaska, it also has the governor's name on there too. Highway to highway is not a requirement. Highway to highway would more than likely connect to an Ingram-Gamble connection, which is a later phase of the Connect crossing, which the Connect crossing is committed to doing the Ingram-Gamble once the traffic counts are high enough. I got a few more if you'd like me to finish off.
Real quickly, there's some questions, so I'm pretty sure I'll get to speak to each of your points.
State funding, we are not competing with state funding. It is a P3 public-private partnership. We are not competing with other funds, and in fact, in light of the growing lack of federal highway funds, this project has the ability to pay for future transportation through the toll, through a Alaska Transportation Fund creation. Okay, I'll go ahead.
Okay, I'm sure we'll get to all your points with the questions.
Sure.
Ms. Osiander, you're first.
Well, thanks for clearing up on that record of decision. The one thing you didn't address that concerned me was the statements made that, this won't impact permitting costs or difficulty in permitting if it moves to long term. What's your view on that?
If you move to long term, right now we have a biological assessment that has been submitted to federal highways.
Is that the whale?
That's for the beluga whale, the listing of the beluga whale.
Yeah.
We expect a biological opinion, which is their review of that document. We're anticipating a no jeopardy. Once we have that, then we will be able to get a record decision from federal highways, which we expect to be this fall. If this is moved to the long term, the support from those 2 agencies may not be as on the same schedule that we're on. And if it moves further out, it's very likely that this document, the final EIS, will have to be moved into a supplemental EIS. So a lot of the money that has been spent will be spent again.
I'm sorry, could you clarify that? You said the EIS would have to be in what kind of, the funding for the EIS? I thought the EIS.
The final EIS will basically age out. We use the word age out, and become stale. And so you will have to do a supplemental EIS. And supplemental EIS, in all reality, is almost starting the process over.
All right. Thank you.
Ms. Johnson.
I think a couple of years ago you requested sort of letters of interest from private parties.
Yes.
And you got 2, was it? How many?
2.
2. And at this point, do either of them have any skin in the game, any money in the game, or is it just a letter of interest?
They don't have any money in the game except for their initial costs that they've incurred, pursuing our request for interest. We do have additional companies that have actually also expressed interest. And so I have no doubt that we do have interested parties still interested in doing a P3 or public-private partnership.
And would you look for any state guarantees on that, or have you changed your financing packet, or is it still somewhat the same as it was?
It has changed. There were some backstops in some of the original draft agreements, which, again, you have to look at risks. At that time, there was not a record of decision. The beluga was just listed. And so the state at that time in the project was looking at providing a backstop for the risk. Once the record of decision and the biological opinion is obtained, a lot of those risks go away. And so the state's involvement on the project will be based on, sharing of the revenue versus the risk.
So they won't be backing, you won't have a revenue bond or with the state backing? Or?
Well, it's possible. I'm actually in Juneau next week with revenue going over some different scenarios.
And then let me, because I'm always a little confused on the record of decision, and I'm sorry. But you feel that you're going to have a record of decision by the end of this summer, or you're thinking that that's the timeline?
We anticipate a record of decision sometime this fall or early winter.
And once you have that record of decision, then you are in a place where you can then actually go out and find private investors and start creating the project, is that correct?
That's correct.
And if, because we're in interesting times, it doesn't happen for, say, 3 or 4 years, or, that it's not working, you say we will not be liable, or the state will, and I'm fully aware this is a state project, but the state will not be liable for, well, right now it's just under $50 million that's been spent.
The time frame is actually 20 years. You have 20 years in a right-of-way process. So once we have a record of decision and we start into the right-of-way, we actually have 20 years before the payback becomes a concern.
And is that 20 years, is that completion, or 20 years before you start?
20 years before you start.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Johnston. Mr. Klayman.
Did you hear Mr. McGrath's comments earlier tonight about let's just get the state to pay all the money that it's got in savings to pay for the bridge? Were you here when he made those comments?
Yes.
As I was pondering those, I made me wonder, and I'm curious what you think. First, what do you think about the proposal of saying, well, let's get a bunch of money from the state to pay for the bridge?
I don't support that. And I don't support that because I think the state has a lot of other resource developments that they could wisely spend that money on. I do believe this bridge, we do have interested parties interested in participating in it. We have the ability to share in some of the risks, share in some of the revenue. I do not believe that we need to use state funding or constitutional reserve.
Okay. Okay. So I take it, if there's no state funding, what you're assuming the city's going to come up with money as the partner? I'm wondering who is the partner with the private, where does the money come from for the public side of the private partner?
It's backing. It's not an issue. The city has basically the city will have no skin in the game.
So in other words, you're saying it would be a fully private funding deal?
Private fund with some backing from probably revenue bonds.
Issued by the state?
Issued by the state.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Klayman. Dr. Selcraig.
Just following up on that, revenue bonds issued by the state, doesn't the state have a limited capacity of transportation revenue bonds that it can actually sell, based on our financial structure?
Well, like any entity, you have a limit on what you can finance.
Right. So has anybody assessed the impact of the cost of the bridge revenue bonds on our ability to actually use revenue bonds for other projects?
Yes, they have, but I'm not able to answer that.
One of the things, I've had the opportunity to be at AMATS, and I know the last information we had in terms of a private investor was that private investor would require some sort of state guarantee or some sort of state backing. Have you got an in-hand investor who is willing to step forward and pay for this without state backing?
Not without state backing.
Okay. So what you're really saying is that we've got a private investor who's willing to invest as long as the public dollar is there to bail them out if there's problems? Is that what does the state backing mean?
Basically, the security of the funds.
Explain that in more detail, please. Security of the funds, what does that mean?
I'd like to defer the financial to Mr. Hemingway because he's much better at explaining that. I'm an engineer.
Okay, and I'll save that for Mr. Hemingway.
Okay.
I've had an opportunity to go back and look at the EIS, and it assumed a fixed cost of fuel, which is actually below the cost of fuel right now. It also assumed a number of trips that actually ICER's now revised and says below that. And Mr. Kenworthy brought up this issue of a cost revenue spreadsheet. And actually, you've been requested by the Planning and Zoning Commission. Consistently, you've been asked for that. Have you got a spreadsheet that's based on the actual cost of fuel, the actual numbers, the actual cost of what the financing would be on this project, and the actual revenues that you anticipate based on a $5 why have you got that?
Yes, I do, and I believe it's been submitted. But again, I'll defer to Mr. Hemingway. He can address that specifically.
It's funny. I don't think I've seen those numbers that actually reflect that, and I'm really interested.
Well, I have, so I know we have it.
Well, but this is a big investment, so I don't think it's enough that you have it. I think it needs to be on the table. Thank you.
Fair enough.
I'll save some let me check just a second. There's a lot we talked about here. Oh, the other thing is that, so we're talking about that this is a state project and it's a public-private project, and we don't, and that you're going to pay for the Ingra-Gamble in the out years, and that we're sharing the risk and we're going to share the benefits. So, you know, that there'll be money on the table to pay for the Ingra-Gamble connection, basically, in those out years?
That's correct.
So do you have the spreadsheet that also demonstrates that?
Yes, we do.
Could you make that available to us before the AMAPS meeting?
Definitely.
Okay, thank you. And then finally, it's my understanding, isn't it correct that the EIS indicates, the EIS is structured in a manner that it assumes that the Ingra-Gamble, the highway-to-highway is constructed, or is in the process of being constructed when we're constructing the bridge. Isn't that correct?
Well, actually, the highway-to-highway is behind our EIS, but it does have highway connecting to the Ingram-Gamble.
So that's right. So the EIS assumes that the Ingra-Gamble and the highway-to-highway system, it's based on that assumption.
It assumes that highway-to-highway would connect there, but as pointed out earlier, highway-to-highway is kind of a moving target right now.
Right, and highway-to-highway is a moving target, and if the EIS assumed that structure in place, and we find ourselves as a community unable to pay for the bridge, the Ingra-Gamble, and the highway-to-highway, wouldn't that be in violation of the kind of structure that the EIS was designed around?
No, it wouldn't be, because actually the Ingram-Gamble is for when the traffic demands the bridge be converted from 2 lanes to 4 lanes, and then a connection into Anchorage. Highway-to-highway could just be basically a non-project, and the Connect Garden Crossing would still pay for the Ingram-Gamble to move traffic into Anchorage and move traffic out of Anchorage.
I think we'll probably ask for some clarification on this, because it's my understanding that the highway-to-highway is a component of the EIS. So thank you.
It's referenced in the EIS.
Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Foster. There appear to be no further questions. And we're going to take one more person before our dinner break. Mr. Braun, go ahead and come on up. Sure. And for the rest of you who wish to speak to us on this matter, would you please, Michelle, would you wave your hand over there? Would you please visit her and get your name on the list, and we'll get you right after our next break. Mr. Braun, go ahead. Thank you.
Richard Braun's my name. I'm just a measly little citizen here looking at the future, and putting this on the long-range plan seems to curtail our future. I think it's a bad move. I can also foresee maybe a new assembly after April, and they'll put it back on the short-term plan. Hopefully they might try it, because if we don't do some sort of planning for the future, this city is stuck right where it is today and will be what it is today. Now, if certain people in the town are more concerned about their home values and what profit they're going to make rather than what the future is going to be, that's sad. This whole process here is sad. When my kids were born 30-some years ago, I started planning for college funds for them because I knew what was coming and I knew what they would need. By ignoring the fact that we need an alternative route, if nothing else, out of this town. Think about Chile. Think about Haiti. If the Knickarm Bridge drops a span in the Knickarm River, how's 80% of the commerce from the port going to get up to the northern part of the state? How's anybody going to get in or out of this city? If there's an avalanche over by Girdwood, you can't go to Seward. If the Knickarm Bridge is out, you can't go north. What are we going to do? Is there any plan for the future? Is there any contingencies that are worthwhile, let alone just the face value of the fact that, hey, maybe some people want to move to this area, but they can't afford Anchorage. Like my daughter, who's been in the school system for 12 years, can't buy a house yet. It's just too damn expensive to get started in a house in this town. When are we going to plan for our kids' futures? When you guys want to build a school, you tell us, please vote for these bond issues. It's for the future. It's for the kids. Think ahead. What's wrong with thinking of a bridge in the same fashion as a new school building? Instead of this head in the sand or someplace else attitude of I don't want it because politically I want something else. That's not working in the best interests of this city. Mr. Wilson pointed out there might be sprawl over in the McKenzie Delta area or the McKenzie side. Man, I'd look forward to the chance to go over there and see the new Spenard and the new strip joints and whatever. Let's have something new and different and some commerce in this town, okay? I mean, what's wrong with having an opportunity? That's what we're really talking about. This bridge has two ends to it. This isn't the Anchorage Bridge. The rest of Alaska is involved as well. It's a little much for you guys to take on the sophistry of let's put it in the long-term plan, and that way we'll just slowly, quietly kill it and nobody will know. You're not running the state. Give us a chance. Let's have some future. Kill this, not the bridge.
Thank you very much, Mr. Braun. We're going to take about 25 minutes for a break here. Again, if you wish to speak to us after the break, please make sure you sign up with Michelle over here. She has a sign-up sheet for you. I'd like to call the meeting back to order. We are continuing with our public hearing on the AR 2010-40. I'd like to invite Mr. Rick Kohler to speak to us about this issue, and after him we have, I believe it's Richard Langtot and then Suzanne DiPietro. Welcome, Mr. Kohler.
Mr. Chairman, members of the Assembly, sometimes I have things to say, and I've been accused of having a strawberry-flavored foot, and it's in my mouth all the way up to my knee most of the time. Let me put my glasses on so I get it right. I was born in Montana on the Missouri River, and the town that I was born in had a bridge, and other established communities along the river had ferries. The purpose was for commerce. When I grew up and graduated from high school and went to see the rest of the world, I discovered that there was some big bridges, one of them in San Francisco and one of them in Oakland. And in Oakland, I got a speeding ticket going across that big bridge at 18 years old. There's a little country in the Middle East that's surrounded by antagonists. And they're as far away as the White House. Our little city has antagonists right within our community. I am here in support of keeping this in the short-range project. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. There appear to be no questions. Mr. Linkdot.
I'd have remembered it when I got outside.
Welcome, sir.
How you guys doing? I don't know where to start with you guys. You guys
Please
are,
state your name. How's that?
My name is Richard Langto.
Thank you.
Okay. I don't know whose bright idea it is to put that thing on the long-term list, okay? But if you've got two brain cells that rub together, you'll put it on a short-term list, because you know what? I've never seen a state or a city that does more to prevent growth and expansion than this darn place, okay? You guys need to start getting your head straight, okay? And think about expansion. Don't think about tomorrow or next year. Think about our future. As soon as that thing starts going in, okay, that's a lot of jobs. And these are not McDonald wage jobs, okay? So you guys should really think about this stuff, okay? Especially for us guys that are unemployed. I can't tell you how irritating it is to see people like you guys dragging your feet about something that really should have been done years ago, okay? And for you guys to keep dragging your feet and stuff like that because you guys are afraid your property value is going to go down or some horse crap like that, it's just irritating beyond belief, okay? So all I can say is you guys just do the right thing. Put that thing in there, because it's not only going to create jobs for the people working on the bridge, but the stuff that's going to go on both sides of the bridge, the expansion is just going to be enormous, okay? And once that thing goes in anyway, that's going to help tremendously for when we start on that pipe project. And I believe that's going to happen too. But I'm just tired of seeing you guys drag your feet about everything when it comes to anything about expansion. You guys would rather, not put something like that in and say 3 shrubs or something like that than to put 500 people to work or something. You guys are just not using your heads. And I thank you for your time. You guys have a good day.
Thank you, Mr. Langto. Ms. DiPietro. Well, Ms. Ryman, it's okay. We can do that order. We'll get Suzanne next. Go ahead.
My name is Donna Rymett, and I live on Government Hill. I am opposed to the inclusion of the Kinnick Bridge in the short-term part of the long-range transportation plan. The Kinnick Bridge project should remain in the long-term portion of the long-range transportation plan, meaning after 2018. Or it should be deleted from the long-range transportation plan completely. I am concerned about the bridge, about how the bridge will impact the Government Hill neighborhood and the cost. The necessary upgrades to the connectors have yet to be discussed, planned, designed, engineered, or budgeted for at this time. Basically, the cost of the bridge has never taken into account the connectors or arterials, the costs involved, or how it would be designed going through downtown Anchorage. In the midst of critical municipal and state budget shortfalls that has led to vital municipal service cutbacks, we cannot spend valuable monies on a bridge at this time. The bridge project lacks sufficient monies to adequately fund the actual bridge construction, not to mention again that the necessary upgrades to the connectors have yet to be discussed, planned, designed, engineered, or budgeted for at this time. Money should be allocated towards the maintenance of existing roads and enhance our public transportation system rather than be utilized for an incomplete bridge project that has never been sufficiently funded. Other projects might include light rail or improved rail on existing tracks from Palmer, Wasilla to downtown Anchorage, a bus system similar to that of downtown Seattle. We've already had to cut, because of the budget, our bus system. We know that's already affecting our community. Or like Oregon with the light rail. The municipality cannot afford to be fiscally irresponsible and undertake a substantial risk with an underfunded project, thereby putting both the state and local taxpayers at risk to foot the bill and bail out the bridge project should it default due to poor planning, insufficient finances, or failed returns on investment.
Ms. Ryman, I'm going to have to ask you to wrap up.
Okay. I have testified at least twice before the Anchorage Assembly in opposition to the Kinnick Arm Bridge. And we shouldn't even be here for a third time, but we won't go there. I testified that the Kinnick Arm Bridge should be removed entirely from the LRTP, as well as be moved from the short-term portion to the long-term portion of the LRTP plan. Originally, Planning and Zoning testified before the Assembly in opposition to the bridge ever being included in the long-range transportation plan. As long as the bridge continues to be in the LRTP, Cabata continues to receive or waste federal funding. And I'm not sure why we have Planning and Zoning when they are never listened to. You do what you want anyway.
Thank you very much. For
Thank you.
Appreciate it. Ms. DiPietro, and then Ms. Kessler, and then Mr. French.
Good evening. Good to see you all again. My name is Suzanne DiPietro, and tonight I'm going to speak briefly on behalf of Anchorage Citizens Coalition and then just for myself. On behalf of Anchorage Citizens Coalition, I'm on the board of directors. That is a nonprofit grassroots membership group that provides information to the public on the likely impacts of local transportation and land use policies and decisions, and advocates for activities and policies that will help the community of Anchorage successfully implement its development and growth goals as articulated in the Anchorage 2020 plan. Citizens Coalition has been on record at least twice since I've been here before you as supporting the Planning and Zoning Commission's recommendation that the Kinnick Arm Crossing be deleted entirely from the long-range transportation plan. And Citizens Coalition supports that position for all the reasons that the Planning and Zoning Commission put forth in the memo that I think you have in front of you, so I'm not going to dwell on that. I would like to now just talk kind of as a private citizen who, embarrassingly enough, has devoted literally hundreds of hours of my time to this project. I'm thinking I need to get a life, but I have a couple of, so I've studied it a lot and I have a couple of concerns. My first concern is this issue of paying back the ROD. Paying back the money that's been expended after issuance of the ROD. And I heard what Mr. Wilbur said, and I heard what Mr. Foster said, and I have to tell you that I've researched this myself. I am an attorney. I've looked at the guidance from the Federal Highways Administration. I've looked at their regulations concerning payback, and I'm not so sure about that I would agree with the answers that have been given you so far. And I guess my only point would be that it's not the state, and it's not muni legal, and it's not state legal who's going to decide whether we have to pay it back or not. It's the Federal Highways, and we haven't heard directly from Federal Highways, and I'm not so sure that their policy is as clear as it's been represented to you. So I just would caution. I mean, as a citizen of the state and of the city, I worry about us having to repay the monies if we get that ROD, if we put it in the short term, get that ROD, and then don't build a project, which I think is a very real possibility. So please consider that. Obviously, I would just like to sort of reiterate that the spreadsheet that you had before you from Mr. Kenworthy, really, I got to tell you, it's the clearest, best analysis of the projected deficits that I have seen in 5 years of studying this project, and I think it's something that we as a community need to be concerned about, and that you as the municipal representatives, I would really urge you to take a look at that and to convey your concerns about the possibilities of the deficit having to be made up by the Muni to the AMATS Policy Committee. I mean, the AMATS Policy Committee has state representation on it. So they will get their state representation. The state will have its chance to talk about its needs and desires. Now is your chance to talk about what's good for the city, so I would urge you to do that.
Thank you very much. There appear to be no questions.
Thanks.
Ms. Kessler, come on down. And Mr. French, if you're around, come on down front so you're next. So you can follow her, and then after that, Ms. Epstein.
Hi there, my name is Stephanie Kessler. As you've heard from others, the bridge finances do not pan out. They're based on questionable cost estimates and traffic studies based on out-of-date ICER numbers that have since been significantly revised downward. As I entered the library this evening, I passed by two gentlemen bearing signs reading, "Bridge to Our Future." Well, the future the Knik Arm Crossing would bring is a staggering debt load and little to no funding for other transportation projects in Anchorage. Contrary to what Cabata would have you believe, they do not have private financing for this project. The world capital markets have dried up. What small amount of capital remaining will go into rock-solid projects with reasonable payback periods, not put into projects with significant permit approval challenges that have projected deficits for as long as the eyes can see. Cabata's recent push poll, perhaps paid for by public money, was disingenuous at best when they asked, would you be in favor of the Knik Arm Crossing if a large part of the project is paid for by private investors? The only reason this project is still alive is because Cabata has a never-ending source of money. $50 million of public funds that they use to keep their project on life support by blatantly manipulating the public process. That $50 million is money that Anchorage could use right now for critical and life-saving transportation projects such as Seward Highway life safety improvements. But instead, that money is frittered away on push polls, Cabata administrative costs, lobbying, and attorney's fees that we use to sue ourselves. Please do the right thing and move the Knik Arm Crossing to the long term. Let's get going on projects that are fiscally viable and critical for the safety of Anchorage residents. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Kessler. Mr. French, come on down. I see no questions. I'm sorry. After that, Ms. Epstein, and then Mr. Height.
Good evening, Chair and other members of the Assembly and the Mayor. My name is Bob French, and as President of the Government Hill Community Council, I'm asking for 5 minutes. I urge you to again recommend that the Knik Arm Bridge be moved to the long-range portion of the LRTP, or better yet, do as the Planning and Zoning Commission recommended and delete it completely. None of the facts have changed since the Assembly unanimously recommended that it be moved the last time in 2009, and the financial situation is even worse given dramatically reduced population projections for the Mat-Su borough. Some say the bridge is an example of a kind of visionary project that just has to be built in order for our state to move forward. Unfortunately, if it is built, it likely will be another example of expensive, short-sighted, useless visionary projects like the railroad terminal at the airport, the Barley Terminal in Valdez, the mothballed clean coal plant in Healy, or even the agricultural lands at Point McKenzie, which will have to be changed by an act of the legislature in order to build the houses that Cabata is counting on to fill their bridge up. It amazes me that Cabata has not been forced to show how the bridge is going to be paid for. They must have the only project in the world that hasn't been affected by the global financial crisis. They haven't updated their forecasts as many other people have shown here. Let's look at some of those estimates of those trips. They're looking at 12,500 one-way trips per day after only 2 years after the bridge is opened. If you compare that with the Glen, they have about 14,000 one-way trips coming from Eagle River, Chugiak, and Peters Creek. Putting it a different way, Cabata is relying on their forecasts that a community the size of Eagle River, Chugiak, and Peters Creek will all spring up within 5 years of the bridge opening, and that they will be able to make it into Anchorage on a 2-lane bridge. If you think a crash on a 4-lane or 6-lane Glen Highway is a problem, just wait till you have a crash on a 2-lane road that's 14 miles long without any other options to get off of it. They also assume that all of that traffic will choose to drive on that two-lane road that winds through prime moose habitat in a wildlife refuge in the dark of winter without any lights, without any extra sides and all of that, because the bridge is not going to be built to national highway standards until the end of Phase 2. Cabata's outdated financial plan, as you've heard here, doesn't include the cost of debt service. It's time for Cabata to produce their solidified financial plan that was required by the Assembly Resolution 2007-46S, which was signed by then Assembly Chair Dan Sullivan. Without that plan, it is completely fiscally irresponsible to include the bridge in the LRTP, either in the short-term or the long-term plan. I urge you to keep it put it to the long term. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. French. I see no questions. Ms. Epstein, then Mr. Height, and then Ms. Barr. You can come sit down, Mr. Height, in the front if you wish. So you're right here.
Thank you, and I also request 5 minutes as head of the Alaska Transportation Priorities Project.
Sorry, you ran 3. I apologize.
Thank you, Chairman Flynn, other members of the Assembly, and Mayor Sullivan for the opportunity to speak tonight. Again, my name is Lois Epstein, and I am an engineer and director of the Alaska Transportation Priorities Project. I'm also a member of the AMATS Technical Advisory Committee. As a member of the AMATS TAC, in early February, I supported the committee's 10-to-1 recommendation to move the Knik-Arm Bridge to a long-term project in the Anchorage Long Range Transportation Plan. That was voted on by DOT staff as well as municipal staff. I will reiterate that recommendation tonight. The timing is not right for the bridge at present. There is not a solidified financial plan, which was what the Assembly had required unanimously in 2007, including Mayor Sullivan, then Assemblyman Sullivan. Importantly, Cabata's traffic estimates are extremely questionable, since the latest ISO projections are that the estimated Mat-Su population in 2030 will be 80,000 people less than the numbers used by Cabata for his bridge traffic counts. Those numbers that they did use were developed by a Texas firm, and I urge the Assembly to question Cabata about why they did not use ISO's numbers. Additionally, the National Marine Fisheries Service and the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers have not approved the current bridge design, and in fact, a substantially more expensive design likely is needed for federal approval. I would challenge Mr. Foster's statement that the biological opinion is going to be something that's going to be easy to get, and NIMS is going to approve it. They've already expressed a preference for a 14,000-foot bridge, which is significantly more expensive. Additionally, if the project remains in the short-term portion of the Anchorage LRTP and a ROD is issued, there is a high risk the federal government will call for repayment of the millions of dollars spent if the project falls through for whatever reason, and that includes the lack of a viable partner. So this decision is extremely important, because if we keep it in the short term, we get a ROD, we're going to be on the hook at some point if the partner does not materialize. Otherwise, the state's going to have to move forward and pay all the expenses. So this is extremely important. At this point, federal, private, and state money to fund the bridge is unlikely or highly uncertain. We haven't seen any evidence in the past few years, other than Mr. Foster's statement, that there are viable partners. The most recent cost estimate issued in May 2009 for the bridge and its access roads by the Federal Highway Administration shows costs for phases 1 and 2 over $1.5 billion. Cabata has not yet demonstrated how it can pay for even the $700 million phase 1 portion of the bridge. That's the lack of the solidified financial plan. Last, if Anchorage and the state via AMATS must make up the toll revenue shortfall for the bridge using federal transportation money, local property taxes, revenue bonds, the project's high cost would make it impossible to fund almost anything else in the Anchorage LRTP. Jamie Kenworthy in today's Anchorage Daily News demonstrated the high cost of the project due to the extensive debt service money required, about $44 million each year. AMATS only has $22 million each year for all its transportation expenses.
Have stop there, but there's a question for Ms. Johnson. Okay?
Yes.
Actually, you caught my interest when you said, as far as the record of decision, Mr. Foster mentioned that we would not be, or the state would not be liable if after the record of decision or the project was not completed, if parts of the project, so, and it sounded to me like it would be even, it could be a road on the other side, and on this side, maybe it's something that connected our ferry that's coming anytime. But that if there is some part of the project that was in construction, then we would not be liable. And you just said just the opposite, and I wanted to know what you could you.
I listened very carefully to Mr. Foster, and he did say if a phase was completed. Well, if the phase 1 was completed, absolutely we wouldn't be liable. But if we can't complete phase 1, and now the example I'll give you is what's going on in Ketchikan right now with Gravina. The bridge was canceled. A 3-mile road was built on Gravina, authorized by Governor Palin. Right now, they're in a supplemental EIS phase to figure out how to justify that road being part of the project, and it includes some bridge options and some ferry options, and it's clear, this was announced last week on the DOT Southeast Region website, that right now they're going through that process because otherwise they'd have to pay the money back.
So, what do you think might be the outcome as far as Ketchikan? I mean, do you think that with the supplemental EIS, they're going to be able to justify I've seen the road. It's a very nice 3-mile road. Will they be able to justify, or will the state, I mean,
I think my opinion is the state's going through all kinds of contortions to figure out a way.
But you don't
to
have
make
an
that
idea.
consistent.
At this point, you don't know what's going to be the outcome.
No, but they do say in the introductory sections that the reason they're doing this supplemental EIS is because the federal government said that since they already built a portion that didn't include a whole bridge, that was what the preferred option was, and that what the record of decision was issued based upon, that they do have to figure out some way to justify the $28 million in federal money that was spent on that road.
Thank you.
Dr. Selkirk.
No comment.
Okay. Thank you very much, Ms. Epstein.
Is there a possibility to finish?
Actually, I thought you were finished. I am interested in what you have to say. So my question will be, do you have anything else to say? Well, I thought she was finished.
Okay. Really quickly, please.
I think it's something we do commonly. She represents a large group of people. I think it's an appropriate thing to give her an opportunity. Thank you.
I'd like to address the state's position. That's a topic I haven't discussed at all. I'm aware that Alaska DOT headquarters sent a letter to the mayor and others changing DOT's position on the bridge and stating that the bridge should remain a short-term project. This brief letter ignores the facts and figures analyzed thoroughly by DOT staff from the regional office and the conclusions they reached both last year and this year via DOT's representation on the AMET's technical advisory and policy committees, and those were unanimous decisions. Additionally, the February 16th letter ignores the November 4th, 2009 letter from Federal Highway Administration, Federal Transit Administration, stating their concern that, quote, sufficient funds are not available from current recognizable sources to complete a number of large projects contemplated by the state's program, unquote. In other words, because the state is spending money on several large projects without a reasonable demonstration of funding for those projects, and this is the important line, future federal aid funding for the entire state of Alaska may be in jeopardy, not just because of this project, but because of the number of larger projects throughout the state. So I encourage the Anchorage Assembly members and Mayor Sullivan to stick with their previously stated thoughtful positions on this project. I know you all recall that was just last June, and Assemblyman Coffey spoke to Mayor-elect Sullivan about that, and he had said this was a good way to proceed. So I urge you to consider doing so again. Very strongly. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Epstein. Mr. Height, welcome. And after Mr. Height, Ms. Barr, and then Ms. Jones.
Hi, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Mayor, and members of the Assembly. My name is Kevin Height. I am the Vice President of Operations for the Conservative Patriots Group here in Anchorage. You guys have heard a tremendous amount of very technical data tonight, and I'm sure that you caught every bit of it. It certainly made my head hurt out through there, so trust me, this won't be very technical type of testimony that you're going to hear from me tonight. We're obviously, from our end, we're in favor of keeping this into the short-term plan. Moving the bridge into the long-term plan effectively is going to kill this operation. It's going to kill the plan forward for this. Without this bridge, Anchorage is going to be a lot more susceptible to the type of smart growth, heavy density type of social engineering planning that we see in a lot of cities around that have basically hemmed themselves in from a legal standpoint, not geographically like we are in Anchorage. But that type of density is going to lead to a lot more congestion, a lot higher cost of living. It's going to lead to a reduced lifestyle for our children. You know, the people that are going to be coming up behind me that are going to be looking to stay in Alaska just like we all have are not going to have that opportunity to spread out, have a house, have a family, and to basically just enjoy the same type of freedoms we do, unless we do something about our geographic limitations. The bridge is our geographic limitation that can solve that. That's our item for it. It's been in the Anchorage plan off and on since I first got here, you know, in the early 80s. That is going to be the best chance that we have to once again stop some of the high density social engineering that we're going to be seeing with. It's in Title 21, Anchorage 2020. We all know these are coming down the pipe. There's certainly philosophical differences on the board, certainly philosophical differences in the Assembly for that. Aside from a lot of the technical issues, I spent a lot of time in this town back when there were a lot of big projects going on. The Sullivan Arena, this building, Egan Center, all the things, the Performing Arts Center, that showed we had a vision for being a strong city and being a forward-looking city. Micromanagement by not just this Assembly, but by people that we've been represented by for the last few years, have certainly focused on some extremely technical issues and a lot of financial issues that a lot of the assemblies have never faced before. But this is an opportunity to move past the micro type of engineering, the micro type of decisions, and back into an area where we can look at our city as a progressive big city again, where we're moving forward, we're moving westward, and providing that opportunity for our children and for this city to be progressive and to move out.
Thank you very much, Mr. Height. Dr. Selkirk has a question.
What do you mean by social engineering? What are you talking about?
Pardon me?
What are you talking about, social engineering? What does that mean to you?
Social engineering to me is basically deciding for the community at large what kind of windows we're going to have, what kind of density we're going to be able to afford because we don't have a land base that we can spread out in. We've heard tonight testimony about public transportation. People don't like public transportation. We'd already have it. Alaska has been the bastion of the last frontier, you know, for want of a better term, that we've been very proud of ever since most of us that, like myself, I consider myself a lifelong Alaskan. I got here in 1978, but I've been a lifelong Alaskan because I knew when I got here that this is a place I wanted to be. This was a place where I had the freedom to move around, to work, to benefit from my own work, and to take that type of philosophy forward in it.
So when we're public officials and we're making decisions, we rely on ways of asking the public of what they want. And I'm just wondering, you know, the comprehensive plan, the Anchorage 2020 that went on in the 90s, did you know that involved thousands of people talking about what they wanted?
Absolutely, it involved thousands of people. And quite honestly, I'll take part of the blame for a lot of those thousands of people, which should have been tens of thousands. I mean, this city has 300,000 people. We have half of the population base in the entire state. To say that thousands of people involved, you're absolutely correct. And that's a failure on our part. It's a failure on education from our political philosophy, from our personal philosophy, that we didn't participate more in that particular series of events. And it basically, quite frankly, put us where we're at now. And we're not happy with a lot of the engineering issues that are going on. We'll be very honest about it, but that's our fault. That's certainly not yours.
So I guess my question to you is that, you know, so that if we go through a public process and thousands, actually there was many ways. There was churches and there were all sorts of meetings and there was newspaper inserts and it went on for about a 2-year period. And at the end of that, there were some things said about what the community said that they wanted. And there were engineers and home builders involved. And at that point,
Dr. Selkirk.
Well, I want to ask him a question because he talks about social engineering. Excuse me. My question is that if we can't, I'm asking you a question. If we can't rely on those plans to guide us, how do we make decisions that listen to the public?
I guess my option for that, or my answer to that would be is that plans are ongoing. Just because a plan was decided on by people that may or may not have had all of the information at that time, that doesn't mean that plan can't be changed. And the direction can be, you change directions. Certainly steaming into steaming over a cliff is something that you don't want to do either in a boat or whatever you do. And if there's something that requires a course correction, I think it's our right as citizens and our right as participants in our own life and it's up to us. It's our duty to require, to participate in that correction in course.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Barr.
Thank you.
Right. Ms. Barr, welcome. After that, Ms. Jones, and then Ms. Markham.
Thank you. My name is Mary Barr, and I oppose moving the Kinikarn Bridge to the long-term plan, mainly because I fear that if you do move it, it will be killed. With the state of the economy today, and I've heard time and time again, we don't have the money right now. The Kinikarn Bridge it'll provide a welcome shot in the arm of funding for jobs, for our building trades, connecting Anchorage to the Map Valley. The Knik-Goose Bay Road, which is just down from Point McKenzie, is one of the largest areas of growth in housing in Map Valley. There's a railroad extension planned coming to the terminus of the bridge. More jobs. It's something that we need. And the prison that's being constructed right now, those who live in Anchorage and work on that prison drive almost 100 miles a day one way to get to their jobs, and then they drive 100 miles back. If the bridge were built, they'd be driving 40 miles, maybe. And finally, we only have 2 roads out of town. If in the case that this city ever had to be evacuated or people moved, those 2 are choke points. The bridge wouldn't do that much, but it would give us a needed third access a way out of town. Finally, I just really wish that you would consider keeping it in the short-term plan. Let's get it built. Give us a chance. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Barr. I see no questions. Ms. Jones, I saw you out there earlier. There you are. Welcome. After Ms. Jones, Ms. Markham, and then Mr. Beagle.
Mr. Chair, members of the Assembly, Mayor Sullivan, Mr. Wilbur from the Department of Transportation and Public Facilities, Mr. Lyon, and Mr. Kniefel, and also Mr. Jones. I see lots of representatives from the municipality and the state. Mr. Chair, I would request that I be allowed 5 minutes as chair of the Planning and Zoning Commission.
I'm sorry, we're just doing 3 tonight, Ms. Jones. I apologize. But we'll get you a question if you need one at the end. How's that?
Okay, and I'll try to talk very fast and also try not to annoy anyone with what I'm going to say. First of all, I am not going to read you the Planning and Zoning Commission's resolution. I know you all received it in your packet, and you know that the Planning and Zoning Commission as a body recommended that the project be eliminated completely from the plan. What I am going to say, however, is I want to take a step back and just say, and this is now my personal, in my personal opinion, and I consider myself somewhat of an expert in that I do have a master's degree in planning, and my emphasis area was transportation planning. I evaluated the transportation planning in the state of Alaska. This was 25 years ago. The subject of my thesis was transportation planning in Alaska. The policies, the process, and the politics. And I looked at all of those attributes, and I compared us to 6 or 7 states that had good processes, and evaluated all the research that was then available. We had no internet, so I had to do it all by hand. And I came to the conclusion 25 years ago, it didn't matter what the policies and the law was. It didn't matter what the defined process was. What it really boiled down to was politics. And so I think it would be appropriate if everyone took off their R's and their D's or their U's or whatever their designation is when we're making transportation planning decisions and really look what's best for our community. I've been around long enough where I've seen not just this project, but many road projects come and go off the tip. Some disappear for years, some move out years, and some get modified, and it all depends on whether you have an R or a D behind whatever the administration is that's in office, and it can be at the state level or the local level. Miss, would somebody ask me a question if I have anything more to say?
If you could
Not much more.
If you could just quickly wrap up, that'd be fine.
Okay. In my opinion, the municipality of Anchorage really doesn't have a dog in this fight. This is an issue for folks in the Mat-Su Borough to sort out. Our MPO boundaries end at the municipality of Anchorage boundaries. Your oath of office and your service here doesn't extend beyond those boundaries. You talk about social engineering. If this project goes forward, where the social engineering is going to occur is there. Now, we really don't have the authority to do anything beyond our boundaries, and the folks involved with AMATs know that. Mr. Wilbur may disagree. I have copies of Title 49 of the U.S. Code right here in my folder. I have the AMATS operating agreement and all the other documents, and this has been my passion for 25 years. So save yourself some heartache and get out of this fight. And I'm also confirming what the Planning Commission's decision. It's still as valid today as when we adopted it in December of 2009. And we've also adopted it before.
Thank you very much, Ms. Jones. Dr. Selkirk has a question for you.
What do you mean get out of this fight?
Well, I'm not even sure we should be dealing with it.
That it shouldn't be in our budget at all, that this should be entirely Mat-Su's project?
Well, I know Mr. Wilbur and Mr. Lyon, I have to defer to the transportation experts, and even though Mr. Wilbur works for the state now, he was the municipal AMATS coordinator for a long time, and so probably because it connects somewhere into our road system, there's an issue with that part, but we shouldn't be talking about anything else. But we don't until we have a regional MPO, we should not be talking about anything beyond the boundary of the municipality of Anchorage, because that's way beyond our jurisdiction.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Jones. Mr. Coffey.
Well, let me ask you about what is in front of us tonight, which is whether it goes in long-term or short-term.
Well, the commission didn't...
I have to ask a question. I know we're making speeches tonight. The question is, should it be in the long range, in the long term, or the short term?
Okay, if Tony Jones, I'm giving you a Tony Jones answer now.
I thought it was a little mixed earlier, but I'll take it from you tonight. Okay.
Well, my impassioned speech was not in the commission resolution. I think clearly the long term, absolutely not in the short term. But I do believe in Anchorage best interest, probably not at all. We have adequate land supply. We have a lot of properties that need to redevelopment. We have to think about our own tax base in the future here and taking care of our aging infrastructure. Developmentally, we're at a different level than the communities in the Mat-Su Borough. Our infrastructure is failing, and we have to figure out how we're going to pay for it.
And I guess what you're saying then is if we don't build Cabata, we'll be able to rebuild failing infrastructure. My understanding, just for whatever it's worth, was that if the financing on this doesn't work, then it's a it's a dead project. And my further understanding is if it's in the short term, that financing question is liable to get answered a lot quicker than if it's in the long term, which, while we may spend some money now, if it stays in the plan, we'll spend some money either short or long, but I'd rather like to have the answers sooner than later, wouldn't you?
I'm going to pose a question back to you.
No, let's not do that. Let's answer my question, then I'll answer yours.
You don't have to answer me, Mr. Coffey. But
you don't have to answer me, Miss Jones.
But
you're clearly not going to.
had vision for our community, and I'm asking you folks to do the same.
So it's a lack of vision if we leave it, and it's not if we don't.
I'm just asking you to have vision for our community, for Anchorage.
Okay. This is degenerating. Thank you, Ms. Jones.
Okay.
Thank you very much, Ms. Jones. There are no further questions.
Okay.
Ms. Markham, come on up.
Thank you for indulging me.
Ms. Markham, come on up. Mr. Beagle, and then Mr. Crandall.
Good evening, Assembly members, Chairman.
Thank you.
Mayor Sullivan. I don't have a master's degree in planning like Ms. Jones does. I'm simply a citizen of Anchorage. A few years after 9/11, though, I did work with a group that reviewed data assessing Alaska's security and disaster vulnerabilities. And one clear thing that I took away from that experience was that our one highway into the interior system left us vulnerable. A natural disaster, as some people have mentioned, but the purpose of our study was more so a potential terrorist attack. It was a post-9/11 study, and so we were focused on the potential of terrorist attacks on the pipeline, the Glen Highway, and those sorts of things. And what we saw was that a potential terrorist attack would leave us very vulnerable. Parts of the interior have very limited resupply avenues for cargo, especially in the winter when river barges aren't moving and when weather makes flying questionable. My recollection from the study was that most commercial supply places in the interior had only a few weeks, perhaps up to two months' worth of inventory on hand. I would hate to be running a business or even have a medical condition in the interior and be someone who runs out of medication or who runs out of supplies simply because the Glen Highway has become impassable because of some kind of security situation. We need to think about what's best for the state. As Anchorage's largest city, I'm a member of Anchorage, but I think about the state because I consider myself an Alaskan first and foremost, and I'd like to see the Assembly take the same stance and think about the state of Alaska and think about what's good for it by keeping this on the short term and not even considering moving it to the long-term project list.
Thank you very much, Ms. Markham. I see no questions. Come on down, Mr. Beagle. As a general reminder, we prefer to avoid applause in chambers, but you're welcome to clap people on the back out in the lobby. How's that? Mr. Beagle, go ahead, please. And then Mr. Crandall and Mr. Cameron.
I'm Glenn Beagle. I appreciate the opportunity to speak today. I wanted to try not to get offended on behalf of my children on the suggestion that we have an adequate supply of land here in the city of Anchorage. I thought it was odd, the suggestion that Kabata has an endless supply of money. Lawsuits and environmentalists have cost the project $28 million to date. I do believe that this project, probably with some assistance from politically astute people, will probably get half funding from the state of Alaska and the federal government. I wanted to, for the people who are watching on the television who may not know, the vote that keeps getting referred to whenever it was, the 10 or 11 to nothing vote, was just a parliamentary procedure to move it to the long-range plan so it could be moved back. It was an agreement. It had nothing to do with the actual stand on the position. And I wanted to address one more thing before I get into the root of my speech. The Mat-Su issue is an interesting one. The idea that this is a Mat-Su issue and that Anchorage is going to remove it from the long-range plan against their wishes is probably something that's offensive to people in Mat-Su. So I guess I would partially agree with the suggestion that this really is a state of Alaska issue. A while ago, I listened to a conversation by the chair, Pat Flynn, where we were discussing the likelihood that the bridge would be built. And I think that the conversation was that we would probably get the pipeline through Canada before we would get the bridge. And I thought it odd at the time, trying to understand why someone who was politically astute would say such a thing without having some outside influence on that statement. Given the long-term effects for our city, I'm sure you all know that there are false claims that our property values would fall. That is not the evidence from any other bridge building project in the country. The Cato Institute came up recently and talked about, on behalf of the Alaska Policy Forum, discussed the smart growth difficulties. We have escalated housing prices by 100% in the last 7 years. I suggest to you that that is damaging to our future. In the end, you guys are going to make a political decision here. I just want to let you know that as a political person, I will make sure that the public is well aware. And Ms. Selcraig, you referenced the fact that you speak for the people. We had a 21% election when you were elected. So you speak for a little more than half of 21% of the public of the city of Anchorage. I will make sure that the rest of the city of Anchorage gets a chance to speak.
Thank you very much, Mr. Beagle. I see no questions. Mr. Crandall, and then Mr. Camery, and then Mr. Parker. Folks.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak. My name is Don Crandall. I'd like to speak in support of this resolution. I think primarily because I don't think the Assembly has all the facts. You don't have any numbers. I was kind of appalled that representatives from Kabata and Mr. Foster would come before you requesting you to support putting the bridge in the short-term range plan without presenting you with spreadsheets and facts and figures. I think the Assembly has had some experience with making commitments in the past without having all the facts and, frankly, later regretted it. And I think before you commit the municipality to a new and different direction by putting it back on the short term, you should have facts and figures before you commit the taxpayers and the residents of the state, of the city. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Crandall. I see no questions. Mr. Camery, come on down, and then Mr. Parker. And then that's the end of my list. If you have not testified and wish to, please come down and sit in front, and we'll get you right here at the end. Oh, welcome, Mr. Camery.
I'm Dean Camery. I don't come here as an expert. I don't have any facts and figures for you, other than one. I've been paying taxes most of my life. You've heard the little presentation that was given last week by Mr. O'Toole from the Cato Institute, talking about urban planning, the problems associated with putting a growth ring around your city. I know all of you were invited, and I know one of you showed up for that. It was really informative. I see Anchorage with its growth ring around it. We have mountains. We have other geographical features like water. We have political subdivisions called parks, including a 4,000 wilderness park in the last frontier. I'm trying to reconcile that in my mind. And we have an escape route that's being talked about that would allow us to grow, that would not have us checked in a confined area, that would allow development, economic activity, and would eliminate social engineering. Currently in Anchorage, I-1 property that's available for sale and development is non-existent. This needs to change. And if you people don't want industrial property in your city, build a bridge, send it over to the Mat-Su. I've heard people talk about wanting to be like Seattle and Oregon. I don't want to be like Seattle. I don't want to be like Oregon. I want to be like the Alaska that I found in the 80s and the 90s. And it's changed dramatically in the years that I have been up here, and not for the better. I've been involved in some of the plans. Most recently, I've gone to the citizens groups on the Hillside Plan. I find a lot of brilliant engineers telling me how I should live on the hillside, how I should handle my wastewater, how I should change the way I get my drinking water, even though we have no problems with either of these systems. We don't need social engineering. We need to expand our economic growth area, and we need to keep this bridge on the short-term list. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Camry. I don't see any questions. Mr. Parker. Mr. Parker, it's your turn. Yep.
Thank you, Chair. Walt Parker. I am in favor of what's on the board up there, but would just as soon get rid of the project. The reason I have been against this project from the beginning goes back to 1975 when I was Highway Commissioner, and we examined this as an alternative to widening the Glen. And we couldn't see where it would do anything to improve transportation to the valley, so we didn't. The next time I looked at it was 1980 at the legislature's request, examined a ferry to Point McKenzie. Even found them a cheap $4 million 100-car hovercraft, but it didn't go because it didn't do anything for transportation from the valley to Anchorage. This project does absolutely nothing for improving access from the valley to the major job centers and retail centers in Anchorage. The job centers, of course, being the big one, the UMed district, downtown, midtown, and the airport, the other big one. So if we want to blow a lot of money on a bridge that's really going to do nothing except open up some of very unbuildable land on the other side. That's my old beaver line over there. I trapped it from 57 to 64, and I know pretty well what's over there. So, but, you know, it just doesn't stand up to any examination. There's been some talk about a regional plan. Well, there should be at least a regional plan before anything else goes forward, and I don't know what the regional plan would do for proving that this bridge is needed, because there is absolutely no access needed to Point McKenzie. The two ports don't need it. They do very different things. So anyway, I'm glad at least you're thinking about putting it on long term. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Parker. I see no questions. I see three gentlemen who moved up when I asked if they wanted to, so whoever wants to go first, please. Just start with your name and let us know what you think.
Sam Pepper.
Mr. Pepper.
How you doing? The reason why we're all here, everybody in this room, is because we built that pipeline. And if we don't develop our resources, if we do not look to the future, and I mean the future is here, 10 years, 15 years, 20 years, if we don't look to that right now and put this on the short term, our children are not going to have a place to work. The reason why we're here and have all come here is so our children and people will stay here. If this doesn't happen, if we just take it off, then that'll be the end of it. This community will die eventually. If you remember back, I was here in '85, and we all remember what happened then when the price of oil went way down. Well, we're sitting here looking at a situation where a huge state income tax could hit us, sales taxes, all these type of things if we don't develop our resources and continue the way that we're going here. Anyway, I'm for this project. I hope that we keep it on the short term.
Thank you very much, Mr. Pepper. I see no questions. Gentlemen?
Billy Ray Powers. Sam Pepper said it right. If we don't look to the future, we had guys in our past, and one of them named Wally Hickel. that said, let's do this. Let's do something big. And because of that something big, we have money to spend right now. All of us are basically living on that. This little town that we have here is gone. It's used. So we can either grow government and condos, or we can have a suburb. We can invest in a suburb, and that's what this bridge is. We spent $100 million for the Denina, a little building here in town. Can't we spend just a little more than that and buy a complete suburb? Hundreds and hundreds of acres. Guys that I lived with when I was a kid, there was a family that I shared the bus stop with. Mackeys, you might have heard of them. They don't live here. The reason they don't live here is because they don't live in a condo. They have dogs. This bridge is not for the Mat-Su. This bridge is for Anchorage, and we need it. Short term, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. Powers. I see no questions. Welcome, sir.
Hello, my name is Grant Hunter. Now, our young people need this bridge. They have to have access to a place where they can have, understand me, a house, a yard, not living in some nice little box that fits the fantasies derived by a couple of people when they were students in Portland, Oregon, about 20 to 25 years ago, writing their nice little PhD theses as how the world should be. No, that is not the American dream, to have your life organized just to fulfill the fantasies of some person who wrote a little thesis somewhere in Portland about 20 to 25 years ago. No. In fact, I've been to Portland. I've been on tours of the Cascade Institute. The place is the classic example of mismanaged, misplanned. We need that bridge so our young people can have decent homes to live in. Not so they can be forced to live in some little dorm room, ride some little bus, paying an inflated rents to politically connected landlords. We don't need that. And another thing, I wonder if anybody here, say somebody who has a house in a certain part of town, is willing to give up her house and live in one of those projects she wants everybody else to live in. Thank you very much. Keep it in the short-term plan.
Thank you, Mr. Hunter. I believe. Do we have anyone else who wishes to speak to us on this matter? Ma'am, I thought I saw you. Did you want to? Okay. All right. Mr. McGrath is very adept. You can probably give it to him and he can take care of it for you.
So I'm here as a mother tonight.
Welcome.
Lifelong Alaskan, been up here 50 years. My name is Ilona Farr, physician in town, and I was, my daughter is interested in becoming a veterinarian, and so she asked me to look around for some land and just do some pricing for her because she wanted to have some horses and dogs and stuff. And so I got an MLS listing the other day, and I couldn't find anything in Anchorage that was reasonable. The only place I could find it would be in Wasilla. And so it kind of concerns me. I think that as Anchorage, we have to have an ability to expand so our children can have reasonable housing, land if they want to do things that they want to do. And that's one of the reasons why I'm interested in staying on the short-term plan so we can see if it is economically feasible instead of just being put off for the future. I mean, this is something we've been working on for 60 years, and I really think that we need to look towards the economic development of our state and of Anchorage. And if we continue to limit the land, all we're going to do is stick our kids in apartments that are very expensive or condos that are very expensive because housing prices keep going up here in Alaska. I like the idea of a shorter commute from people in the valley coming in and working here. I also like the idea that perhaps tidal generators could be used on this bridge, and I've heard some interesting things about that. The railroad that would increase commerce for Alaska. The emergency route out is something that's always really concerned me, because even driving to Girdwood, there's avalanches, and the highway sometimes is closed because of car accidents and stuff. Studies, I think we need to do the studies. I think we need to see if this, again, is feasible, if it's going to be funded from toll, or how it's going to be funded in the future. And I do think that you guys should continue to keep this on the short-term plan. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Farr. I see no questions.
Thank you.
You're free to go. Is there anybody else that wishes to speak to us on this matter? Seeing and hearing none, the public hearing is now closed. What is the wish of the body?
Move to approve.
You please press the buttons.
Second. As soon as I can.
Okay, Mr. Coffey.
Thank you. I wanted to confirm, Mr. Chairman, on the financing package, if that, or proposal, if that is the key to this, and I don't know who in the administration to ask, but anybody who wants to answer that. If the funding doesn't come forthcoming, then is it a true statement that this project will die, and is it, more importantly perhaps, a true statement that it would happen in the relative short term? No, I want to hear from the staff if they can do it. I'm looking for someone who's assessed this. And if nobody can, then Mr. Foster, I was looking for the administration on this. Okay. All right. Mr. Kniefel, you have nothing to help us with? Mr. Wilbur maintained himself here? He's fled.
Wrong staff.
Oh.
Mr. Kniefel's trying to get an icon.
Oh, there we go.
Found one that works. Through the chair, Mr. Coffey, I guess we have not really tried to take a hard look at what happens if the funding doesn't come through. By approval of the ROD, you do have that 20-year window. So it's hard to say today if they would stay as an ongoing project, looking for other sources in the next 20 years to make it happen or not. So, again, we don't have a good answer for that.
Mr. Wilbur, is there anything further that you could add to that? We put in our previous resolution a requirement of a sound financial plan, or I forget the exact words. And my question is, I guess this is for Mr. Foster, when can we expect to see something that will meet that aspect of the resolution?
Through the chair, Mr. Coffey.
The
simple answer is we need the ROD first. And to attract the P3 partners, we have to have some of the risks
Mr.
mitigated.
Foster, I apologize for interrupting. Could you raise the microphone so they can pick it up at home? Sorry.
Okay. Need to start over, or did you get enough of that?
We got most of them. Go ahead.
Okay. We need a ROD in order to effectively go out for the P3 partners. We do have partners who are very interested in this project. We are currently, as I said earlier, I'm actually in Juneau next week meeting with Revenue and Administration to look at our financial plans, the alternatives, just how much, shall we say, skin the state wants in the game, or how much they want to push off to a P3.
Is the city spending any money on this?
No.
Is any transportation money currently being used for this that would otherwise go to the city and other city projects?
No.
And October is when the record of decision would be made. At least that's what it says in the paperwork we got today.
That's what we're hoping for.
And after that, is it 20 years to put something together before you're doomed? Or as a practical matter?
No, actually the 20 years is the time window for the payback constraints.
Well, how long after the ROD do you have to put together a financial package?
We'll have the financial package ready shortly.
No, I'm sorry.
Shortly after the ROD is completed or issued.
I'm sorry.
We'll have the financial package ready after the ROD is issued.
Yeah, I heard that part. And how long is shortly?
I'd say within just a couple of months.
All right, so somebody said that you'll come back after the ROD within 90 days to present that financial package that was required by an earlier resolution of this body. You'd be able to do that?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. That's all I had, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Coffey. Dr. Selkirk.
I guess I'm following up on Mr. Coffey's comments, and that is that I'm trying to understand as a body why, and I guess I'm interested in hearing from other people on the Assembly, why we would want to, at this point, agree to go forward with a project that's telling us that they don't have a financial plan structured. And we have no guarantee that they will ever get a financial plan. So by committing to the ROD, we're committing to basically saying we're going to go forward with this project, and if we don't, we don't complete phase one of the project, we have to pay back money. So I am a little confused and kind of wondering, Mr. Coffey, what are you thinking along these lines? I'm interested in hearing from you in terms of what you think about proceeding with a project that ultimately is, talking about a $44 million a year commitment based on the figures that we've got before us, without any idea of how that would be paid.
Well, I guess, if I might, Mr. Chairman, she directed it
Thank
to me.
you.
Please do.
Here's my thought, was that everything I've heard about this deal from the get-go is that there's going to be a public-private partnership, and it's going to finance this deal. And if people are wanting to take their money, not our money, not taxpayer money, not STIP money, not federal highway money, whatever, and spend it on this project, and that's a possibility, and that can be done, then why would we stop it if they can go ahead and do that? And that's why I asked the questions about financing. And let me tell you, I don't know, I haven't served on AMATs, I don't know a lot about this, but it seems to me the questions we ought to ask, if we're not spending taxpayers' money and we're not taking money out of our federal funds that we get for our roads today, what's wrong with letting them go through and see if they can put a financial package together that secures them financing? And if it doesn't, then they're done. And if it does, then I suppose they can proceed. They can meet all the other requirements.
From my experience just from the information I got sitting on AMATs, is that, in fact, that's not a very good representation of what's going on. The fact is that every conversation we've had about a public-private partnership has required some sort of guarantee from the state, first of all, so that there is a commitment on the part of the public dollar to guarantee whatever the private party's bringing to the table in some ways. That it's not been clear because they haven't provided any detail. And I guess the second thing is that, the first meeting I attended on the Assembly was a AMATS technical committee meeting, where the technical committee spent their meeting figuring out how they were going to reduce our projects based on the fact that we didn't get quite as much money for our projects because money went to the Cabada project. I mean, the fact is the state, even though the state didn't make up the losses that we experienced, we did feel the impact of the Cabada costs on our budgets. The state looks at it as Cabada as Anchorage money and our road money as Anchorage money. So I think that the description that Cabada made in terms of whether it's going to impact us or not is probably not representative of what's going to happen.
Thank you, Dr. Selkirk. Ms. Osiander.
Dr. Selkirk, you've over the past 2 years basically said that many times, and I guess my frustration with it is we would have no ability to convert dollars that were at the federal or state level designated for this bridge into any other project. I firmly believe that. I also, if I could continue, please. My view of the future is that we need infrastructure. We need to have more than one way into Anchorage and one way north and one way south. The vision I see for our community in 50 years is we're able to move in multiple directions and grow in multiple directions. I envision a south-central regional economy. And as such, I philosophically believe this is a very good project. At this point, I also believe that the project needs to have funding. And from everything I've heard, we don't have the answer to that yet. We heard from Cabada that they're going to the state. They're looking for guarantees, that skin in the game that is mentioned several times. I've seen the letters some time ago from the potential private partners. I think what is the prudent course is to move forward, keep it on the short term, see what the financial coming in are. I've now got I heard Mr. Foster pretty clearly 30 days after October, so I'll tell you that by the end of the year I'm going to start asking questions, and I think we all should. But right now I haven't seen anything that's glaring in terms of a reason to say no to a project that I basically think is going to improve the entire South Central region.
But may I ask you a question in regards to your comment, yes, Mr. Chairman? We haven't got any the figures that you have before you. You have no idea of what this is really going to cost. We look back at those union contracts and we think, oh gosh, we had a $22 million deficit and we didn't ask the right questions. We didn't have the facts in front of us. You're talking about a commitment of potentially $44 million a year for 36 years or 37 years, and we don't have an outline for how this works together. And once the rod is passed, we've made a commitment for $700 million of that first project that we need to complete, or we're going to have to pay back the money we've committed to. So moving forward with the rod at this point positions us to have to pay back money, where if you put it out in the long term and you allowed some of these ideas about the funding to be figured out, and it seems to me that if Cabada actually has a private investor, we ought to have at least an idea of how they would structure it if the rod were in place. I'd agree they don't have to sign until after the rod, but at least we could know how it's going to be structured and what they're committing to. We don't know what we're committing to here. And 50 years out is a really important thing, because we're not 50 years out. 50 years out, there may be people on the other side, and it may make a lot of sense.
Mr. Chairman, can I respond, since I think part of that was to me?
I think so. Go ahead.
All right. So, Craig, first off, I don't think the analogy to union contracts holds any weight at all. I believe that an expenditure of a budget of which we have total control is a vastly different animal than looking at a statewide project, which we've been told is in no way, there's no city money going into it. It's basically federal money and state money and private investor money. I think this project is continuing to unfold and develop and change, and I would be challenged if there is anybody in the room, except possibly Mr. Foster and Cabada, who has a real clear idea of how this financing will look in the future. What I did hear is we're going to get more information shortly. Why don't we wait and get the information? I don't think, my sense is, since this project has been discussed for so long by everybody on this body, that probably we have a sense of where we are already on it. And I want to remind everybody in the audience, this is an advisory vote anyway. All we're going to do is tell Mr. Flynn and Dr. Selcraig how we think they should vote when they go to the AMATS meeting. That's the whole discussion here.
Thank you very much, Ms. Ostiander. Mr. Coffey.
I just wanted to ask Mr. Wilbur if the state has reduced the funding available to the city because of Cabada.
It needs to be
Okay. Obviously, Ms. Selcraig thinks you're wrong, and she's going to maybe ask me a question.
Some questions about it.
I'm sorry.
Okay,
I thought I had the floor. And I'm going to ask Mr. Wilbur to tell me why that is either the case or not the case.
Through the chair, Mr. Coffey, the federal dollars that are being spent on the Kinnick Bridge, that direction of funds is a decision made by the state of Alaska. There are federal highway dollars that are being used on that project. Dr. Selcraig's comments, and we've heard them in the past, is there if $50 million or $40 million went to the Kinnick Bridge, does that mean that Anchorage gets $40 or $50 million less? You cannot make that correlation. That is not the case. That decision is not made that way. The allocation of National Highway System funds to the Anchorage area is made by the state of Alaska. Non-National Highway System funds, that's a separate pot of money, and so there's a lot of information that says when the money came to the Anchorage area, did the amount of NHS come to the bridge? Did the amount of NHS monies go down? They may have gone down, but that doesn't mean that it was a relation of the bridge. We had earmark funds. We had a lot of other things that were in play that influenced the amount of National Highway System money coming to the Anchorage area and the region, frankly. It's a lot more complicated than saying money to the bridge affects directly less money to Anchorage. It's not that simple.
Thank you. That's all I had, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. In the interest of speeding the debate, Mr. Wilbur, is it fair to say that the dollars that have been allocated to Kabata could conceivably, in some form, not all of them, be allocated to Anchorage if the bridge were not using those dollars?
They could be.
Okay. I'm not saying they would, just they could. Okay. Thank you very much, Mr. Wilbur. Ms. Johnston, you were next.
Actually, I'm still somewhat confused on the record of decision. And I think I already asked you, but I can't. What is your feeling is once the record of decision, does that mean that they have 20 years to complete it? If it doesn't prove to be financially feasible, what do you feel happens to the $50 million at this point? Or not quite $50 million?
Through the chair, I'd like to get the detailed information, but the whole issue about payback is about progress. If you start a project and make no more progress on it, that's the jeopardy of having payback. If you are continuing to make progress on the project that you have as a result of the environmental document, you're not in jeopardy of payback. And it's a different time for design and for right-of-way. So as long as progress is being made, the payback is not jeopardy.
So what you're saying, since at this point most of the funding has been on getting the environmental studies and permitting, and that's all progress. And if after the record of decision the bridge doesn't seem feasible, the first $50 million could be part of just the progress, even though the bridge wasn't completed.
Through the chair, I don't fully understand your
question.
No,
it sounded like you're separating the $50 million out from the actual construction, that it could be.
When I meant progress on the project, I meant progress after the ROD.
Okay.
Not at this point.
So this $50 million might not be included.
Right.
I see. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Johnston. Mr. Birch.
I'm a no vote on this resolution. I think, moving this back and forth between the long term and the short term, it adds confusion. The project needs to be in the short term schedule. I think as we've had testimony, we need to be making progress on the project. I think we certainly understand the limitations associated with the belugas and some of the environmental considerations. We spend probably more money per any given dollar of construction in this country and certainly in this state on environmental protective aspects of a project like this than just about anywhere in the world. But we really need to recognize the long-term implications, the positive implications of a project of this nature, and not kick the legs out from underneath the program by kicking this thing back out of the short-term schedule. So I am a no vote on this resolution. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Birch. Mr. Starr.
Well, I appreciate my colleague, Ms. Osiander, summarizing what's here. What also is here is an election coming up. In about 30 days, we'll change our committees. There'll be a new AMATS committee person appointed by the chair to go off and do business. Dr. Selcraig won't be here in 30 days, and I appreciate her inputs and committee work there. I'm going to be a no vote as well because I think it needs to run its course. There's protective measures in place. But I also think we're missing what we're to do here, and that's to set policy and be visionary, Ms. Jones, about what we think that this city ought to have as an infrastructure development plan and move forward and stay the course a little bit. Playing political football with it is disingenuous to those that put us here. We're going to see some impacts that we haven't talked about, the emissions, the trucks just, this is going to be the users, the commercial users are going to see a direct route to points north.
points north, or including Wasilla and those growth areas. They're going to be reduced emissions. We're going to see perhaps an electric train that can be put on the bridge. We see workforce development benefits, affordable housing. We have none. I've got 3 kids coming into the workforce. They're going to work somewhere. They're not going to work and live in Anchorage. They can't afford it. As a new and startup family, those are great choices. We need to provide that link so that they can come back into this town and work, earn their keep, work for those great corporations that built Anchorage, and that's our obligation here. The gentleman that spoke about exporting our heavy industry, how about developing heavy industries? How about bringing cement plants and perhaps LNG plants and other large timber facilities, anything that we can't do in this town? I get the luxury to fly overhead often, and I do it, and I speak about it amongst ourselves. But when you look at this town, we are landlocked. Growth ring, whatever you put to it, we can't go anywhere else. I am being a little bit selfish because you can go out to Chugiak and Eagle River, but then what? We drive that Glen every day back and forth because we choose to. We want the bigger lots. We want the horses. We want the larger things. What you're going to do is you're going to force the redevelopment on the available land. Bring the Eklutna folks here and ask them if they want to redevelop their land as dense and as restrictive on them as they so choose in their Powder Ridge developments, in their 1-acre lot parcels. We don't want that. I think the clue here was Dr. Selcraig's reference to Anchorage 2020, which has urban density measures that are very, very high, including in my community. It was adopted as a high level with the walkable communities and the urban centers that were really tight. So apparently by allowing a stopgap measure to let the choices be made in development outside of Anchorage, we're not going to be able to foresee Anchorage 2020. I don't think we need to force that on our residents. I think that the density and the issues will flesh themselves out as we allow people to make free choices. Affordable housing in Anchorage, we don't have any. We really don't, and we won't have any that come about. You redevelop a condo development situation under the upcoming Title 21 laws that are coming into play, where you put the regulatory environments on the footprint, we're not going to generate affordable housing in any configuration. We have to look outside. Population movement to Wasilla is occurring. We can all see it. Go out there and see what they have. They have the Targets. They have the Walmarts. They have the sports authorities, the sportsmen's warehouses, all of those things that used to be attractors. They have new restaurants, and they're all full. They're all full. I think if you don't allow those folks an easy way to come back into Anchorage and work, they're going to figure out a way to work there, and they're already doing it. There's no need for that workforce to come back into our town and spend money at our restaurants or do the economic generation that we're going to see as a regional center. Anchorage needs to compete. We never needed to before. We were the place. You lived in Anchorage and you went out into other sectors. We had the airports. We had the infrastructure. You needed to come to Anchorage. That's not going to be the case anymore. Put an airport out there. I've been yakking about airports all night. Put a regional commuter airport that modern cities have outside as a fringe, and you'll start to see direct flights that'll bypass Anchorage. That's going to be that'll be the final blow to our community. Be a visionary, set policy. That's what we do here. And I think that this development, this infrastructure policy that AMATS takes up for us at a greater good of the state needs to happen. And it should happen on our watch, and we should foster that infrastructure. That's our responsibility to the people in Anchorage. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Starr. Ms. Drummond. Brief technical difficulties, folks. Still ever?
Hello? Harriet? Harriet and Elliot.
Okay,
I know that they.
We'll try them later. Dr. Selcraig, you're next in the queue.
I'd like to move an amendment.
Oh, I'm sorry, we got.
Oh wait, let's let Harriet go. Thank you.
Go ahead, Ms. Drummond. You're next in the queue.
Okay, thank you. Are you ready to hear me? I'm having trouble because I'm watching the video stream, which is delayed.
Yeah, you probably want to mute that while you participate telephonically.
Okay, I'm actually going to be a yes vote to place this project back on the long-term plan, and I have a number of concerns, but principal among them is that the Kabata folks have been telling us for years now that there are interested builders, interested financing organizations. In fact, I think the financing outlook was promised about a year and a half ago, and where is it? Where are the the groups that are interested in financing this bridge. I think they have taken a look. I think they have looked at the numbers, and I think they've already decided that this project is not doable with the current numbers, the current population, and the current projections in our South Central Alaska. I think we need to continue to plan for this, but I don't see that we have the growth or the projections at this point to make this a feasible project, and I will therefore vote to put it back on the long-term plan.
Thank you, Ms. Drummond. Just for the information of the body and the public, the resolution we have before us simply reflects the recommendations of the Technical Advisory Committee to us, and that's why we have this specific document before us. Ms. Selcraig, you're next.
I have a couple of questions for Mr. Kernifel. Number one is, do you know, Mr. Kernifel, does the EIS include the expectation that the highway-to-highway project is completed or at least underway?
Through the chair, Ms. Selcraig, it was my understanding from a discussion with FHWA that they believe it does include it. Yes.
So that basically that we're looking at an EIS that assumes the construction of that system prior to the bridge, or at what point in relation to the bridge?
It assumes the construction. I'm not sure if it's prior or with or
at the same time,
right.
So that it was approved. In other words, the EIS was approved with the assumption that we are also building highway to highway.
The EIS has not been approved
at
this point, but it's in their documentation.
Okay. And then could you just walk through one more time? There's, I think, a little bit of confusion about what the ROD means. And we've asked several times, and it kind of sounds different every time. But could you explain to us, assuming this stays in the short term, and the ROD is, in fact, approved, and then we decide that we don't want to build the bridge, what would happen?
I think I refer that question to Craig. He's more familiar with
Okay, Craig, could you answer that question for us? Thank you.
Well, through the chair, Dr. Selcraig, I believe that discussion has taken place a number of times here tonight. And I'm not an expert on it, but my understanding is, if a ROD has been issued, the expectation is that if the preferred alternative includes anything but the no-build alternative, they're expecting you to build something. And in the whatever period of time it is, if you don't actually build something, then there is the requirement for repayment. Folks from Kabata can correct me if I'm wrong on that, but that's my kind of layman's understanding.
Well, I would not really want the folks to come. I would like you to know that. Thank you. I mean, it's a tough situation. We really do need to know the facts around that one, I think.
And again, that's my understanding from what the direction I've had from some folks at the city and at the state. And
is that we would have, if we, in other words, so if the ROD gets approved, and we move forward and there's no funding for this project, it collapses, we will be obligated to pay back the money that we've spent already. Is that correct?
Through the chair, Dr. Selcraig, there are provisions in there that talk about, that maybe repayment might not happen if they can prove cost and controversy, but it's very, very rare that those situations come up where they accept reasons for not having to repay a
so we would probably
federal
have
dollars.
Okay, so that kind of is a different thing than what I think we heard earlier, so thank you. I'd like to move an amendment. I believe I passed them out last time, and I'll pass it out again. Don't know.
Just the amendment that was included on the agenda,
Yeah.
Dr. Selcraig? Okay.
So has everybody got it?
It should be on the back of your copy of the resolution.
Does everybody have it? If not, I've got copies. And this amendment basically speaks to the issue of the highway-to-highway project, because it is part of the EIS, and it's a reason to consider moving this out into the outer years, because if the highway-to-highway isn't nailed down, yes.
Have the motion and the
Yeah,
second.
okay, the motion is, it's before you, whereas the Knik Arm Bridge Crossing Project.
I don't think we need to read it. We just need to make the motion, and we can.
Okay.
Just move the amendment.
Okay, I move the amendment
I'll
before you.
second it.
Thank you. All right, and just for the public, yes, we did. And for the public tonight, what this is an amendment that basically recognizes that the highway-to-highway project is part of the environmental impact statement, and that in order, and basically the environmental impact statement implies that that the highway-to-highway will exist as part of the bridge project. And in light of the fact that we're many years away from building the highway-to-highway and we are still in preliminary environmental design and assessment, and that we really aren't in a position to be building it for a while, it would make sense to take our time with the bridge until we at least had figured out where we were going with the highway-to-highway.
Thank you, Dr. Selkirk. Yes, Ms. Drummond.
Yeah.
Yes, Ms. Drummond.
I'm not sure that we have the amendment here, Ms. Gray Jackson and I.
You should be able to pull it up on the agenda next in this streaming audio.
4 documents on the agenda. Which item is it attached to?
It's attached to 2010-40, and there should be an amendment line below that.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome. And Dr. Selkirk, I've been thinking about this for a while, and my inclination is to oppose the amendment, not because I don't think the content of it is good, but because one of the reasons we're going through this process a second time is there was concerns that if we changed our direction sort of midstream and added requirements or deleted requirements, what we were asking of of AMAT's policy committee, that there wouldn't be sufficient time for the general public to react to that. And so I would prefer to stay with the recommendations made by the Technical Advisory Committee. And I'll let you respond.
I can understand that concern. This is not a action statement. This is just facts that support the reasons to move it out. It doesn't change the action, and I think that's the critical issue, is that the action isn't changing. I mean, I of course, would not bring it forward if I thought it was going to risk the whole process. But the fact that the highway-to-highway is not near being built, and we're really in the early phases of it, and it's part of the EIS, I think really puts the whole project at risk. And it really makes it probably harder to get a ROD in the first place, and is something that needs to be resolved before we can proceed. So it would just make sense to include it as another reason of why it would be worthwhile to wait. Thank you, Mr. Flynn.
Seeing no one else in the queue, we can go ahead and proceed to a vote since we have folks on the phone. Oh, sorry, Ms. Oceander, I didn't see you jump in there.
Kniefel, my sense is this changes a little bit the scope of the resolution that was before us by adding an additional project.
The project's already added.
Could you comment on the amendment in the sense that does this require? Oh, thank you. You surprised me, Mr. Flynn. Does this change in any way what the AMAT's policy committee direction has been? In other words, is this more appropriately taken up at AMAT's rather than in a resolution that deals specifically with the bridge?
Through the chair, Ms. Oceander, I think at this point you are making your recommendation to the policy committee of what you wanted to include. It's, again, going to be their final decision what actually gets incorporated into their decision. And so I don't want to try to second-guess the policy committee on what effect they think this is going to have on the process. I don't think it's a major amendment that would cause a total restart on this whole effort, but I think it's, again, a decision the policy committee is going to have to make rather than us as staff.
So it doesn't substantially change the main part of the resolution to your mind?
No.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Oceander. Dr. Selkirk.
So, Mr. Kniefel, would you, so I guess I'd like you to comment on this amendment that it isn't, I'm wondering, I'm wondering if Ms. Oceander thinks that I'm expanding the project, but the fact is doesn't the highway-to-highway project relate to this, to Kabata, in light of the fact that it's recognized in the EIS as something that's going to be in place in order to support the bridge?
Through the chair, Ms. Selkirk, yes, I believe it is recognized as part of the EIS submittal, and therefore it should not be a major problem.
Right, so I'm just referencing that something that's a fact, and it's a fact that would perhaps support moving it out to the long term. Thank you.
Mr. Coffey. Microphone, sir.
Number 3, and then I go, now therefore, and then I go, what? There's no,
well,
so, may I continue? Since the amendment, if you read the 5 elements in Section 2, deals with where in this scenario this proposed plan would go, and it reaffirms our other conditions, A through F, in the long-range transportation plan and the 2000 and so on and so forth. So if there were whereas the Knik Arm crossing assumes the highway-to-highway, and whereas it's currently not complete but instead is engaged, and whereas the completion, now therefore, that would be an additional conclusion in what we are resolving. I mean, I could say, whereas at Christmas time we put up trees and so on and so forth. I don't get it. It's a non sequitur to me, I guess is what I'm saying. What does it lead to? Does it lead to us taking out of the long-term plan? Or putting it in the long-term plan?
It leads to taking it out, Mr. Coffey.
Taking it out of the long-term
plan? No, it
plan?
leads to moving it out. And I don't think you understand actually.
I don't.
Yeah, well, let me explain it, and I'll do it as carefully.
Simple words, Ms. Selkirk.
Yes, I'm happy to do it in simple words. The fact is that when the EIS was prepared, it assumed the highway-to-highway project was complete, or I'm still not clear if it's complete or partially complete. And for us so what that means is that the bridge really can't go forward unless the highway-to-highway project is partially complete or completely complete. In light of the fact of the timing we're in for the highway-to-highway project, it's going to be a while before the bridge can meet the expectations of its own EIS. So consequently, it would make sense to move it out. Are you listening, Mr. Coffey?
Pretty much.
Okay. So, I mean, I can't explain it if you're not listening, Mr. Coffey.
I can hear you, Ms. Selkirk.
Okay. The point is that the EIS...
I'm multitasking.
The EIS implies this project, and this project isn't even near completion. So I'm adding it as another statement that would support moving it into the out years. And that's why it's there. And it supports the therefore be it resolved. It's further information that supports therefore be it resolved. Thank you, Mr. Coffey.
Mr. Chairman, now having listened attentively to Dr. Selkirk.
Yeah, I saw you do that.
My question for anyone is, it says the amendment in the first whereas says, assumes that the highway-to-highway project is completed. Can somebody tell me clearly that the EIS assumes that the highway-to-highway project is completed? Does it say that?
Mr. Kniefel, can you comment on that?
I got shaking heads and nodding, and what is it?
Through the chair, I don't have the exact wording in front of me, so I can't confirm that.
Excuse me, we're talking to Mr. Kniefel.
Well, he doesn't have it, so if someone,
what?
I mean, if there's a,
the
quest for the truth, is it not?
I called Mr. Kniefel when I...
Welcome, Mr. Wilbur. You want to take a crack at that one? Oh, sorry, Mr. Nemec, sorry.
Yes, my name is Andrew Nemec. I'm at the Knik Arm Bridge and Toll Authority. To answer the question, the two projects have complete different utility. When the Knik Arm Crossing project was started, the highway-to-highway project wasn't born yet.
But that's not what
the EIS is not, the project going forward is not contingent on highway-to-highway.
Okay, so the EIS assumes the highway-to-highway project is complete. It does or it does not?
It does not.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I would like further a comment from Mr. Kniefel, because I discussed this amendment with him when I prepared it. So, Mr. Kniefel, what's your recollection of the EIS?
Through the chair, Ms. Selcraig, my recollection, and again, the discussion with FHWA was there is the assumption that the highway-to-highway is completed or under construction as the Kabata project in the EIS.
Thank you.
Ms. Osiander?
I'd like to move to limit debate to a half an hour.
Is there a second?
Second.
Buttons, please.
The resolution.
Could you please hit your button, Ms. Osiander? Mr. Birch? Sorry, can't make retroactive. Is there objection to the motion? Seeing and hearing none, that's approved. We now have the amendment before us. Do you have anything further?
Call for the question. Let's
Okay.
do it.
Okay, call the question on the amendment. That's fine.
I asked if there was objection, and there was no objection. So on this one, however, on the amendment, we'll take a voice vote because I sense there is conflicting views on the body.
Mr. Coffey?
No.
Ms. Osiander?
No.
Mr. Starr?
No.
I'm sorry, we have a system problem here that is not registering votes. Okay.
I don't know. Madam Clerk, we couldn't hear you.
I'm going to do a hand count. For some reason, the system is not picking up
Okay.
votes.
Technical difficulty.
Technical difficulty. Okay, Mr. Coffey? No.
Well, wait a heck. I want to vote twice.
Oh.
No.
Ms. Osiander?
Repeat your vote, Ms. Osiander, please.
No.
Thank you.
Mr. Starr?
No.
Mr. Clayman?
No.
Ms. Gray Jackson?
Thank you, Ms. Osiander. Yes.
I don't know.
Mr. Gutierrez?
No.
Mr. Flynn?
No.
Ms. Johnston?
No.
Ms. Drummond?
Yes.
Could you repeat that, Ms. Drummond?
Ms. Drummond?
Yes.
Yeah, it was a yes. Dr. Selcraig?
Yes.
Mr. Birch?
No.
Okay. I'll just check if
So that vote failed. That amendment fails by a vote of 3-8. That brings us back to the original motion. I'm sorry?
Mr. Chairman, this is Elvie Gray Jackson.
Ms. Gray Jackson, go ahead.
I just wanted to clarify my thank you to Ms. Osiander. Thank you for limiting the debate.
You're welcome, Ms. Gray Jackson.
Very good. Very good. And we'll try and wrap up quickly. Mr. Gutierrez, you're next.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll be brief. I intend to support the resolution. I do agree with a lot of things that have been said here tonight. Clearly, we do need an infrastructure plan, as Mr. Starr pointed out. I don't think this is it. We're going to spend, well, how much is it going to cost?
$44 million.
We don't know. Maybe $750 million. Who knows? How are we going to connect it to the infrastructure we have downtown? We don't know. Who's going to be left holding the bag for the costs? We don't know. What's the state's exposure to this? We don't know. That's not a plan. There are too many things we don't know and we haven't seen. So until then, if we had those things, I would support leaving it in the short-term plan. Barring that, I do not. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Gutierrez. Mr. Coffey.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. On page 2, starting at line 716, I might move to amend to delete the language that starts and that it be moved all the way to the end of line 18.
Okay.
I don't think anything needs to be said other than that is apparently the whole purpose of this amendment. But when we're done, I will also move on number 5. But
okay.
Let's do one first.
So, Dr. Selcraig, on that point?
I urge a no vote. It just guts what we're doing.
Thank you, Dr. Selcraig.
Mr. Chair,
Ms. Drummond.
could you please repeat the section that's being deleted on page 2?
Yeah, page 2, on line 16, following chapter 12, it would beginning with and, it would remove the rest of that line and the lines 18 and 17 and 18. As Mr. Coffey indicated.
That it and the following 2 lines.
Right. So as Mr. Coffey indicated, it basically eviscerates the resolution. So we'll go ahead and proceed with a voice vote. Madam Clerk, yes vote takes it out, a no vote leaves it in.
Okay. Mr. Gutierrez?
No.
Ms. Gray Jackson?
No.
Mr. Clayman?
No.
Mr. Starr?
Yes.
Ms. Osiander?
Yes.
Mr. Coffey?
Yes.
Mr. Birch?
Yes.
Dr. Selcraig?
No.
Ms. Drummond?
No.
Ms. Johnston?
Yes.
Mr. Flynn?
No.
Shocking.
So
Mr. Chairman,
page, you want
page 2?
You just want to repeat that one, or?
No, shock and awe. Page 2, lines, number 5, lines 31 through 35, move to delete the addition of the new condition for the reasons stated by Mr. Wilbur.
Second.
Thank you very much. I don't think anything else needs to be said. Ms. Gray Jackson, Mr. Drummond, are you clear on that motion?
No, please repeat it.
It would be on page 2, lines 31 through 35, delete all material.
Thank you.
So a yes vote removes it, a no vote leaves it in. Madam Clerk.
Dr. Selcraig?
No.
Ms. Drummond?
No.
Ms. Johnston? Yes. Mr. Flynn?
No.
Mr. Gutierrez?
No.
Ms. Gray Jackson?
No.
Mr. Clayman?
No.
Mr. Starr?
Yes.
Ms. Osiander?
Yes.
Mr. Coffey?
Yes.
Mr. Birch?
Yes.
So 5 votes to 6, that motion fails. We now have the original resolution back before us. I see no one else in the queue. Madam Clerk, if you would kindly call the roll.
We're having major system problems here. What's going on? Mr. Clayman?
Yes.
Mr. Starr?
No.
Ms. Osiander?
No.
Mr. Coffey?
No.
Mr. Birch?
No.
Dr. Selcraig?
Yes.
Okay. Ms. Drummond?
Yes.
Ms. Johnston?
No.
Mr. Flynn?
Yes.
Mr. Gutierrez?
Yes.
Ms. Gray Jackson?
Yes.
And so by a vote of 6 to 5, that motion passes. Mr. Gutierrez, immediate reconsideration, please.
Move immediate reconsideration, urge a no vote.
And a second, please.
Second.
Push buttons. Is there any?
Is there a second?
Dr. Selcraig, could you hit your button, please?
It wasn't ready to push when I.
Is there anybody who wishes to have immediate reconsideration? Seeing and hearing none, immediate reconsideration is rejected. We're going to take 5 minutes, and we'll come back for Title 21. To call our special meeting back to order. If I could quickly poll the audience, how many people here, by show of hands, are here to speak about the bus signal preemption ordinance? Mr. McGrath, Mr. Braun, 3, 4, 5. All right. Based on that, what's the wish of the body? Title 21. Mr. Coffey, you agree? Yes? No? All right.
I'll second that.
I'll move to take up bus first. Okay. The motion is to change the order of the day, take up bus signal preemption first. That requires 8 votes, Madam?
Yes, I was going to note that it does require a supermajority.
Yeah. And I don't know, are Ms. Gray Jackson and Ms. Drummond still on the line? Do we know? They should.
Ms. Drummond?
Okay.
Ms. Gray Jackson?
I think they dropped off.
No, we're still here.
Okay, very good.
Okay.
All right, so the motion before us is to change the order of the day, take up bus signal preemption prior to Title 21. It was Mr. Clayman moving, Mr. Gutierrez seconding. There was an objection. If you would please call the roll, Madam Clerk.
Get it on the system so they didn't push their button. Okay. Yeah, Mom
Good reminder.
says.
All right.
Okay. Mr. Coffey.
I'm going to disagree with Ms. Osander. Let's get it done. Yes.
Ms. Osander.
Yes.
Ms. Osander. Mr. Starr.
Yes.
Mr. Clayman.
Yes.
Ms. Gray Jackson.
Yes.
Mr. Gutierrez.
Yes.
Mr. Flynn.
Yes.
Ms. Johnston. Ms. Drummond.
Yes.
Dr. Selcraig. Yes. Dr. Selcraig will say yes. Mr. Birch.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
So by a vote of 10-1.
Point of order, Mr. Chairman?
Yes, Mr. Coffey.
My point of order is that we don't extend testimony and we don't hear extraneous matters during the public testimony. Thank you.
A motion based on, or a point of order based on genius, sir. All right. With that, we have before us Ordinance 2010-26, an ordinance to 2010-23, an ordinance amending an English Municipal Code, Chapter 11.70, to authorize public transit vehicles to utilize traffic preemption devices. The public hearing is now open. The 5 of you who raised your hands, come on down. One at a time, please. Mr. McGrath, I think I know what you're going to say, but go for it.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the Assembly, Mr. Mayor. I am against AO 2010-23, which allows public transit vehicles to utilize preemption devices.
Mr. McGrath, would you state your name? I'm sorry.
Oh, I'm sorry. My name is Tom McGrath.
Thank you.
Even on a trial basis, there has been discussions over the years about those preemption devices showing up on traffic light crossarms. We were told not to worry, that they were not photo radar. Of course, that was the time when photo radar was famous, back in Mr. Beggage's days. And they were only going to be used for emergency vehicles. That was said in this chamber. They were only going to be used for emergency vehicles. Hearing "don't worry" from the government is the time to hold on to your pocketbook and look over your shoulder, because trouble's coming. Route 7 crosses Minnesota and Spenard. Instead of making that intersection worse by north-southbound traffic to the benefit of east-west traffic, let's fix the intersection. Oh, that's right. In 1993, we were going to do that. Over 17 years has gone by, and we're still talking about fixing an ineffective intersection. And since we don't have what it takes to fix the problem, we will compound it. That's management at its finest. I know the argument about it's a State of Alaska intersection. I don't buy it. If there's a will, there is a way to fix problems. There's some debate as to whether mass transit is a purview of government in the first place. We do know that whatever government gets involved in, it gets worse. So you can't make people ride the bus. You've been trying to get people to ride the bus, even while illegally letting municipal employees ride free. And I have looked at the title about buses, and there's nothing in your title that says municipal employees can ride free, but Ms. Frasca told me that they do. And all kinds of other programs so that only really unlucky people have to pay to ride the bus. We've tried bribing people with free bus rides. Still doesn't work. Okay, let's slow down traffic for everyone who doesn't ride the bus. Maybe then we can get people to ride the bus. We subsidize the municipal bus system with $16.5 million now, which I and other taxpayers pay for. Now I have to potentially give up my time to bribe people to ride the bus. My suggestion is to scrap or sell the system. Let private industry do what they do, and that is to run a business for profit or fail. We know that you can't run the system profitably. In other words, the municipality can't run it profitably. And you refuse to fail by taxing people more and more to provide really bad service. What's wrong with this system? I mean, so you're going to encumber us further, but you don't have any suggestions as to really how to make the system better overall. So, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. McGrath. I think Mr. Clayman has a question for you.
Mr. McGrath, I'm just going to ask you to suspend your disbelief for a moment.
Okay.
Because I understand that you don't support this, but I know your business is right on Spenard. Mm-hmm. You're always concerned about traffic and people being able to get to your business. If as a product of this change, assuming we approve this experiment and we let it go for a year and see how it does, if you actually perceive an increase in bus traffic, customers coming to your business because they feel like they're getting up and down Spenard more easily, will you come to this assembly and tell us that it worked much to your disbelief?
Yeah, and actually my business will probably be a benefit of this because we go to the airport a lot, the delivery trucks, and because we can follow and draft behind the bus, we'll get through Spenard and Minnesota faster. But what about all those people come from South Anchorage? They're going to be sitting at that intersection that was supposed to have been fixed in 1993 that are going to be backed up all the way to Diamond. I mean, it's not a fix. And we were promised in this chamber that those preemption devices would never be used for anything except emergency vehicles. And, so it's just, it's wrong.
All right. Well, I appreciate your perspective and the impact it will have, at least on the Spenard corridor.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. McGrath.
Sure.
Mr. Braun, you want to go next?
Richard Braun again. I'm assuming he didn't get that in writing. That's his problem. That promise. In duplicate or triplicate, too. I'm against this. I don't see it. We got a losing operation in the People Mover. We dumped tons of money, $16.5 million I just heard. I didn't know the exact figure, but I know we subsidize it greatly because we give away about half the seats free, and the other half we only pay them a token amount. So I guess we're going to make up the loss by increasing the volume, by getting more people on the bus by doing this little stunt. I don't think so. All we're going to do is lose more money. As a user of the highway system, I don't want this. I don't want a big surprise. Like most people in this town, traffic is about flow. What this is about non-flow. People know the flow of traffic on their favorite routes or the ones they use most of the time. They have an idea when a light changes and how long it lasts and what the little flashing red man's going to mean and whatnot. Well, this is going to introduce a big unknown. And because everybody's going to assume, I got my light, I can make it. Boom! All of a sudden it goes red because the bus the other way decides it wants a green light. I don't see any safety enhancement there at all. I think it's going to be dangerous because when the roads are icy, you can't stop. And if you all of a sudden change a light in front of somebody, you're not enhancing safety for everybody around them. I do like the idea of, draft those buses. That's what's going to be going on those favorite routes. You're going to see people fighting for the bus lane, at least until they see them turn the turn signal on, and then they're going to fight for the other lane. That's not going to enhance anything. So what are we doing? This is the camel getting its nose in the tent's what we're doing. We're going to do a couple sample routes, okay? Yeah, and then how many more months before all of a sudden we go, hey, we're going to do this citywide. This is such a great thing. No. Let's not do it. That's not what it's for. Let's use it for emergency vehicles who have flashing red lights. People can see it. They can hear sirens. They know something's going on. They can kind of prepare, or at least know what's happening. A bus, no. That little flashing yellow light that's on there all the time. That doesn't give anybody any warning, any safety, any enhancement. Let's not do this. It's a cooked up idea that may on paper look good, but not on the roads. I don't want it. I don't want to be run over by somebody dodging or drafting or me trying to get behind a bus.
Thank you very much.
And it's not going to save a dime. And even if we do enhance ridership, that just means we lose more money. And that's a questionable activity in itself.
Thank you very much, Mr. Braun. Sir? And come on down. If you're going to speak next, come on down here. Get yourselves all ready. Welcome, sir. Please state your name and go for it.
My name is Bill Cisnowski, and I sent you folks an email a time or two. Just reading from a Transit Signal Priority Handbook, one of the important things was information getting out to the public, and everything I've read in the newspaper, heard on talk radio, nobody has a clue as to what this is going to do. Transit signal priority is a process of altering signal timing to give priority advantage to transit operations. Signal priority modifies the normal signal operation process. This differs from signal preemption, which interrupts normal signal operation. What Anchorage has is Opticom signal preemption. They have low priority and high priority. High priority for ambulances, fire trucks, low priority for transit. Both of them preempt the signal. Neither one of them has priority where it modifies. Everything I've heard,
like I said, misrepresents what was put in the news. I asked the people at Signal that time the signals for Anchorage and asked them how this would work. They said giving our signal software and our signal controllers, all that they can do is preempt the signal. It forces off the side streets. The big difference between low priority and high priority is that the low priority will allow the pedestrian to time out and cross the street. High priority terminates the pedestrian, figuring that the ambulance is coming through. They should see the lights and sirens. And and as far as skipping phases, there is by the simulation that they ran, it will skip phases. It will take the signals out of coordination. More out of the traffic signal handbook. The priority TSP is how it's referred to. It should operate without interrupting normal sequence, but it will. One of the requirements that it should not do, it should not skip phases with the current operation. I'm told that it will. You're welcome to contact the people at Signal Operations. There are 2 of them that are working on this, and they're both state grant funded. As far as Signal people that work for the city, there's 1 person that's tax funded that time Signal, so they're really shorthanded there. So just basically, the other thing is that there should be certain parameters, like they should be running late. You think running late would be a priority for them to preempt the signal? That's not the case. The ones in Anchorage, they are on all the time, every time. They are on when they're driving back to the bus barn, when there's nobody on a bus. They're still preempting signals. The list is, there's a duplication of errors. I don't know if anybody's seen this, but this is a list of signals that will be preempted. And Diamond and King and Diamond Center are on both lists for both Route 7 and Route 9. Looking at, I wish Ms. Grayson Jackson was here. Looking at a bus schedule, they have, if you've got buses running in and buses running out, over a 2-hour period, there's going to be 9 preemptions at Diamond and Victor.
I apologize. We actually limit testimony to 3 minutes, but Ms. Osiander has a question for you, okay?
Okay.
I was told directly contradictory information that it would not hurt the timing of lights. So I wondered if Mr. Kniefel could clarify for me.
Can we get to that? We'll get to debate. Would that be okay?
Well, I want to know where he got the information.
Well, may I finish? And then we can go to questions.
The chair's ruled that you can't, sir. You've only got 3 minutes.
Okay.
We try to be fair to everybody. I apologize. So, Mr. Kniefel.
So I'm really interested in his comment that it's going to screw up the timing.
Go ahead.
Because that's not what I heard. So I'd like to have that clarified.
Mr. Kniefel, you're back.
I'm back with my transit hat on this time, and then transit and traffic. Mr. Chairman, Ms. Osiander, the operation of the signal timing works such that, yes, it will impact the side street green time. And the side street green time is set based upon both the pedestrian crossing and the volume of traffic we're trying to handle. It will, as we say, short the side street traffic in the once every half hour that it happens at most of the signal locations. And so depending upon how far back in the queue the bus is, it's going to hold that until it gets through. Again, we feel, based upon the simulations we run on the timing itself, we don't see that it's going to be a problem. We have talked to about 6 other cities where they've gone through the same operation, and they have not seen the congestion problem on the side streets. And again, I think as we said up front, this is a demonstration project. We're trying to see if it's going to work for the Anchorage conditions. Maybe, and that's enough on that, yeah.
Thank you. And so the people that you talk to are city employees?
Yes.
All right, thank you.
They are probably Bob Kniefel's employees. And I heard the buses will be coming through every half hour in one direction. And then the bus is running in the other direction. I blocked out on both Route 7 and 9 a 2-hour period. And everybody, I can give this to you, but in a 2-hour period, whether I pick lunchtime, rush hour time, or morning time, Route 7 in a 2-hour period will be going through that intersection 9 times.
Thank you, sir.
At Diamond and King,
That's fine.
Okay.
Route 7 and 9 both go through Diamond and King. So you divide that by 18 preemptions over a 2-hour period, and you get a preemption every 6.6 minutes.
Thank you.
And that's one of my primary objections to the whole thing.
Thank you. Mr. Conlon, do you have a question? You're in the queue.
No, I want to wait until this gentleman's done, and then. What I wanted to do was ask Mr. Kniefel. I'll take myself out of the queue.
Well, I'm sorry, sir. So if you have one final comment you'd like to make, that's fine, and then I'm going to have to ask you.
Okay. I just have, out of the final report from, the TriMet Portland bus system I'm familiar with, the final conclusion was we believe that considerable amount of work needs to be done with respect to signal priority programs before they can expect any benefits can be realized. Out of the same report, these routes that show poor performance due to operational problems, not because of inadequate, they need to be due to operational problems and not because of inadequate scheduling or operator management issues. If the buses are consistently late or early, then this would indicate a scheduling or supervision problem. And just to...
Thank you very much,
I need to just wrap this up. The same 2 routes for scheduling, they're late, they're early. They've got the same time from start to finish, 26 minutes. Doesn't matter whether you're at 8, 9, 10, 11, the time is all the same.
Sir, I sincerely apologize.
I'm beyond my time?
Yeah, well beyond. I'm sorry. Thank you very much for coming down to share your thoughts with us. I very much appreciate it.
If you do, will you be considering an amendment? I just have to ask that rather than just have
Sir,
transfer.
I'm sorry. It's a disservice for me to allow you to continue. Others are waiting to take their turn. Thank you very much. Sir, please come forward.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, Mr. Mayor, members of the Assembly, my name is Jeff Manful, and I've been seated on the Public Transportation Advisory Board for 9 years now. I know I speak for all the members of the PTAB when I say we are constantly frustrated by the lack of improvement in Anchorage's public transportation system by means of more buses and greater frequency. Numerous and continual cutbacks in service and reductions in budget monies fuel this fuel this frustration. But I'm not here to ask for additional money. I am here to point out that for once, this body has the opportunity to help and improve the people mover system by passing the Transit Signal Preemption Project Ordinance. If this ordinance passes, you will effectively increase the frequency of the trips on 2 routes and thusly increase ridership, all without additional capital expenditures, all without extra money. Did I make that clear? I understand this body's conundrum. It's always about the money, isn't it? Every municipal department wants a bigger piece of the budget pie, and consequently, the people mover system is constantly being told there is no money for more buses, or show us increase in ridership, and we will consider purchasing more buses. Well, by passing this ordinance, you can finally help out the transit in this city, and you won't be stealing from Peter to pay Paul. I understand you've all received a copy of the resolution that the Public Transit Advisory Board passed in support of Assembly Ordinance 2010-23, and so you know that the entire Public Transportation Advisory Board feels good about this. I advise, and I use that word strongly, that this body approve that ordinance.
Thank you, Mr.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Manful. Mr. Birch has a question for you.
Thank you for your testimony. I did have a question. You indicated the potential for increasing ridership. Yeah. If during the demonstration project there's no appreciable increase in ridership, you would have no objection to this being sunsetted?
I would not, no.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Birch. Thank you, Mr. Manful. Last two, I think. Come on down. Welcome.
Yeah, thank you. Good evening. I'm Sally Speaker, and my husband and I
bicycle commute in the summer, and in the winter and all year we share one car. So in the fall, winter, and spring, I ride the bus. I also volunteer as a member of the Public Transit Advisory Board. Use of this Opticom preemption for buses will reduce emissions for the city anyway, save time, fuel, money, and we can actually reallocate that money that we save by paying drivers for less time, paying for less fuel, to expand service or to actually renew service to the areas that have been cut. Most car drivers will not notice a difference, and that's backed up by studies done in other cities. My only reservation is that the routes that are being proposed are not the routes that I take, and so I encourage you to vote yes on this study and expand this service in the future.
Thank you very much. I see no questions. And, sir, welcome back.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I can't imagine why this would bring so much controversy and so much adamant opposition. It's not like you're going to put a toll booth there at King and Diamond, is it?
Could you state your name, sir?
My name's Mike Rogers.
Thank you, Mr. Rogers. I appreciate it.
And, you know, a person who carries an annual People Mover bus pass and doesn't have to download because he buys his People Mover bus schedule, so he knows with luck, since the Assembly managed to move this up, I'll be able to catch the next bus and go home. I'd just like to take a moment, first of all, to compliment the administration on putting this matter before you this evening. I believe that both the number 7 and number 9 routes are excellent routes for this trial program. 1 year of this program will give us an excellent opportunity to see if this sort of program can help expedite the safe and comfortable passage of people from, for example, downtown to Diamond Mall. There's also the opportunity to have a little bit of comparison and contrast here. They do share the routes there on Diamond from, say, Arctic Boulevard into the Diamond Mall. They also do something else that's particularly important. They both, 2 out of 3 of the routes, if memory serves correctly, are routes that also intersect a ground level grade crossing with the Alaska Railroad system. Now, this may or may not be applicable, I do not know, but to pick one example, the intersection of Raspberry and Arctic. If you've ever been on a People Mover bus, waiting, say, outbound, trying to get past the line of traffic that stacks up trying to get south, and then the arms go up and the train's gone, and this would do nothing to that sort of a service. But that next intersection at Raspberry tends to look like a stampede at feeding time. Everybody, there go 1,000 cars. Is it going to cause a modest interruption for a few seconds possibly, whether or not Raspberry gets a green light? I don't know if that particular intersection is included, but maybe it should be. One other thing I'd point out about number 7, because it does serve the airport route, this particular route would be a very good route to see if we can expedite on-time service between its destination and its origination points, whether it's inbound or outbound. Simply because quite frequently those routes of the number 7 which go through the airport are required sometimes to take additional time for passengers unloading and loading. I have been on that route many times. I have seen lots of folks get on, tourists from out of town, who would like to know that they're here with their baggage, getting there safe and reasonably close to when they'd like to make a connection, be it downtown or at Diamond Mall. I think these are 2 good routes. I think they'll work very well, and I think this administration is to be commended for bringing this matter before you, and I hope you will pass it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Rogers. Anybody else wish to come speak to us on this matter? Seeing, hearing no one, the public hearing is now closed. What is the wish of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
All right. Someone hit a second. Thank you very much. Mr. Birch.
Just had a question. There's some question has come up on the traffic preemption device. I wonder if maybe we could just get just a brief primer on the difference between the Opticom. If an emergency vehicle goes through, does it turn it red on all four in all 4 directions, and then the preemption device just extends the green? I guess it'd be helpful for me and maybe for others to have a clarification on the 2 different, or the type of devices proposed. Through the chair?
Through the chair, Mr. Birch. The preemption device, again, has what was mentioned as a high priority and a low priority. High priority is for, again, the ambulances and emergency vehicles that make it happen. When the emitter on the vehicle hits the receiver at the intersection location, in a high priority situation, it immediately starts advancing the controller to get to green for that direction if it's not on green. If it's on green, it's going to hold it until that vehicle clears that intersection, irregardless of what the timing is on the side street and that. In a low priority situation, what it's going to do is it's going to shorten. If it's on green, again, for that direction, it's going to hold it for some time to allow the bus to get through. If it's not on green, it's on the side street, it'll shorten the green time that's allowed for the side street and then rotate through the cycle back into the main street green, allowing the vehicle to go on through. And so, again, it's that high-low priority operation in that. The other issue that came up, I think, just to make clarification, Mr. McGrath mentioned that Minnesota and Spenard is not on the list. We've got 40-some signals along the two routes. We're only doing about 20 locations, and we purposely deleted, the major routes, the Northern Lights, the Benson and Spenard, those kind of routes are not on the signal preemption. So it's more the lower volume streets. I've got a map if you want to see those. But again, we did not use the high volume streets in those locations in that because I don't want to be the guy that's going to screw up Minnesota and Spenard by making that happen. It's bad enough with the fire trucks.
So just, if I might, so just for clarification, then there isn't really a distinction. It's not a matter of putting up new devices on the signals that'll be demoed or the demonstration project. It's the same unit at the street light. It's just the question is the higher low frequency that the bus will use, right?
Through the chair, Mr. Burke, that's correct. The buses will have devices on them similar to the police vehicles, but they have a different code to them. And the same receptor up on the signal arm will read that code and say this is a low priority. The controller then sees the low priority signal and does its action based upon a low priority rather than the high priority that it would see with a emergency vehicle.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Birch. Mr. Coffey.
The AM states you're going to do it on those two routes, and they're going to Route 7 Spenard and Route 9 Arctic, but the authorization is for the whole system in the ordinance. What's to stop you from changing anything and doing whatever you want to do if we don't limit what you want to do?
Through the chair, Mr. Coffey, I think we would commit as staff that we were only going to do it on Route 7 and Route 9 for a one-year demonstration period, and then come back to you with a report as to did it work, it didn't work, or whatever, and we'll go from there. If we want to advance any more, but we are only going to do it on those two routes for the one-year period.
In this day of uncertainty, Mr. Kniefel, who knows who'll be where you are. All right. I just, well, enough said. I just wanted, I had one other question. What happens to some poor fools in the pedestrians in the intersection when this thing is changed?
Through the chair, Mr. Coffey, that is a problem we have today with the high priority because it immediately rolls into the green cycle for the direction the vehicle is traveling. And so there, it is a problem. For the low priority, it's not a problem.
Why is that?
It provides enough clearance time for the crosswalk to make that occur in the low priority before it makes the change.
It goes to the blinking hand.
How quick does it change? Taller than you.
Again, through the chair, Mr. Coffey, it depends upon what direction the vehicle is coming and if that street has a green on it already or if it's going to have to go through the cycle on the side street to get back to the green. So again, it's normal timing on the low priority. If you're on the side street as green and the vehicle is on the main street, it's going to cut the cycle green short on the side street and then go through the normal yellow back to the red and then to the green on the main street. So whatever the time is set up in the controller to do that is what's going to happen.
Well, what would be the maximum time saving on that side street to the main street? How long does it stay green on the side street? 30 seconds and you're shaving 10 or 15 off it? Is that the idea or generally?
Through the chair, Mr. Coffey, again, each intersection is different as far as how much green time we have on the side street. The green time is made up of the time it takes for a pedestrian to cross the street is the minimum time we allow on the side street. And then depending on how much volume we have on the side street, then we have additional green time. And so, again, each location is different. I would assume if we have a normal side street, we're probably talking a 10 to 12 second time for a pedestrian to cross the side street, so that'll be clearance time that'll have to be done first, and then it'll lose the rest of that green and go back to the Main Street green. So, again, your 12 to 15 second time frame, maybe that's appropriate, I don't know. Each one's going to be individually timed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Kniefel.
Thank you, Mr. Coffey. Mr. Kniefel, is it correct that we can program the Opticons to record Mr. McGrath's speed?
I guess Mr. McGrath, being in the world that he's in, could probably find an emitter and be able to run it himself. How about that?
Very good. Just curious. Thank you, Mr. Kniefel. Mr. Gutierrez.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I actually have a question for Mr. Kniefel, and then I'd like to propose an amendment. Mr. Kniefel, it's kind of my assumption that one of the benefits of this is even if you speed a bus through only by a few extra seconds at a given light, over the course of an entire day, those seconds are going to add up to fuel savings. Can you tell us what you estimate the fuel savings will be on these two routes we're talking about?
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Gutierrez, I don't have that kind of information available. I guess my approach would be the People Mover has looked at their bus route schedules, and they feel they can save 3 to 5 minutes per trip in bus times. And so if you add up 3 to 5 minutes per trip over 15 to 20 trips a day, it does make a substantial difference. But I don't have the actual savings in fuel.
All right, thank you. That's a good ballpark. Mr. Chairman, I'd like to move an amendment that basically adds a sunset to this provision. Would you like me to read the whole thing or wait for a second?
I think that would be useful to get a motion in a second and then read it so everyone knows what we're doing here. Would you hit your button, please? Is there a second? Ms. Johnson, thank you. Mr. Gutierrez?
So the amendment states this would be an amendment to Section 3. No, this is different from the one you have in your packet. This was passed out, though.
Yes, it is separate from the packet. It reads, it's my amendment, it says Assembly Chair Flynn as opposed to an untitled or uncredited amendment.
Right.
Separate document, that is correct.
Correct.
Item 4C, correct.
So I'll read it. The Section 3 as would be amended if this amendment is approved. This ordinance shall be effective on March 1, 2010, and sunset, this is the addition, and sunset without further action by the Assembly on June 1, 2011. Prior to March 31, 2011, the Public Transportation Department shall submit an Assembly Information Memorandum, AIM, reporting to the Assembly on the trial period and recommending the continuation, expansion, or repeal of this ordinance. So, well, Mr. Coffey, while you had asked earlier about what's to constrain the staff, I think this goes at least partially to that. If the Assembly does not affirmatively act to continue this program after the trial period, it dies.
Thank you, Mr. Gutierrez. Dr. Selkirk on the amendment? It has been seconded, yes. Do you wish to speak on the amendment? Okay, please.
I support this amendment, and I was just wondering if Mr. Gutierrez might want to include this ordinance will initially apply to routes 7 and 9, and then it takes care of Mr. Coffey's concern. I don't know if it needs to be there or not, but it would be a nice way to deal with both of those issues if you want to.
I'm not certain it needs to be there, Mr. Chairman, so at this point I won't have that.
Okay. And I'll just briefly speak to this before we take a final. This was brought to us as an experiment, and in order to ensure it is in fact an experiment, I felt the sunset clause was appropriate, and then we can take a look at the data from this, presuming it passes, and determine if it should continue. With that, I see no one else in the queue. Is there objection to the amendment? Seeing and hearing none, that amendment is approved. The original motion is back before us. Is there anybody who wishes to speak further on this matter? Seeing and hearing none, is there objection to approval of this matter? Seeing and hearing none, the ordinance is adopted. That brings us to Title 21. So, next item on our agenda is ordinance number AO 2010- 26, an ordinance provisionally adopting new Section 21.07.110 residential design standards, amending Anchorage Municipal Code to Title 21, subject to concurrent final passage and approval of all provisionally adopted chapters of Title 21. This is what you've all been waiting for, folks. If you're here to talk to us about Title 21, please come on down and give us your 3 minutes. Jerry, you've been here for a while.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Assembly. My name is Jerry George. I'm a professional engineer. I reside in South Anchorage. That's my home. That's the illegal Quonset hut that's built on my neighbor's property. You are going to look at an ordinance that passes rigid design standards to beautify this community. One of the standards is that there will be no Quonset huts. But I venture to say, and I hope that you think that that is a Quonset hut. According to the municipal attorney, that is not a Quonset hut, and that will be permitted if you pass the ordinance. It is permitted now. The reason it is permitted is that your predecessors failed to define what a Quonset hut was. So it deferred to a staff person to define the Quonset hut. I would ask you not to defer to a staff person to do your job. You should define what it is that you're prohibiting. If you want to prohibit Quonset huts, define what a Quonset hut is. And please, when you do define what a Quonset hut is, include a fabric structure. Right now, according to the city attorney, my neighbor can have 10 of those on his 2.5-acre lot, as long as each one is less than 8,000 square feet. My neighbor can put up a military spec corrugated metal Quonset hut on a pile foundation or a treated wood foundation, and it is not a Quonset hut, according to the municipal attorney. In order for it to be a Quonset hut, it has to be built on a concrete foundation. What that has to do with anything, I fail to see, because my property value has been depreciated by $65,000 according to a fee appraisal that I have had done and an evaluation that I've had done by a realtor because of this illegal construction. I use the word illegal very carefully. I have two legal opinions, one by the most prominent real estate attorney in the nation, as voted by his peers, that says that is a Quonset hut. So I would urge you, if you're going to pass an ordinance that deals with beautification of Anchorage, that I don't have to look out my dining room window and look at a porta potty. If we're really concerned about the beautification of Anchorage, I urge you to defeat this, go back to the work table, and really do this right. I'm willing to work with you. I'd be glad to work with you. I was head of the Division of Buildings for the state of Alaska for many of my 36 years. I have a lot to offer and a lot to help if allowed to help.
Thank you very much, Mr. George. I appreciate your patience, by the way. I know you've been here a long time, the last couple of weeks. Mr. Birch, you have a question?
I guess, and I've been tracking this with you, Jerry, and working with the administration, and appreciate your bringing this forward, and I hope it is something we can remedy. Do you have any specific suggestions as to code or any additional comments in that regard?
Well, one thing, you all have the handout for my testimony, but I think it's important to realize that this is an accessory building. As an accessory building, there is no requirement for ventilation. This is a school building. There are children riding 10 horses in that building. If your children are in the gymnasium in the public school, there's 4 air changes an hour. You notice there's no ventilation in this building. It's a health issue. You need to be dealing with those other issues here. This is not pro-horse or not pro-horse. This is about the health of the children that are in this building. The other thing that is in your package that I think is very important to understand is that there are over 2,000 horses on the hillside. They are producing over 2 million gallons of untreated urine that's going into the watershed on the hillside. The humans on the hillside are producing almost exactly the same number of gallons that are going through septic tanks and are being treated before it goes into the watershed. You have to ask yourself, by enabling this type of construction and enabling the proliferation of horses on the hillside, what are you doing to the health of the watershed and the ability of that watershed to continue to service the people of the hillside with potable, safe water? At what time are you going to be forced as an assembly to bite the bullet and say, we have to spend $1 billion to put sewer and water on the hillside? I think there are consequences of your failure to act that you need to be conscious of, and that's one of them.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. George. Dr. Selcraig also has a question for you.
I'm just wondering, do you have language that you would recommend that would specifically clarify this problem?
I do, and I'd be glad to work with the committee on it. You have a memo from me that was sent to the last administration that details about 40 items that need to be changed to make this a viable ordinance. For example, there's no requirement for buffering.
Okay, but I'm talking
things like that.
specifically, tonight you're talking about Quonset huts. Tonight, in terms of Quonset huts, do you have a specific, are you talking about buffering the Quonset huts?
I'm talking about, I think that you have to, I think the public needs to know when you vote tonight, and it has a clause in there that says that the Quonset huts are not permitted. I think the public, I have a right to know, are you prohibiting that from happening to somebody else?
So,
and I think that's what I'm asking you to do.
My question is in your research, what language would you think that needs to be inserted to prevent that from being built, or have that be built considered a Quonset hut?
Greg Jones is, I believe he's still here. He sat in my living room. He's seen this for himself. One word change in the policy memo that takes out the word metal in the policy memo would define that as a Quonset hut. One word. The city has promised me for 3 years they've been working on it. So how long does it take to take one word out of a policy memo?
So it's a policy memo. It's not the code. It's an internal policy memo.
I would challenge you to do your job. I think that you need to define what a Quonset hut is and not defer it to a staff member who can, in essence, make law behind closed doors without public scrutiny.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. George. I see no further questions.
Okay. Thank you very much.
You're very welcome. Anybody else wish to speak to us about this? Mr. Powers, welcome back.
Thank you. Billy Ray Powers. Everybody has their own idea what a utopia that we can have in this city. Everybody's idea of what is beautiful is different. Some think a snowman is an accessory structure. We've got some bigger issues in the community. As we grow this government and we enforce restrictions that apply to businesses and residences, we've got a lot of expense that we're going to incur. I prefer to put the money somewhere that's way more important. Our schools are failing. We are not even educating our children. We have some places we really need to put some effort. I don't want to grow the government when we don't have the basic things taken care of. So I would recommend and ask this body to do away with this Title 21. I would prefer the effort be put somewhere where we really need some effort, and schools is one. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Powers. I see no questions. Is there anyone? Come on down, ma'am.
Oh,
Sorry. Just offering this up. young lady an opportunity to offer her 2 cents. So, welcome back.
Good evening, Anchorage Assembly and the mayor.
Could you remind us of your name, ma'am? I'm sorry.
Yes, Lynette Marino Hines, and you know me as a cab driver. Also, I've been protesting the high cost of gasoline every Thursday morning. That's me. Well, anyway, on this ordinance, I do not support it, and I'll give you the reason why, is because I came to the other assembly meetings a little while back, and there was a really big push to cut in the budget the services that are desperately needed here, including the building that we're in, the library. And I know that other people spoke on this, but it's very critical. If you want design and you want to improve our city with designs, I think that the community councils should be asking for grants themselves if they want to improve the neighborhoods. Where I live, out on the east side of town, on East 31st, the 6400 block, I have a neighbor that works for, it's either the city or the state. And I see this guy abusing his position. He uses his plow, the government-owned plow, and he clears out his own area first, and it's supposed to be used for the city. And then he also has the trash people come by and cater to him. And he lives across the street from me, not exactly across the street, but a house over. And I see this abuse. So I'm very worried about the abuse of your own city officials and state officials in this town. I don't even know this guy's name, but he's very, very rude. He's very unfriendly. And I'm telling you, he is using these vehicles for his own purpose. He works for some government organization, and I'm not sure which, but I don't like to see that. On myself, I've been a property owner in the Fairview area and out on the east side for a long time, and I pay the taxes. Me and my husband, like a lot of people do, we pay our taxes. And so this abuse has been going on for a long time since this guy moved in. I've never seen it to the extreme that my neighbor has been pushing it. But the design standards, when the city needed money, when the bus system needed money, when the fire and the police needed the money, you guys said no. So tell me, what's really important to the city residents that you guys answer for? They will vote. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it. I don't see any questions. Is there anybody else who wishes to speak to us on the Title 21 chapter that's before us this evening? Seeing and hearing no one, the public hearing is now closed. What is the wish of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Buttons, thank you. And I think we have Ms. Osiander.
We have a whole series of amendments. I'd like to begin with number 1 on the Osiander sheet, if I could. Basically, what we did here, if I could just give a little background before I make the motion.
Why don't we make the
Mr.
motion?
Coffey says I am not allowed to, but I'm going to defer to you instead, Mr. Chairman.
If you'd be kind enough to make a motion so we have it on the table.
All right. I move amendment number 1.
Thank you. Buttons, please. Okay. Now, some background on this would be lovely, Ms. Amendment number 1 is page 5, lines 29 through 32, I think.
Yes, sir.
And when you say page 5, you mean page 5 within Chapter 2107, or?
I'm going to check with the person who made the initial motion, because I wanted to make the motion to move the public hearing, the Assembly Committee preferred version. And so could I check, Mr. Chairman, if that was what was moved?
You may.
Mr. Gutierrez, did you move the Assembly Committee version?
Yes.
You did, sir?
That's what I second.
Well, nobody said it, so I'm trying to get it on record.
So it's dated February 16th.
In your document, there's 2 versions. There's the public hearing draft, and then the one with all the dark and is the assembly version.
The one in the back.
Yes, sir. Are you still with me, Mr. Gutierrez?
Would you like to restate your motion, Mr. Gutierrez?
No, ma'am, we're fine.
Okay, we're in the right place.
Okay. All right. All amendments are going to refer to this version. This is the one that came out of committee. All right, page 5. Now, what we're doing here is we're talking about what we want these multifamily structures to look like. And in particular here, we're talking about trying to avoid the great big blocks of building. In other words, the concern is the mass of a building. And so in the committee, we talked about breaking up big, long walls or blocks of building by providing requirements that when you have these walls, you basically modulate or cause articulations to occur in the wall. All right. If you read lines 25 through 33, if the building is facing a street, common open space, or parking area, you have to do at least 4 things on the menu. And my motion specifically says that if you've got the third wall that faces the street, first 2 walls you have to do 4. Third wall you have to do 3. And my motion is on the 4th wall you don't have to do the articulation. I'm hoping that's clear. Seeing no questions, I guess it is. And my intent here is to simplify the requirements, to reduce the costs. I think there's marginal benefit to require every single side of a typical rectangular building to meet this standard.
Okay. Dr. Selkirk has a comment or a question. I'm not sure.
So I'm wondering if the 4th side is like the main entrance, and basically what you're saying is that they could pick one side and just ignore it, and it could be the front of the building. Is that what you're saying?
No, because the first 2 sides, which I'm assuming would include the main entrance.
But why would you assume that?
Well, I guess the current language doesn't assume that.
No, and
in
so
the existent language.
You know, I'd be okay with reducing it on one side or something like that.
That's what I intended to do, Dr. Selkirk, exactly what.
But the problem is that what you could get is somebody could just ignore the main front of the building or the main entrance to the building that's siding, on the side of the parking. So, I mean, it seems to me if the 4th is an end, it's okay, but I would have a problem supporting this like it is, if you've got some suggestions to solve that.
Well, while we mull that over, Mr. Gutierrez is next to you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is really frustrating, and I know it's frustrating to Ms. Osiander as well. The document that we apparently have moved is the document that was approved by the committee. Is that not correct, Ms. Osiander?
Correct.
I'm sorry, pardon me?
The document that we've moved was approved by the Title 21 committee, correct?
Well, we can't really approve in committee, but
Well,
this was the general.
what was passed out of committee
Yes.
and brought forward. Were these amendments, or this one specifically, discussed at the committee level? And the committee itself chose not to put it in this document?
Well, basically, the point that Dr. Selkirk just brought up was not discussed in committee.
But was this amendment itself discussed in committee?
Not exactly. The idea was discussed.
We did have general discussion, not the specific language.
We didn't support the idea.
My frustration with this, Mr. Chairman, is that we have a document that did come from the committee, that I presume in the form it's in had some consensus.
No.
I'm not happy on voting on amendments that should have happened at the committee level. We shouldn't be spending this much time hashing this out here. That's why we have a committee.
Mr. Chairman, if I might, on that, as the committee chairman, our policy is if we don't have unanimity on a subject, there's 5 of us. 4 of 5 of us could agree with Ms. Osiander, for example. And I don't remember what it was on this topic. But if it's only 4 of 5, we don't bring it. This is a consensus, unanimous consensus document. If we don't have that consensus, we tell the individual members, bring your amendments forward. So it is a little different than if 3 of 5 voted for it, it's not here. So.
And if I could just elaborate on that, we did talk in committee about reducing it so it wasn't required on all sides. It's just, I really think the 4th is not necessary, but I think Dr. Selkirk has a good point. So I'm going to try to craft something to deal with that.
Okay, thank you.
Ms. Osiander, would you like to withdraw that amendment and move on and come back to this one? How would you like to handle this?
I have a suggestion.
He's fixed it, he says.
Wow. Pens out, everybody.
If you go to line 29, and 29, page 5, and it says right now, if a 3rd or 4th elevation is applicable, I'm sorry, Debbie took out 4th. If a 3rd elevation is applicable other than the front elevation, then
at least
you can reduce it. Reduce the number. I'm not quite sure now when you delete 4th if you get there.
Yeah, I don't think you can get it that way.
Perhaps.
Let me work some more on it.
Okay. And maybe one other option to consider, Ms. Osiander, as you mull this over, is just changing 3 to 2 later in the sentence, and that perhaps gets you where you're trying to go.
Well, I tried to go with the committee discussion and intent, and it wasn't that way. It was to limit sides rather than menu features.
All right. Do you want to withdraw that amendment, or are you still working?
Could I move this amendment could I table this amendment and move it to the end of the discussion?
Yes.
That would find favor with the chair.
Thank you.
Is there objection to tabling this amendment for the time being? Seeing and hearing none, that item is tabled.
All right. Sir, at this point, the second amendment was, I had time to have a discussion with staff, and there's a separate sheet that was just passed out. It says Assemblymember Osiander, and it says at page 10, beginning at line 22.
Street-facing garages.
Yes, sir, that's it.
Thank you.
I'd like to move that amendment.
Second, please.
Second.
Thank you, Mr. Coffey. Ms. Osiander.
Basically, I wanted, it's not quite right. Right, it should say detached, and then it should say it does say detached.
It's in there. You got
it. Basically, this is an intent, the intent of the original language, you didn't want a whole string of garage doors facing the street. All right? And the amendment, Ms. McConnell, since it was your suggestion on this amendment, could you speak to it?
I don't understand this at all.
Through the chair, sorry, I was writing the previous amendment. What page are we looking at?
Page 10.
Thank you.
Line 22.
The proposal would be that the lines 22 through 26 would read, detached street-facing garages and carports shall be limited to 6 spaces per structure to avoid a continuous row of garages.
Or carports.
Or carports. No more than 6 garage doors may appear on any multifamily building elevation facing a street, comma, and the plane of each garage door shall be offset at least 2 feet from the plane of the garage door adjacent to it. So the amendment would limit the requirement to just those elevations that are facing streets with garage doors, or when a detached building with garages or carports is facing a street.
Dr. Selkirk?
So I'm still trying to understand this. So if you had
It's facing the street.
if you had a set of like townhouses, are we on townhouses? What are we on here? I'm confused.
Multifamily.
Yeah, multifamily. Okay, so if you're talking multifamily, and the garages are facing a common kind of corridor, but it isn't a public street, this wouldn't apply. This would only apply if it was facing the street.
Through the chair, Dr. Selkirk, that's correct.
And that's the change we're making?
Yes.
So in my neighborhood, where we live on the sea of a parking lot in the middle, I'm not sure. I have to think about this for a second, that's all.
Mr. Coffey.
What we've done in many instances with regard to this is understand that what we're trying to do is create less when you're driving by or when you're looking at or when you're on a public street and you're looking into a facility, the visual things you see are less unesthetic. You make the front and the public places aesthetic. What this amendment does is recognize that you might have things that are in the back where there's a parking lot for the units and it's not facing anybody, and the only people who are offended by looking at it are those who live there. That's sort of the compromise. Otherwise, you are really limiting everything, regardless of whether it faces an alley or anything other than if it's containing front doors, which I'm not sure what that means. But street facing has been a common theme of the things we're trying to make better.
Curb appeal. Dr. Selkirk.
I'd like staff's comment on this.
The staff has no strong objection to the amendment.
Okay.
All right.
I'm fine.
Okay. Seeing no one else in the queue, is there objection to the amendment? Seeing and hearing none, that amendment is adopted. Ms. Ossian.
I'm going to move amendment number 4 on the sheet. This is on page 16. Lines 5 through 26.
Second. Push a button.
Thank you. Basically, this is a requirement that applies to single-family homes on single-family lots. And the intent is to avoid skinny buildings with flat roofs. It is. And I think that the city has no business telling people what they can build on their property. And particularly, I note that a lot of avant-garde architecture does have long, skinny buildings with flat roofs. I see no public good that we achieve by prohibiting it. And I did want to note that I double-checked the language that says all dwellings shall be on a permanent foundation is included in building code. I don't object to that. It's just redundant here. And I just thought it was simpler than to omit the whole section.
Mr. Coffey.
Well, that was my comment, was on foundations. So now we're talking about, and I would note this, the aspect ratio or roof design that is found on page 16 is an or. The idea is you can have a flat roof or you meet those percentages as to width and length, one or the other, which mitigates against the requirement as it was first written, which was both. In committee, we discussed this to some degree. And staff, I think, has some valuable information to add here as to the purpose. And I don't want to try to state the purpose because they did it better. And so with the chair's permission, perhaps we could hear from staff.
Please.
Through the chair, Mr. Coffey. Mobile homes are, this is about mobile homes and manufactured homes. Mobile homes are defined as being built before 1976. And 1976 is a date when the HUD code changed, and the HUD code said that after 1976, you had to build a manufactured home and get the HUD code certification. It had to be built in a factory with certain standards, and there are certain requirements. The Title 21 has restricted mobile homes to certain zoning districts since the mid to late 60s, and those zoning districts are, basically the R5A district. When it's on its own lot, we're not talking about parks here, we're just talking about an individual mobile home on its own lot. The Fair Housing Act does not allow us to place that restriction on manufactured housing. Manufactured housing can look like what we all think of when we think of a mobile home. It can also be indistinguishable from a stick-built house. In order to, now, when you think that mobile homes have been restricted on their own lot to certain zoning districts since the 1960s, we are intending to carry forward that kind of concept that our understanding is that the community living in established stick-built residential neighborhoods does not want a mobile home coming in on the lot next door. The intention, the way communities handle that is they apply design standards to all residences, to stick-built residences and to manufactured housing. And so these are the things that people seem to care about when they think about this issue, and these are the proposed standards that would be applied both to stick-built houses and to manufactured housing.
Dr. Selkirk?
So I'm wondering, the way this is written really then is the intent is to discourage or make it not possible to put a mobile home in a typical neighborhood, but doesn't C allow you to come in if you have a long, narrow building and have the design approved by the director?
Through the chair, Dr. Selkirk, that's generally correct. I just wanted to clarify the language. Mobile homes are pre-1976, which is what we define as mobile homes. So we're talking manufactured homes,
Okay,
yes.
so the old-fashioned image of mobile home, the new name of manufactured home, the intent here is to prevent those kinds of structures from being built, but to also allow for creative design to come in and say, look, this is going to be compatible with the neighborhood and work.
That's correct.
Okay, thank you. So I won't be supporting this.
May I clarify? So if I want to build a flat-roofed skinny house on my lot, stick-built, this doesn't affect that in any way, shape, or form as in or out?
No.
It does?
It does.
It does, okay.
But
if I do want to if I want to do that, I just come to you and say, hey, I'd like a waiver for this, or I can't do it.
And she says no.
Right, got it. All right, that's what I
You
need
come to Mr. Weaver.
Right, that's what I meant. Okay. Ms. Osiander, you're next, and then Ms. Drummond.
One of the things that I really fundamentally believe in is the ability to give people choices, particularly at entry-level housing. I think that affordable housing has got to be more than housing that Cook Inlet builds with a big subsidy. We have to allow people to have things like mobile home parks and a variety of housing approaches. The intent here is apparently there's a belief that a manufactured home is intrinsically ugly. There is no broad municipal good that comes from telling Joe homeowner what he can and he cannot, that what he wants to build on his house is ugly and not allowed. He still has to abide by the setbacks, the landscaping requirements, the underlying zoning characteristics. If this is intended to stop manufactured homes, I oppose it. I oppose it even more because all it does is say, if your house fits inside this template that we're going to put on the ground and it has a flat roof, and you live in this city, you may not build it. That, I think that is totally wrong.
Thank you, Ms. Osiander. Ms. Drummond.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to direct everyone to line 19, item C, the director's waiver. I think that will take care of any of the concerns. I do have a question, though, for staff. You know what a Katrina cottage is?
Through the chair, yes, Ms. Drummond.
Will this, if this amendment was to pass, would a Katrina cottage fit inside that rectangle, or would it be permissible?
The pictures I've seen of Katrina cottages have pitched roofs. I am not, I don't know the dimensions, so I can't say yes or no about the dimensions, but the pictures I've seen all have pitched roofs.
I guess that's sort of an unfair question because in a city like New Orleans, they have very long, skinny, narrow lots, tiny, tiny urban lots, and I don't think we have those kinds of lot sizes in this community. So I don't think it's an issue right now. I don't support this amendment. I think the waiver allowance takes care of unique design concepts that might cause some people to have pause about a long, narrow building. But I think a decent house designer or architect can certainly make the case to the director that this is appropriate for their particular site, and then it would be up to the director.
Thank you, Ms. Drummond. Mr. Coffey.
One should take into consideration the fact that residential neighborhoods that wish to have design standards develop things called CC&Rs, and that goes a long way to protecting the visual appearance of various neighborhoods. I tend to agree with Ms. Osiander that we need to be careful as to how far we go with this sort of thing, because it's strictly and completely an aesthetic matter, and that, you know, I hate to tell somebody that what I think it's ugly, maybe he thinks it's beautiful, you know, and if there were some other purpose that I could foresee that would make this less of that and more of something else, then I might agree. The or helps me a lot, and I've told Ms. Osiander that I'm not sure I want to do it. But that's the reason I mentioned the CC&Rs, is they are common, and let me tell you, in new subdivisions, they are not only common, they are required. So there you go.
Thank you, Mr. Coffey. Mr. Klayman.
I just had a question for staff because of the questions Ms. Osiander raised about manufactured housing that we used to call mobile homes. Would this amendment or change basically ban new manufactured housing?
No.
Or would people still be able to buy a manufactured home and put it on a lot?
Through the chair, Mr. Klayman, the modern manufactured home, at least what I've read and pictures I've seen, the home is indistinguishable from a stick-built. You get two-story homes, you get, you know, fancy kind of section things, and they look fabulous. And this does not prohibit that in the slightest. Did I understand the question?
I think you did, and I guess the second question is what I would describe as kind of the old-style mobile homes that are long and narrow and have flat roofs. I take it nobody makes them that look like that anymore. I see Mr. Jones shaking his head too.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Klayman, they do make those types of structures today, manufactured housing. Manufactured housing has come a long way since mobile homes. The manufactured housing today, you could see product that's indistinguishable from stick-built homes. The 312 pitch that was in the code here was for basically a couple of reasons. For our environment, for ventilation, et cetera. 312 pitch is really the minimum you can have adequate ventilation. You could have a flat roof, but it's built differently. But it was really meant to allow manufactured homes, not to discriminate against manufactured homes, but to ensure that they blended with the rest of the stick-built homes.
Okay, thank you very much.
Mr. Gutierrez.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm struggling with this one, I have to tell you. I would agree that we do need to be creative and find more options for affordable housing. But also at the same time, it's about more than aesthetics. It's about my property value. Ask the gentleman in the first row here about what happens to your property value. You know, if I have a home in an existing neighborhood that doesn't have a CC&R and somebody plops a double wide next door, my property value is going to go down. Well,
Yeah.
okay, poor example. At the same time, I was just showing Mr. Flynn, for the last 2 years, and Ms. McConnell and I had some discussion about this last year, there are a lot of people doing very, very creative things with shipping containers of all things, connexes. They're building beautiful structures. It doesn't look like a connex that somebody just slapped a door on. They're beautiful structures. They're long, they're thin. Some of them have flat roofs, some of them don't. Ms. McConnell, the question to staff then, if without passage of Ms. Osiander's amendment, how would that affect something like this type of construction, or could we even have that without regard to the amendment?
Through the chair, Mr. Gutierrez, without actually doing the math in my head of the ratio, I think if you just had one connex, this would probably catch that. But in terms of it would be both not meeting the aspect ratio and having a flat roof.
Okay.
But I've seen pictures of multiple connexes put together, which probably would end up not falling afoul of the aspect ratio.
Okay. That doesn't help me make my decision, but it is good information. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. That's all.
Dr. Selcraig.
In terms of impact on a neighborhood, I think a single connex next to your house that basically still looks like a connex is probably going to reduce your property value. And also for the person who's living in it and investing in it, it's going to be harder for their house to appreciate. Where if in the new modern ways that are being proposed with connexes, you come in and do something creative, first your neighbors' houses aren't going to be devaluated, and plus the person who moves into that lower income house is going to have an opportunity for their values to increase. The thing that was wrong with older mobile homes and actually newer manufactured houses that look like mobile homes is that they have the same problem as a connex in the sense that they reduce the values of people who live next to them. And also, for those people who purchase them, they don't experience the same increase in the value of their house as they would if it had a pitched roof. So it's not a very good scenario for low-cost housing. I mean, it's not a good scenario for the neighborhood, but it's also not a good scenario for the people who are investing because they don't increase equity at the same level as others. So there's a lot of activity going on. I don't know if anybody's listening, but anyhow, I would say, you know, for a long time ago, and it's been a long time now, this community hasn't really wanted homes that look like mobile homes to be moved into their neighborhoods. And really, this is just continuing the code and the concept that we've had. And I think by allowing people to come forward and say, hey, look, this isn't a problem, this is a good design, it's creative and it's different, we actually meet that need for allowing some creativity. And we protect people, not only the neighborhood, but the people who are initially investing, and we build better low-income housing that people have the experience of having their property values increase along with everybody else.
There's no one else in the queue. Just a question for staff. You've seen the design for the new homes on Government Hill at the end. Thank you, North Point Bluff. They're not exactly flat roofs, but they're flat roofs with an exit out of them. Would those be permissible under this code as proposed, or would they need a waiver?
Mr. Chair, I'm not super familiar with the design, but I understand they're duplexes, so they probably wouldn't fall afoul of the aspect ratio, and thus would be fine, seeing as it's an or.
Yeah, okay. Okay, Thank you very much. I can tell we're divided on this one, so I'm going to call for a roll call vote. Madam Chair, if you would do so, please. Please proceed.
No, they are online.
They're still online, or at least Harriet is.
We're here.
They're
We're
both-
here, but it's late.
And we will correct the other votes.
Thank you.
Okay. Mr. Gutierrez?
Can you come back to me?
Yes. No. Ms. Gray Jackson?
Can you come back to me? Yeah, can you repeat what we're voting on, please?
Yeah, I'll restate. The motion before us is page 16, lines 5 through 26, delete all. Basically, this deletes the requirements associated with single-family homes that would have them either meet dimensions, aspect standards, or have a peaked roof. Did I state that correctly? Yeah, okay.
All of Section E.
Yeah. So, with that, please proceed, Madam Clerk.
No.
No? Okay.
Who was that?
You didn't get to you yet.
Okay. Mr. Coffey?
No.
Ms. Osiander? Ms. Osiander is a yes. Mr. Starr?
Yes.
Mr. Clayman?
No.
Ms. Gray Jackson?
No.
Mr. Gutierrez?
No.
Mr. Flynn?
No.
Ms. Johnston?
No.
Ms. Drummond?
No, you forgot.
No.
Ms. Drummond was a no. Dr. Selkrig?
No.
Mr. Birch?
Yes.
So by a vote of 3 to 8, that amendment fails. Ms. Osiander, I believe you have a fix for us on Amendment 1.
Yes, it's also applicable to Amendment 3, but let's just go back to Amendment 1.
Thank
If I
you.
could take that off the table with your permission, sir?
Please.
This sentence that was just passed out addresses the issue that Dr. Selkig brought up to make sure that the primary entrance is articulated.
And that's the handwritten sentence that reads, and if you don't mind, I'll do so for our folks online.
Yes, please.
It would add on page 5, at the end of line 32, any applicable building elevation with the primary entrance shall have 4 features provided. Want to speak a little further to that? No, that's added.
That would add an additional sentence. So, and if I could clarify,
Please.
then the whole section would read, if the building has 1 or 2 applicable elevations, then at least 4 features shall be provided on each elevation. If the third elevation is applicable, at least 3 features shall be provided, and actually it would be more grammatically correct to say on that elevation instead of on those elevations.
Okay.
And then the additional sentence would read, any applicable building elevation with a primary entrance shall have 4 features provided, which addresses the concern earlier.
Okay, thank you very much for that. Is there a second to that?
Second.
Thank you very much. So we now have the amendment as amended before us. Dr. Selkrig.
I'd just like to hear staff's comment on this.
Oh, I'm sorry. Is there objection to the amendment to the amendment?
I'm sorry.
I forgot to.
I'm sorry.
Seeing no objection to the amendment to the amendment, we have the amended amendment before us. Staff.
Through the chair, we have no strong objection to the amendment.
Weak ones.
Seeing no one else in the queue, is there objection to the amendment as amended? Seeing and hearing none, that amendment is approved. Ms. Osiander.
All right, the second, it's amendment, I'd like to move Amendment 3, and I'm going to modify it similarly to the way that we just did. All right, it's on page, I can't push the button.
You need to push the button.
We have to wait till the roll clears, and then she can push.
Well, I second her motion anyway.
What was the motion?
The motion is number 3.
All right, this one is on page 13, and it is in the, let's see, that's the townhouse section, I believe. Is it not, Ms. McConnell? I'm
Yes.
turning, yeah, the townhouse. So one was multifamily. This is exactly the same, except it's on townhouses. So it's basically the same amendment. It would read exactly the same as the one we just approved. Jane? Yes, sir.
Second if you need it.
You press buttons, very good. Okay, the motion is before us. Is there objection to that amendment? Seeing and hearing none, that amendment is adopted. I believe that's it for you, Ms. Osiander?
I have one more, sir.
You have one more?
Yes.
Okay.
the issue is Quonset huts, and based on both the testimony and a conversation that I just had very briefly with staff, I'd like to reserve the Quonset hut section until we can get a definition.
Okay.
Objection.
So I'd like to make a move to reserve page 19, line 41.
Second.
That's been moved and seconded.
On the motion?
On the motion, Mr. Coffey.
Thank you. We have, Mr. Wheeler has provided a definition. We had it handed out. He gave me even a later version, which I will hand out shortly. It will address the question of Quonset huts by definition. So, Mr. Chairman, I'll come pass those out right now, and people can throw away the other one.
So, Mr. Coffey, based on your intent to offer this amendment, is it still necessary to reserve this section?
No.
Well, this may take a little more time than we anticipated since we just saw this amendment for the first time.
Okay. Well, Ms. Osiander, the current motion on the floor is to reserve. Are you willing to withdraw that so we can move on and we can reserve?
All right.
Okay. Ms. Drummond, do you have any objection to withdrawing that amendment?
No.
Okay. Seeing and hearing no objection, that amendment was withdrawn. We now have, I believe, Dr. Selcraig's amendment before us.
You have that handed out, and I'd like to make a correction. It's not on page 16, it's on page 15.
I don't have a copy.
Oh, you don't have a copy?
You may have mine.
It's on page 15. And
No,
when I handed
Dr.
out,
Selcraig, it's on page 19, bottom of the page.
Are you talking about my amendment?
No, I'm talking about my amendment.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought he referred to my amendment.
Quonset huts.
We're going to come back to Quonset huts after we do Dr. Selcraig.
Oh, pardon me.
I apologize.
Okay. So, I will hand the clerk this when I'm done. Let's see if it's...
So it's on page 15? Your
Yes,
amendment,
it's on
Ms.
15. And I'm just seeing if I have a copy for the clerk, and I do. Here.
No, I think that's yours.
Do you have it?
I have the chairs.
Okay. Basically, what this amendment does is it allows for enough space next to buildings to actually plant a tree. One of the things that came up in the testimony is that we heard from several developers that said, 5 feet isn't big enough to plant a tree. You can't put a tree next to a house because you've got root problems. And so what we're doing is expanding the average distance between the foundation and the sidewalk or whatever is built, or the parking lot, to 7 feet. And that allows the front of the building to kind of undulate so that you could have a 5-foot section or a 4-foot section and then a 6-foot section, and you could actually plant a tree in that. Or if you don't want to do that, what you can do is you can run a minimum of a 5-foot buffer along the foundation and then extend out into the parking area. And I've got some examples for you to look at. But what this basically does is it allows us to put some vertical landscaping in so that you don't get those great big parking lot areas. And in the wintertime particularly, there's nothing that breaks them up. In the summertime, there's barely anything that breaks them up. And oftentimes, whatever breaks them up is run over. So it gives us a way of breaking up the parking lots. And definitely in my part of town, we've got lots of development that has a sea of parking with nothing in breaking it up. And it just, I think, is a better approach. And I would urge your support for this.
Thank you, Dr. Selcraig. Ms. Osiander.
This is one we did talk about in committee, and we did not have consensus in committee. The main concern for this, the main reason that it was not supported in committee, is it adds cost to the development. I think Dr. Selcraig is actually, is absolutely right. It makes it more attractive. It certainly adds the aesthetic appearances. But we heard a significant amount of comment from developers that we were adding so many requirements on sites that we were increasing the cost of building and site development. This is exactly the issue that a lot of the folks at BOMA were upset about. I've been trying very hard to be as limited as possible when we're requiring additional site space, because it basically means you can't put as much building on if you're taking up more of the site for this aesthetic. So, I mean, yes, it'd be wonderful, but it's going to make our buildings cost more, and as such, I won't be supportive.
I believe through the, excuse me.
Yeah, we have Mr. Coffey next, and then we'll come back to Dr. Selfrey.
One other point I wanted to note was, I believe this is one where we were advised that the current requirement is 4 feet, and we increased it to 5 feet. So we've already added to it a bit, and I concur with Ms. Osiander. You could make it 10 feet and it'd be prettier again. The question is a cost benefit, and it's easy to measure the cost and not so easy to measure the benefit. It's something we talk about all the time, but 7 feet is a substantial increase. It almost doubles from current standards, so I can't support it.
Dr. Selfrey?
Well, one of the things that kind of a general reality of the code revisions that we've looked at is that we've done a whole lot in commercial, and we've done a whole lot in areas that aren't multiple housing. And the idea of being done with this code change and still having huge parking lots that have no landscaping in them with people's houses nested around them is troubling. Now, that isn't to suggest that there aren't landscape improvements. I guess what I'm wondering, Mr. Coffey, is would you be more comfortable if we made it 4 feet with the 8 feet extensions? If we went back to that 4 foot with the 8 feet extension?
I'm sorry, if you'd say the foundation of 7 feet in depth and then went down here as an alternative, the landscaping put maybe 4 feet with the 8 foot poke outs?
Still an average of 7.
Well, there's 2 options there.
I understand.
I mean, what it allows then is an alternative to extend some parking lot landscaping out into the parking lot that has a tree on it and doesn't, that actually has, what we heard, and we heard it from the developers, that foundation landscaping didn't make any sense because you couldn't plant anything you'd really notice on it.
Well, if this were the only landscaping, this is section 9 on page 15.
Mm-hmm.
It's got A, B, C, and D, and it talks about a lot of different kinds of landscaping.
But this is,
I know. Mm-hmm. This is under C. I understand. Mm-hmm. It's in the parking lot,
mm-hmm.
and I just keep going back to we're trying to make it better incrementally, and that was what for me 4 feet to 5 feet was. And, the alternative, we can split the baby here. If you said, let's leave the 5 feet and you made the alternative would be a 4 foot depth and then extending out, then you might be okay with me. There's a lot of different alternatives. It's just problematic to try to do it here and now. We couldn't get consensus at 21, and for the same reasons. So we're rehashing what we already hashed, as you well know, of course.
Well, in an effort to get your support and get this body's support, I would like to change that to 4 feet. It's the second to the last line, and it says instead of 5 feet, I'd say 4 feet, because I think it's a really important. Pardon?
Please press the motion button.
Thank you.
I'm sorry. I want to be clear, if I could. Your first line would stay at 7,
mm-hmm.
and then you'd change the next to the last line, if it would, from 5 to 4.
Yes.
Now, my suggestion was making the first one 6 and the second one 4, and then I'd be happy.
Well, there's the option there to do less and extend that out.
It's not less, because now you got to extend it out. So I would reduce the top thing and the bottom thing, and then
top to 6. Is that what you said? All right, I'm doing it. 6 at the top and 4 at the bottom. Only because what we're doing here is we're creating a situation where people can actually plant a tree in a parking lot, and that's what I'm trying to work at.
Is that a slight adjustment acceptable to the seconder, Mr. Clayman?
Yeah, I assume it's the second part of that first motion.
Yes.
And I will second that also.
Thank you.
But I think it's the same motion.
And Mr. Clayman, you are next in the queue. Do you wish to speak on this topic?
We'll just note that I think that the idea of putting islands or little extensions that allow you to get credit for that is a good way to help the parking lots.
Thank you. Anybody else wish to speak further on the amendment to the amendment? Seeing, is there an objection to the amendment to the amendment? Seeing and hearing none, the amended amendment is now before us. Is there more discussion on the amendment?
Yeah.
Ms. Osiander.
Well, we basically spent 2 or 3 meetings on this. This one was hashed and rehashed to death. We spent a lot of time just even trying to understand, with diagrams on the board, what all these landscape provisions include. We increased the landscaping requirements. To my mind, this increases it again. We also had a lot of discussion about it's bad to plant trees right up next to a foundation anyway, because they grow and they crack the foundation wall. So what I heard from developers is not what Dr. Selkrig heard. I heard, don't plant trees there. I think that it is really not a good idea to add on to a requirement that is already extremely controversial with developers and apartment owners in this town, and makes it more, it's going to make it even harder for them to go along with. So I don't think this is wise. It might be prettier, but I don't think it's wise. I'm going to be voting no.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Osiander. Dr. Selkrig, any closing comments?
We did spend a long time, and actually this approach was suggested by a participant from the development community who was at the meeting. Mr. Spinelli basically also thought it was not a bad idea. It's a way of allowing us to put some real trees, and the issue is an issue of you can't put trees right up against a building. So what this does is it gives an option for somebody to be able to bump them out into the parking lot, and so I think it addresses it. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Selkrig. Mr. Coffey.
Thank you. I'm going to reach into the magic jar for the right answer. There isn't a right answer here, folks. The benefit of this is that there's 2 options. The detriment of it is that it may extend it further. If it becomes a significant problem, then maybe we can address it later. But I recall Mr. Spinelli speaking to this, and I don't remember the footage, but I remember he said, well, if you let us do that instead of this, then he liked that. It's one of these things we can die in the ditch over, or we can reach a compromise. Ms. Selkrig did. I said I would. I'm with it. Good night.
Thank you, Mr. Coffey. There's no one else in the queue. I've heard conflicting opinions on this one, so Madam Clerk, would you kindly call the roll?
Mr. Starr? Ms. Osiander? Mr. Coffey? Mr. Birch?
No.
Dr. Selkrig?
Yes.
Ms. Drummond?
Yes.
Ms. Johnston? Mr. Flynn?
Yes.
Mr. Gutierrez?
Yes.
Ms. Gray Jackson?
Yes.
Mr. Clayman?
Yes.
So by a vote of 8-3, that amendment is adopted. That brings us to Mr. Coffey, Quonset huts.
And Ms. Osiander's number 5, which is the second.
I'm sorry.
So it's on the back of her page.
We're doing both of them at once? Okay.
Yeah, he basically, Mr. Chairman, he's going to add the definition as an amendment.
Okay, so should we consider amendment number 5 as one amendment, including
No,
definition?
move to amend amendment number 5 by adding a definition which is found on that second sheet of paper that Mr. Wheeler was kind enough to type up. It starts out Quonset hut, structure that is shaped like.
Yep. Okay.
And it's got 4 items.
Yes.
I've been asked to add a little amendment to that amendment, if I might, After the word, and number 2, after the word fabric, add plastic.
Second.
And to clarify a little bit further, Mr. Chairman?
Hold on. We're losing the clerk here, so I want to make sure we keep her up with us. Mr. Coffey?
Yeah.
For number 2, that fabric material, plastic.
Fabric or plastic material or
Fabric.
corrugated metal.
Fabric or plastic material.
Right.
Thank you very much.
So now,
Now,
wait, which one? Are we looking at a revised?
we're looking
Yes.
at the definition.
I handed out a second one, Ms. Selkirk. It's
Yeah.
got 4 numbers on the left side.
Wearing out.
And the Quonset hut definition is 4 lines long.
I think we're doing it. Okay. And folks, Mr. Coffey, are we moving this as one large amendment, or you want
That's
to do
what I wanted to clarify, sir.
I move to amend number 5, her amendment, by adding a definition at the end.
Those two motions.
One moment, Ms. Osiander, please.
This needs clarification. We have a separate chapter for definitions, Chapter 14. And so what I was going to ask is if he could specify that this be included in Chapter 14 definitions. That would be the more appropriate place, the definition.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
If procedurally that's okay, we don't have 14 in front of us.
Yeah.
So the question would be, would we say that this is there's a problem. 14's coming later. I'll be gone. Ms. Selkirk will be gone.
My suggestion is we move this definition amendment into Chapter 7, and then when the reconciliation process takes place, staff will bring it back to us in Chapter 14.
Okay.
Is there an objection to that? Okay. So with that, Ms. Osiander, I presume your motion is what we have, number 5 in front of us, plus Mr. Coffey's definition
Yes,
as
sir.
amended.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Is that clear to everybody else at the table?
I have a, yeah.
I do object to the reconciliation process.
Well, we'll get to vote.
Just on general principle.
You'll be here to do
Stay on topic, Mr. Birch. Okay. That was good, though. You're in the queue, Mr. Birch. Do you want to speak to this?
Damn Democrats.
Actually, I do have I'm a little, where are we at with the Quonset hut discussion?
If I could.
Okay. The reason, it's kind of the law of unintended consequences, and I guess I would look at the definition. We have a very nice balloon structure, for lack of a better, inflatable structure in South Anchorage where they golf. We've got a running track, and I guess I defer through the chair to the administration and the folks that are maybe more familiar with some of these definitions. Could that be construed as a Quonset hut? I mean, I'm just looking at the definition: longitudinal, half cylinder.
I can answer that.
Through the chair. I'm sorry.
Mr. Wheeler, you are next in the queue, so what the heck? Go for it.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I believe Mr. Jones advised Mr. Coffey to the same effect, but if you include the phrase self-supporting at the very beginning of the definition, so it's self-supporting structure, that would eliminate the dome and the indoor, and perhaps the indoor golf facility, which I'm not all that familiar with, but certainly the dome from being considered as a
They're
Quonset hut.
inflatable or inflated. Okay, that's the first question. I think that sounds like a,
Should we get the motion, Mr. Chair, to add that?
so move.
Second.
Adding self-supporting structure in front of structure. So the Quonset hut.
Okay, will
is
you please press your button, Mr. Birch?
Mr. Chair.
Oh, I'm sorry. There we go.
Yes, Ms. Drummond. And Mr. Coffey has seconded. Ms. Drummond, do you have a clarification?
Jackson and I are at a distinct disadvantage here since we have not seen what has just been produced by the municipal attorney. Is there any way that can either be read to us or emailed?
We will read the entire amendment before we get to a vote.
Mr. Chairman, if I might, sorry to interrupt, but I did email it to their assembly addresses about 10, 15 minutes ago if they have email available to them.
Let's put it at 3, Mr. Wheeler.
Okay.
He said he emailed it. I don't know if you've got email access there or not.
I do. Hold on a second.
Okay, thank you very much. We're going to move on. Mr. Wheeler, do you have anything else to add to that?
Mr. Chairman, obviously I just wrote this in the last half hour without detailed consultation with planning staff, so I can't, as Mr. Birch noted, necessarily describe for you the potential for unintended consequences, but you may want to confer with planning staff if they have any comments.
Thank you very much.
Mr.
Birch,
Chairman, on that.
Well, let me Mr. Birch, finish up on that before we move off of him.
The other aspect was, we talk about what it's covered with. I think Quonset huts can be nice in the right location for the right application. But when we're trying to exclude something, it says fabric material or corrugated metal. We're talking about fiberglass. There's also glass. You can find them online with cedar shakes or wood siding or just about it. So it's almost if you get into trying to describe every permutation for a covering, I'm not sure you're going to capture everything. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Mr. Birch. Mr. Coffey, to that.
2 points. First of all, it's provisionally adopted. So if there's unintended consequences, that's what the purpose of the R word is all about. And secondly, it's 2 of the 4 characteristics, not all 4. That's why we did 2 of the 4, was in the hopes of catching the horse rink there, whatever you call it, the horse arena, and not catching some poor guy's greenhouse. Anyway.
Thank you very much, Mr. Coffey. Ms. Osiander, you've been waiting patiently. I apologize.
Excuse me. I wanted to emphasize that if my amendment passed, then they would only be prohibited on residential lots that are less than 40,000 square feet or about an acre. So larger lots like the golf or they would still be allowed if this amendment passed.
Well, I think the concern is the residential nature of the community that they would be going into, or the subdivision.
Okay. Well, the other comment I wanted to make is, according to my read of the definition, many greenhouses would be Quonset huts. Mm-hmm. So just be aware of that.
Thank you, Ms. Osiander. Dr. Selcraig.
I'm not going to be supporting this amendment. I'm happy to have, I'm really pleased to have the definition. I just wish it wasn't stuck in the amendment. Because I don't think, we had people from the hillside at our last meeting who were just outraged about churches that they could see. And we had a gentleman here tonight who was upset about seeing, a Quonset hut or what he perceived outside of his window. I think that there may be some places that Quonset huts are appropriate, but I think that residential areas are not the place for them in general. And so I'm not going to be supporting this. Mr.
Klayman. We have 13 minutes, folks.
Yeah, I have a couple of questions for staff. Have you seen this 1 acre, Ms. Osiander, is what I call the 1 acre proposal? I'm trying to get a gauge, like, for example, the picture that we see here, is that an acre lot, and would that?
It's 2.5 acres, Mr. Klayman, Mr. Chairman.
All right. So first, in terms of, like, for example, in West Anchorage, which the district I represent, are there a lot of lots in West Anchorage where these would be permitted because they're larger than 1 acre? And if you don't really know the answer, that's okay, too.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Klayman, in West Anchorage, you don't have a lot of properties that are larger than an acre. Do not.
And what happens if instead of being 1 acre, the lot size that this applied to were more like 3 acres? Say you could still do it if you had a big enough lot, but it would be bigger than an acre. How many folks would get knocked down in business if you were 3 acres instead of 1 acre?
I can't even speculate.
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Klayman. Ms. Drummond was in the queue. Ms. Drummond? And then Mr. Jones.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I can't support this amendment and definition at this late date. I believe there's a community of people out there who actually like Quonset huts. There has been an art gallery thing done on it First Friday a couple of years ago with some pretty amazing collection of photographs and that sort of thing. I think combining the definition of Quonset hut, which to my understanding is a corrugated metal building that was created around World War II for emergency housing and warehousing, is quite different from a fabric material. I don't appreciate, and I know the community that really pays attention to this doesn't appreciate these kinds of amendments at this late date. I was quite happy with reserving this issue such as we've done with a lot of other issues. And since Quonset huts sort of are major features of Alaska's history, I think we need to reserve it until we get a more appropriate definition and paragraph. Thank you.
Mr. Clayman has a question for you, Ms. Drummond.
Thank you, Ms. Drummond. In the version that we have in front of us, if we didn't amend it, it would read that Quonset huts are prohibited in all residential districts. And from what I'm hearing, it sounds like you don't support this amendment, but it also sounds like you also don't support a complete prohibition at this point in time either.
We have a bunch of Quonset huts in West Anchorage now, and I think some people in West Anchorage like them. I'm sorry, I'm at a disadvantage in that I don't have the main amendment. All I have in front of me is the one that Mr. Wheeler emailed.
Right, but my question is a little bit different. If you look at the proposal for Title 7 or Chapter 7 that we're looking at on page 19, line 40, the proposal is it would prohibit all Quonset huts in all residential districts. And what I think I'm hearing from you is you not only don't like the amendment, but you also don't like the prohibition on Quonset huts.
Let me reserve my opinion on that for the time being.
We only have a couple more minutes, so we're going to go quickly here. Mr. Jones.
Just very briefly to answer Mr. Clayman's question, Mr. Chair. There are a number of areas of Anchorage that were originally subdivided years ago by BLM into grid patterns of 2.5 acres. The area where in between DeArmond and Rabbit Creek and south of there has several of those large areas that are very commonly 2.5 and 5 acre tracts. Beyond those areas, typically, like in West Anchorage, throughout the rest of the urban area, what you would typically refer to as ARDSA, you're not going to see many of those size tracts, but they're fairly common on the hillside and in the Lake Otis area.
Thank you very much, Mr. Jones. Mr. Coffey.
Quonset huts, undefined, have been illegal in Anchorage since probably shortly after the war when they were ubiquitous. Now, if we want to bring them back after a hiatus of some 50 years, let's not do this tonight. And secondly, Mr. Clayman's point is well taken. The idea of large lots having Quonset huts is probably appropriate, but I'm not sure that 40,000 square feet is sufficient. Therefore, what I would like to do is move to bifurcate the definition from the prohibition, so we can at least have a definition in code, and then we can come back to the prohibition, either reserved or later. So that's my motion.
Second.
Will you press the button, Dr. Selkirk? Okay, is there objection to bifurcation? Seeing and hearing none, that is bifurcated. We now have the...
Move the approval of the definition.
Well, we have to take this in order. So we have Ms. Osiander's first half first, and that would allow for Quonset huts on large lots. Is there anyone who supports that still? There is. Okay. Madam Clerk, would you please call the roll? Sorry. Yeah, we're running out of time, folks.
I would suggest we do the definition and then...
Well, if this was
we're going to do this. We're going to do it.
One motion?
No. We can get this done, Ms. Osiander.
All right.
So please call the roll.
Okay, this is on the first part. Mr. Flynn?
Wait, this is on the definition?
No.
It's on the first part.
There's a large lot exemption.
Osiander number 5.
No.
It's on the original motion.
Osiander number 5. Flynn was no. Gutierrez?
No.
Gray Jackson? Gray Jackson? Are you still online?
Sorry about that. No.
Mr. Clayman?
Yeah. You can.
Mr. Clayman?
Can I pass for a moment? I have a question I need to
Starr?
answer.
No.
Ms. Osiander?
Yes.
Mr. Coffey?
No.
Yeah.
Mr. Birch?
No.
Dr. Selkirk?
No.
Ms. Drummond?
No.
Ms. Johnston? No. Ms. Gray Jackson?
You already got her.
I'm sorry, Mr. Clayman? No, I got Mr. Clayman?
No.
Okay, we now have the definition before us.
You need a motion, Mr. Chair?
Already have it.
Got it.
We've already bifurcated. So,
Question.
Madam Clerk, would you please call the roll on the definition?
Ms. Johnston? Yes. Mr. Flynn?
Yes.
Mr. Gutierrez?
Yes.
Ms. Gray Jackson?
Yes.
Mr. Klayman?
Yes.
Mr. Starr?
Yes.
Ms. Osiander?
No.
Mr. Coffey?
Yes.
Mr. Birch?
Yes.
Dr. Selcraig?
Yes.
Ms. Drummond?
No.
Madam Chair, move to reserve this, or Mr. Chair, move to reserve the section on Quonset hut so we can have a discussion about large lots at an appropriate time.
Is there a second?
Second.
Is there objection? Seeing and hearing none, that motion to reserve the section on Quonset huts approved. We now have...
And that's line 40 and 41 on page 19.
That is correct. We now have the Chapter 7 as amended before us. Is there objection to provisional approval of Chapter 7 as amended?
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Starr. Madam Clerk, would you please call the roll?
Okay. Mr. Starr?
Going to speak to it or just let her
No,
go?
the vote.
I'm sorry, sir. We have to wrap it up.
5 minutes. Oh, it's okay. I'm just a no vote. Sorry. I think we overreached. Government's grown
Ms.
into areas.
Ms. Osiander?
At this point. But I guess I will.
I guess I will, yes.
All right.
Is there...
No. I'll vote no.
Mr. Coffey?
Yes, without
Birch?
reservation.
Dr. Selcraig?
Yes.
Ms. Drummond?
Yes.
Ms. Johnston?
Yes.
Mr. Flynn?
Yes.
Mr. Gutierrez?
Yes, please.
Ms. Gray Jackson?
Yes.
Mr. Klayman?
Yes. So by a vote of 9-2, we provisionally adopted Chapter 7.
You need to be online.
Okay. With that, thank you to Ms. Gray Jackson, Ms. Drummond for hanging in there with us all night tonight. Is there a motion to adjourn?
Seconded.
Ladies and gentlemen, see you next week.
Court.